Yes. All right, City Clerk, can you do roll call?
Councilmember Arias,
Late.
Councilmember Bredefeld,
Here.
Councilmember Kravasi,
Here.
Councilmember Maxwell,
Present.
Councilmember Soria, Council Vice President Esparza,
Present.
and President Chavez.
Here.
Got 5.
All right. The 5 responsible ones are here. Let's move on to the invocation. I believe, Councilmember Bredefeld, you invited Mr. Pastor Bob Willis, but he had a conflict. So we have Pastor Dave Rothman. Is that correct?
Yes, we do, from North Park Community Church.
North Park Community Church. Pastor, you have the floor. If you could lead us in prayer.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for this opportunity to do so. Let's pray. Dear Heavenly Father, I thank you so much for these men and women that you've called to serve your city here at Fresno. I would ask that you would just continue to be with them and their families, that you would continue to fill them with your wisdom and your guidance as they make the right decisions that are needed to be made here in Fresno. We pray that you will lead them by your Holy Spirit and not for their self-promotion, but for the people of Fresno. And Father God, we ask that you would just continue to have your hand of protection upon them spiritually, physically, and mentally and financially. We pray for our city, and Father God, we ask that you would just continue to be with us and guide and direct us as your people. We thank you for this opportunity to serve you and serve others as you continually show your love upon us. We thank you, Lord, in your precious and powerful name we pray, in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor.
Thank you. God bless you guys.
Thank you, Pastor. We will now move on to the Pledge of Allegiance. Brianna, do you have the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Nation under something?
Sorry, guys, it went low on me.
That was a very tepid Pledge of Allegiance, but we will do better next time.
We'll keep trying.
All right. Let's move on to approving the agenda. City Clerk, can you please read for the benefit of the public the changes to the agenda?
Yes, I'd like to start off with saying that we do have Spanish, Hmong, and Punjabi translators available today. And the changes for today are the following items are being removed from the agenda with no return date. The first item is item 1L as in Larry, actions pertaining to Veterans Memorial Building located at 2425 Fresno Street. This item was removed from the agenda with no date by Director Miller, Parks Department, and Councilmember Arias. The next item is a closed session item. It's item 5A, conference with real property negotiator, Government Code Section 54956.8, property 1625 G Street, Fresno, California. And this item was removed from the agenda with no return date by Councilmember Arias. And the last item is item 5C as in Charlie, also a closed session item, conference with real property negotiator, Government Code Section 54956.8, property APN 468-400-54T. And this item is being removed from the agenda with no return date by Councilmember Arias. Those are all the changes that I have.
Thank you, City Clerk. Do any council members have any changes they would like? Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yeah, well, I'd like to know why we're removing those 2 items from closed session. I'm not sure why we're doing that.
Councilmember Arias, you removed them?
Thank you, Council. The simple answer on the 2 items is, if you notice on your closed session binders, we don't have any backup material for item 5A, which is our practice to receive backup material prior to the item being heard. And item 5C, I believe we need more time until we get a budget presentation completed this afternoon on the status of the city's finances. Both of these items, I believe, are not time sensitive, and I believe we need more time with the mayor to discuss them before we give
Okay, and Councilmember, I don't have a problem. I just want to know from administration, are you fine with this? Is there any issue that we need to be moving forward on?
We acknowledge the comments by Councilmember Arias that not time sensitive and that we need to have more discussion on both items. We've submitted some tray memos on one of the items, and having more discussion on the stadium would be valuable for the administration and the council. So we're good with those items being removed.
And can I, Council President, can I add a comment?
Yeah, Councilmember Soria?
I just also request if you guys can make some time to meet with the council members kind of independently to go over the details. I don't think that in one meeting we could have discussed all of it, so I do appreciate the delay because I wasn't privy to any of the details ahead of whatever would have been discussed today. So I appreciate that.
No, we can go ahead and schedule that. We received, for one of the items, we received the information late yesterday afternoon, so we were still going through the documentation. So I think the delay is timely for all of us, and we can schedule an individual meeting with all the council members.
All right, thank you for that, City Manager. Councilmember Carbasi, you got your hand up? You're okay now? Okay.
Council President,
Right.
I do want to
Yes.
acknowledge the city manager and the mayor. We've been in probably 5-hour negotiations on multiple items, and although we're in the same Zoom conversation, I know the mayor and city manager are here at 8 o'clock at night, as well as myself. So it's just been a really hectic time on multiple fronts, and we just haven't had time to really connect on these things. So I do appreciate their willingness to give us more time.
Great. And City Clerk, for the record, I will be recusing myself from item 1Z as in zebra. And then I'm going to modify item 1W for introduction and discussion only, not a vote today. Got that. All right. Any other council members want to
Council
pull any consent items? Yes.
Council President, so on 1W, it's still on the consent though, but it's only for introduction.
Correct. And discussion.
Is that what you're saying?
That's correct, Councilmember Bedfeld. All right. Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
I'll move.
Second.
Motion made by Councilmember Arias, second by Councilwoman Soria. A roll call?
Councilmember Arias,
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld,
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi,
Yeah, yes.
Councilmember Maxwell,
Aye.
Councilmember Soria,
Yes.
Vice President Esparza,
Aye.
President Chavez,
Yes.
7-0.
All right. Now we will move on to ceremonial presentations. We have National Human Trafficking Awareness Month by the sponsor, Councilmember Carbasi. Councilmember Carbasi, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to my colleagues. Human trafficking is something that we discuss every year. It's an ongoing issue across our country. It's an issue in our community. And we have a lot of great organizations that strive every year to help victims of human trafficking. Many of them are children in this community. Many of them are runaways. And that's one of the inflows to human trafficking by people that are targeting these children. We have our Fresno Police Chaplaincy. We have Breaking the Chains. We have our Fresno EOC, Economic Opportunities Commission, and so many other great organizations in our community that strive to protect people once they're victims of this tragedy. But we also have our Fresno Police Department, our DA's office, and so many others in law enforcement that try to prevent people from becoming victims in the first place. We have our chief, Paco Balderrama, here today to also talk about this important issue, and we will have our clerk also read the proclamation. But I just want to make it very clear to the organizations and individuals out there that are champions against human trafficking that we celebrate you and honor you today because you are doing very important work to protect kids that often are nameless and often don't have a voice. And our goal is to give them a voice and give them a way to deal with that trauma they face and get back on the road to recovery because they're innocent. It's not their fault. They're victims. So Chief Balderrama, thank you for being here today.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I want to thank you for this proclamation and just to echo some of your sentiments that this is not just a national problem. It is a significant problem here in the city of Fresno. In 2020, we conducted 34 human trafficking investigations, had 14 arrests, but the most significant number from 2020 is that we had 78 rescues. And those rescues wouldn't be possible without the cooperation of our partners, but also with without the cooperation and collaboration of some very important partners, such as Breaking the Chains and the Fresno Chaplaincy. So thank you very much for this proclamation. It's important that we bring this very important issue to the awareness of everybody watching.
Thank you, Chief. And if the clerk would please read the proclamation for the record.
Sure. Whereas Fresno EOC Sanctuary and Support Services Central Valley Against Human Trafficking Project assisted and identified over 1,000 victims of human trafficking from our local communities. And whereas the Central Valley Against Human Trafficking Project provides resources to empower self-sufficiency, restore dignity, and support recovery from trauma for survivors. And whereas the International Labor Organization recognizes there are an estimated 40.3 million people in modern slavery globally, where 1 in 4 victims are children, and whereas the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children estimates 1 out of 6 endangered runaways are likely child sex trafficking victims. And whereas the U.S. Department of Labor identified 139 goods from 75 countries made by forced and child labor. And whereas the City of Fresno recognizes the need for greater awareness and accountability in regard to modern day slavery, now therefore be it resolved that Mayor Jerry Dyer and the Fresno City Council members do hereby proclaim January 2021 to be National Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention Month in the City of Fresno.
Thank you, City Clerk. And thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilmember. Now we move on to Councilmember reports and comments. And we'll start with Councilwoman Soria.
Just have a couple. Wanted to announce that last month, my team held several free food distributions in the District 1 schools, and including Lions Park. We provided over 1,400 boxes of groceries to impacted families in the city. So we want to just give a big thanks to all our volunteers, in particular Iron Workers Local 155, who came out and helped us to make sure that the process was run smoothly. We have several upcoming food distributions. You guys can go on my social media to get those. But on the food distribution question, I didn't get a chance this week to attend the COVID-19 subcommittee, but I know that this had been an issue that we discussed. So just for the administration and maybe Tommy, we discussed about making sure that our current CBOs that are doing the food distributions would have the ability to meet with our federal lobbyists to ensure that they are drawing down directly dollars from the feds. I know that there was a specific amount sent to the Central Valley Food Bank. However, we also learned that there was an opportunity for the CBOs to directly get those dollars. So if you could help us.
Can our translator mute themselves?
There we go. So if you could, I don't know if there's an update on that. Since I didn't get to go to the meeting, I didn't get to ask it then. So I just wanted to bring that up.
Yes. Oh, no, thank you. So yeah, we, I don't recall that we talked about it on Monday, but we did talk about the new, if the money, the ARP money comes through, there's $4 billion for local CBOs to distribute food in local communities. And so we're going to work, so we can go ahead and work with our lobbyists and the CBOs to coordinate a call to figure out how we get access to that, whether it's a registration, a qualification process. But I do agree and a lot of that money was dedicated to, ag interested counties. So we're going to see if we can focus on getting a lot of that money to here, which is the #1 food growing county in the nation. So yes, I think it's a great idea. We'll work to coordinate that meeting with the with our lobbyists.
Yeah, I just want to
Councilwoman Soria,
opportunities.
Councilwoman Soria, you're going to be receiving an invite for next week from our office. As you know, yourself, myself, and Councilmember Arias are on the policy subcommittee, and so we're already scheduling that, not just with the DC folks, but with the California, and so it should be around mid next week. John Ellis is actually looped in to that, Tommy, just for your benefit too.
Awesome. Okay, and then just another announcement for folks that are watching. I'm having my next coffee and conversation. It will be virtual on Thursday, March 11th at 9 a.m. So please join us on Facebook Live and through our social media platforms to learn about what's happening in your neighborhood in District 1. And also just reminding everyone that the month of March, we're celebrating Women's History Month. So we will probably be doing something special in our next council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Soria. Councilmember Carbasi,
No report. Thank you, Mr. President.
are you sure?
I'm sure.
Councilmember Arias. Don't take up the Councilmember Carbasi's time either.
Thank you, Councilmember Carbasi, for your 15 minutes that I will accept gladly. Just a couple of thank yous for the administration. Thank you for finally getting the JSK irrigation and reseeding project going. I know I've been a broken record for the last year and a half on, how long does it take us to plant grass? For the public, we will be blocking off all those soccer fields at JSK Park on Clinton Brawley to allow the grass to actually take hold and grow before we open it up to the general public. As well as a thank you to the community for the community meeting that we had yesterday on the rezone proposal on Elm Street. We will continue to have meetings with the community and with leaders in West Fresno as we work through this process of the applicant's proposal. And then lastly, to my district, I'll be starting to have budget community meetings every year. I have a series of community meetings in every neighborhood in anticipation of the budget proposal by the administration to get a really clear understanding of what are the items, as folks like to describe them, the wish list of every neighborhood. So we'll be having community neighborhood meetings in West Fresno, downtown, the Tower District, and the west area, part of the Central Unified part of my district. So look forward to those. And I ask residents to come in with some very specific requests and see if we can work them into the mayor's proposal. If not, we can go through hopefully less motions that we did last year. But as we're discussing the overall budget today, I do want to acknowledge that a lot of us here, I think it's fair to say that Councilmember Maxwell, Mayor, and City Manager, we are still here at 8 o'clock at night. So at some point, we're going to have to start doing the janitorial work at City Hall if we keep on getting in the way of our, our cleaning folks when we're here this late. But thank you all for the work that we're doing. We have a whole nother batch of work over the next few months. Thanks to the Biden administration and their relief efforts, if they're successful, we're going to have some significant relief. And I think our goal is to make sure as much of that relief reaches the residents that we serve, and it doesn't simply, balance a sheet on a paper budget. So with that, I'll turn over my time, excess time, to the next council member.
No such thing. Councilmember Maxwell?
Yeah, thank you, Council President. Good morning. I have just a few updates. This last Monday, we did kick off Zero Fare Clean Air Act, meaning anybody in our city could go to any bus stop and take whatever line they want without having to pay bus fare. I've had multiple people reaching out to me, telling me, what this has meant to them. Some people, it's just a modest, convenient way to get from point A to point B. But for so many people, it's so much more. I've talked to folks that have disabilities that are taking advantage of this. And, again, it applies to Handy Ride. And so this, I think, has kicked off to a great start. I just want to remind people that our buses continue to remain efficient, on time, clean, comfortable, and safe, and a great way to get to your essential services. So that is currently in effect. Yesterday, we had the ribbon cutting ceremony over at the Fresno American Indian Health Project off of Shaw and Ninth, across from Fresno State. Mayor Dyer and I were able to attend. And really, it's a great expansion of some existing services they had tailored towards the American Indian population here within the city of Fresno. They provide culturally sensitive treatment and therapy to our American Indian population, whether that's case management. They have dietitians. They have folks with drug and alcohol rehabilitation. They're providing COVID test and COVID vaccination. So again, that's on Shaw and Ninth, and they just expanded their services yesterday. We went live yesterday also with the District 4 Youth Survey. This is intended for youth living throughout Fresno City Council District 4 to fill out that survey. So it can help shape our policies and our district going forward, and making sure that the youth feel like they have a seat at the table, that they feel like they're seen and like they feel like they're being heard. And so that survey is on our Fresno City Council Facebook page. It's on our Instagram page. We're going to leave it open throughout the month of March. I encourage youth to participate. If you have a youth at home in the district, sit down with them. It takes about maybe 5 to 10 minutes to fill out. And then lastly, our 100 Days, 100 Trees continues to go smoothly. This last week, thanks to Public Works Department, thanks to Scott Mosier, thank you to Brian Russell, and thank you to our city arborist, as well as Mona Cummings with Tree Fresno. We're planting 80 trees up and down the Cedar Corridor, all the way from Gettysburg, all the way down to Shields Avenue. And the purpose behind this is, not only to clean our air, but just to make District 4 a beautiful place to live and do business again. And so that's going off to a great start. That's it for my updates, Council President. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Maxwell. Councilmember Bredefeld?
No, I'm fine. And I want to give my time to Councilmember Esparza since I don't have anything to say.
Everybody's so giving today. I like it. Vice President Esparza?
Well, the universe tends to unfold as it should. So I'll take all the time that folks are given. There's been a lot going on just citywide and within the district. A couple weeks ago, attended a all-afternoon summit on financing infill development here in the Central Valley. This was hosted by some of the folks of the Climate Change Program at UC Berkeley's Center for Law, Energy, and the Environment. It was on Zoom, so we had the best and brightest minds on infill development here in the city organization were also in attendance, as well as folks from other cities, external stakeholders from across the whole Central Valley. So they'll be drafting a report, and I'll look forward to sharing, what those thoughts and results were with the administration and with my colleagues at some point when that is released. Additionally, held a Finance and Audit Committee. My capacity as the chairman. Councilmember Bredefeld and Arias joined me there. Went over the CAFR report that we had previously discussed, as well as sort of a brief overview of some of the outstanding audits, some that have yet to be completed. So as there's progress there, we'll be bringing those to the entire council, probably as a more formal item here on the agenda. Last week, almost a week ago, I joined the governor while he was here in town over in District 7 at the Firm campus, and where he announced a series of the different vaccine initiatives that are being rolled out across the Central Valley and here in Fresno as well. We're seeing the supply increase drastically, especially with the authorization of the third vaccine here in the United States. So very excited about that. And what our message, just as our message was last week to folks, and when it comes to be your turn, don't hesitate. Please take the vaccine, whichever one is offered to you, when it becomes available. And that's how we're going to get back to normal and move more towards normal this year and going into next year. This past Saturday, there were a couple of great cleanup events. One, we partnered with a number of community organizations to host a sort of a mattress drop-off over at Hidalgo Elementary School. But that event was not just mattresses. It was also, oil, electronic waste, tires. So I had a great group of youth there, a small group of youth that calls themselves Fresno Yes, which stands for Youth Environmentally Savvy. So they were sort of the ringleaders in bringing together the Fresno EOC Local Conservation Corps and other environmental groups and such. So that was a successful event. At the very same time, across the other side of the district, code enforcement was also hosting a waste tire amnesty event, which I understand collected many tires. So good. It was a great cleanup day on Saturday in District 7. That's what's been going on. A few more things on just what's sort of coming up. Something fun. The mayor and I will be attending Food Truck Fridays, kickoff Food Truck Fridays at the New Manchester tomorrow afternoon around lunchtime or so. It's hosted by Fresno Street Eats, and that'll be a weekly event where there's a handful of food trucks and some other vendors. So again, Jerry and I will be on hand taking the ceremonial first bite. I'm sure it won't be the last. If there's something that me and Jerry have ever been accused of, it's not not eating enough. So that should be a fun event, and we encourage folks to check it out. Again, that'll be as far as I know, a weekly event going forward. Speaking of Manchester, that's on Blackstone. We have a Beautify Fresno event coming up this Saturday from 10 to 12. We'll be meeting there at Manchester, and we'll be cleaning a good stretch of the Blackstone corridor. So for any D7 residents or just folks in general in the community who are interested in helping out, again, that'll be 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. This coming Saturday as well. And lastly, this coming Monday evening, we're hosting a Zoom meeting. This is not a district-wide Zoom meeting necessarily, but it's specific to the Manchester Park. So residents in that neighborhood will be discussing sort of some updates on what's in the queue, and of course taking input on residents' thoughts about what they want to see. And we'll probably be doing this with all the different parks across the district, given that the Measure P funding is hopefully on the horizon here, and there's going to be a whole new world of possibilities opened up in terms of fulfilling the parks master plan, and again continuing to take input from residents on what they want to see. So I think I've done a pretty good job of taking up all the time that folks yielded to me. I'll conclude.
Thank you, Vice President. My money is on the Vice President winning that first and last bite. We've actually gone and ate at El Premio Mayor, and I saw the size of the plate with the tacos, and let's just say it was double-digit tacos amount. So you're in for a fight, Mayor. All right, Councilmember Bredefeld, you had buyer's remorse.
Yeah, I just wanted to just mention also, again, the efforts by the mayor with the highways. It's been very successful, and I think it's been a phenomenal job. A lot of people I know working on this, Caltrans and CHPs, and our mayor really coordinated this, and it looks 100 times better. There are still folks coming on, on top there, and we've shared that with the mayor, and the other agencies get right on it. And I'm aware, apparently, that some of the homeless folks are now starting to go by the canals. So that's an ongoing issue as well that we'll have to stay on top of. But I just want to acknowledge and commend Mayor Dyer for what's really happened, because, we were working on it, Councilmember Arias and others, and we met with lots of resistance and push, but the mayor has been successful at cleaning up our highways, which is a benefit to them as well in terms of finding a place to stay, and of course for our entire city. So just want to acknowledge that. And secondly, is there any plans at this point, Council President, to come into the chamber? I feel very lonely here. I've been doing this for some time now, and we've got all this beautiful plexiglass PPE equipment that makes it safe. We've got the Board of Supervisors that are meeting in their chambers. City of Clovis is. Fresno Unified is still hiding out. We can come back here. It's really safe in here, and I feel really alone in here. So please, let's all come back. We all got our little partitions. We'll be safe.
Funny you should ask that. We'll have that teed up with our emergency management designate from our city manager, Greg Barfield, and I have been working on those protocols and ensuring that we can come back. So I foresee us being there not too far from this month.
Well, in all seriousness, we've had people who've wanted to come and talk to the council, and it's different, obviously, when you're on Zoom. And so I just think it's a benefit for our constituents and the people of Fresno who want to come and talk to us. It's easier, obviously, to come to City Hall and do it. So look forward to when we can all be back together again.
Council President, I do want to go on the record that we shouldn't be using the super spreader Steve Brandel as an example for any return to safety under COVID conditions. So I trust that our Council President and Greg will be not taking the lead from Steve Brandow on how we return safely.
Now,
We will-
remember
be
that happened in
socially
a private
distant.
meeting.
We will be socially distanced with all the precautions on there. Council, before we go to the mayor, I just have a really quick update. I just want to publicly thank the CBOs that have been working during this pandemic and helping our neighborhoods, from the food distribution to the testing for COVID to the tracing, and now us going into the space of vaccine distribution. I think we're all familiar with what, not just Fresno, but a lot of major cities are struggling with, which is the equitable distribution of the vaccine. I still have senior citizens in my district that unfortunately have not been able to get the vaccine, but I know that our assistant city manager and our city manager have been working on a transportation plan to facilitate that, and as well as removing that language barrier. Yesterday, the state, I believe, came down with a little bit more support and help on focusing some of those vaccines in the zip codes that obviously have disadvantages, i.e. High rates of poverty. And so I think that's very encouraging. I think, to echo some of the sentiments of my colleagues that, the vaccine really is helping us try to get back to normal. I've had an opportunity to visit some of the school sites. I do see our kids going back to school now with the precautions, and it's very different. I think it's been almost now close to a year that we have not seen a lot of our children back in school, but that work is slowly progressing. And I think we all agree that we should be getting back to normal here as soon and as safe as possible. So I just wanted to thank those CBO, those organizations, a lot of the churches and faith-based organizations that have been really at the forefront of this. They really came through and are coming through for our residents. And I just wanted to publicly thank them for their work and tell them we continue to work with them in that effort. Mayor, you want to have some comments?
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you, Council President, and thank you to all the council. We've been working quietly behind the scenes on a lot of issues, and I appreciate the late nights that we're spending together. Just to touch on this last Saturday, we had the Beautify Fresno event in Highway City, what's oftentimes referred to as Forgotten Fresno, west of the 99. We want to make sure those people aren't forgotten. We partnered with Clean Fresno, People's Church, high schools, Fresno State sororities, had over 100 volunteers. Councilmember Soria's office co-sponsored this with us. And so it turned out to be a really, really good event. Folks over there very much appreciated it. This Saturday, as Councilmember Esparza spoke about, we're having a Beautify Fresno event starting in Manchester. Signups are on beautifyfresno.org, like all of our events. But folks, they can start registering out there around 9:30 to 10, getting their vests, their gloves, their paper picker, their bags. And we look to have a great showing out there. It'll be, Nelson and I will be out there, and we're going to go all the way, I believe, on Blackstone from Shields all the way down to McKinley. And I believe Council Member Soria is also going to be involved in that, her office is. And then Saturday, I have a youth forum, first one. I know Tyler's having his survey of youth. I'm having youth forums. Saturday at 4 o'clock will be my first, actually be a second one that I've had, because I met with the Youth Leadership Council as well. So that's being coordinated by Deputy Mayor Grundy. I look to hear some good ideas from our youth and what their expectations are of the mayor's office. And we aim to deliver on that. Sunday, I'll be at the Well Church speaking to them. They're going to be doing their service day. So a number of their members are going to be going into the southern part of the city and helping clean up. And I know part of it's going to be alleyways going into the Jackson neighborhood and doing some work there. So I'll be working with Brad Bell. And then just a update on Project Off Ramp, as Councilmember Bredefeld said. We started on 41. It is virtually tent-free, homeless-free. There were 182 people out there that were contacted that were on the freeway. 133 of those were actually housed, so about 73%. You know, some of the others went in different directions or left before we even got there to house them. So that's a pretty good percentage compared to where we were in the past. 3 out of 4 people taking advantage of services and housing. Big shout out to the Poverello House, Mission, Kingsview, their street outreach workers, the Housing Authority, Preston Prince and Tracewell doing a great job for us, partnering on the housing, California Highway Patrol, Caltrans on the cleanup, our own sanitation folks with Jerry Schubert, and our homeless task force with Conrado Martin. So things are going well there. We're on 99 now, and that's around the Ventura Fresno Street. And then we are going to be going over to 180, as you know, Nelson coming over to take care of that problem there on Tyler between 1st and 11th. You know, I can't wait to get there. And there's a process that we're going through now, and it will be the noticing and then the relocating. And we're hopeful in the next 4 to 5 weeks we can have that area done as well. And we're going to be coming to council with an item here very shortly, so we can get some more hotel or motel rooms, so that we can make sure that project goes smoothly as well. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. City Manager?
Yes, thank you, Council President. Good morning, City Council. Just wanted to update you on a few things. Again, just the trade memos we've been sending out. We got one request. We got a request from one of the council districts to we could provide paper. So we thought it was a good idea. So you'll all be getting it digitally, and you'll all be getting it in paper format going forward. What we provided since last meeting was an update on the sale of the Fresno B property. So we were going to talk about that, and so that'll be part of the discussions we have as we have the one-on-one district meetings on where we are with that project. Operation Cleanup, we talked a little bit about that. I'm pleased to hear about Nelson's successful event, and so we're looking at doing a pilot test on a similar program for folks to take their bulky materials and dispose of them properly at the Carts recycling facility. So that'll be rolling out here, and we're going to do a pilot test to see how much activity we can get with that. So we sent some memos out related to that. We're continuing moving on the Police Reform Commission. So we sent out a memo just kind of updating you on where we are in the Police Reform Commission process and the recommendations. And we've also sent a memo out on our Measure P implementation activities and kind of where we are on that process. So keeping the council informed on those items. We sent out a memo this week, and we're going to have a discussion with the COVID Planning Committee on Monday. Just giving an update on the spending plan, on the CARES Act spending plan. As we talked about, I think several weeks ago, when council was kind enough to appropriate some money so we could cover some of the overages. We do have the overages documented. We have the funding available that council appropriates on Monday. We'll have a discussion about just how we want to prioritize, taking some of these costs that we have in arrears that are sitting on department budgets right now and kind of limiting their spending ability. So we'll get that addressed on Monday. So those are the updates. It's going well. I appreciate all the hard work. I'm going to repeat by Councilmember Arias. It's been a lot of hard work by everybody, and I want to thank everyone for just helping out. It's been great experience, and I think we're doing some good things together. So thank you all very much. That's the update.
Thank you, City Manager.
Which one of my colleagues wants to waste paper on paper trade memos? Council President?
The oldest one.
Yeah.
It's the Councilmember Boomer. Councilmember Karbasi?
I just wanted to thank the mayor, and I thank you, Tommy. I know you're very busy, but you've been very helpful, as well as Georgianne. Whenever I have an issue that comes up with planning or other issues, you're just completely attentive. And thank you so much for that. It makes a big difference.
Yeah, thank you, Tommy. The phrase of last year when this whole thing started and hit the fan was, I think it was coined by Councilmember Arias. We're all burning the midnight oil. That was the theme last year. So we're getting there. But thank you for that update, the City Manager. All right, next up, we're going to go to consent calendar and unscheduled communications. I know that we modified the agenda. I modified 1W for introduction only and registered a recusal on the 1Z. Any other changes from my colleagues?
Council President, I do have one more announcement coming from the City Attorney's Office. Item 1S is in Sam is going to be postponed to March 18th.
All right. Duly noted for the benefit of the public and for the record. Before we take a motion, let me actually go out to the public on the consent items, unscheduled and closed session. Do we have anybody from the public, Brianna, wishing to speak on this, on these items?
Yes, we have Brandy.
Okay.
Brandy, you're unmute.
Hi. Okay, can you hear me?
You have the floor, Brandy. 3 minutes.
New speakers need to make sure they work. I want to express like gratitude for all those who were housed through, with the various projects with the motels. I know that people are very grateful, and having that many people that are safe is great. I know that people out there have been wanting this, and they've been wanting shelters. They want a safe space to go, and they really appreciate these spaces because they have their own space, and their own rooms, and because of that they can feel more secure, especially with people who have different PTSD and traumas. It is a good place to go. I want to mention though that along with that, and I definitely want this to succeed, and I know that we are working with humans, with people, and when it's a people project, there's a need to learn to respond and change and to things. I note that there was two-thirds people who were contacted, and I just want to voice that I'm very grateful for the work that has been done, for the hard work. But I also want to mention, because there's also often a constant idea that people don't want to get help or refuse, that I've contacted people who were living on the highways and weren't there when outreach workers were there, or there was other complications and confusion about information. And I know that the outreach is working hard on learning from those and working on ways to be able to improve and taking suggestions. Even people had valid concerns and valid things that were part of that, but even people like who may have was unsure about it because they weren't sure what the program was. They may have decided that yes, this is good and this is safe, but it was too late in their rooms. And but most people wanted them, and I kept hearing from people after the fact who lived there who weren't there when the outreach teams were there, and they definitely wanted those. So I wanted that noted, that people want help. I know that they're working on ways to make sure that more people who weren't there during those times are reached, but it's important to note that even people who came back, there are people that just weren't there when they had the opportunity to sign up. And I want to keep emphasizing that the importance of having those part of planning the process, because they may be aware of things that would be a huge benefit in making sure that things are even more successful. And I definitely want this to succeed in a way that helps everyone. I also want to voice concern because I was aware of that. I heard that there wasn't rooms in the shelter, and was just concerned about in going forward about the availability of rooms for those going on ramps, and ensuring that they would just voice that I've heard that recently I've heard that we are out of rooms. So just want to make sure. Thank you for you guys for looking into this, and for those who are working on improving and on helping people. That it be noted that there's definitely, from people I've heard, definitely people want to get in, and we have had the opportunity to help people who might have, even those who weren't able to get in the first time, to be able to get into the shelters. People are grateful and definitely wanting to go into the shelters there. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandy. Next up will be Miss Lisa Flores. Miss Lisa Flores, you will have 3 minutes.
Well, first off, I want to thank everybody for doing some fabulous work the last year on COVID and making sure that people get fed, that rents were paid, and people were sheltered. Jerry, hi. I'm calling your office. I'm looking forward to that phone call and that interview appointment for the Planning Commission, by the way. And I just basically want to thank you guys all for all the work you do. And I'm looking forward to coming back later in the agenda and speaking to the AB 617 allocation for the truck reroute study, and discussing that matter a little bit closer with you as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. Vice President Esparza, hands up.
Yes, are we concluding with public comment for now?
Yeah, concluding public comment and then bringing it back to the council.
Okay, well, I had a note on the consent agenda. At this time, usually myself and Councilmember Soria would be recusing ourselves on items 1H and 1O related to State Center. But I wanted to hand it over to the city attorney. He came up with did a lot of research and came up with an opinion on our votes on those types of issues. And I want to hand it over to him to give some clarification.
Sure. City attorney?
Yes, normally there might be a conflict when a council member is working for another organization. We located an exception that says that where the council member is working for another governmental entity and the action proposed does not uniquely affect that council member, then there is no conflict to declare.
Okay.
So Fresno City College employees do not need to declare a conflict unless it might be something that would affect your compensation there.
Thank you for entering that into the record. Councilmember Arias?
I just wanted to tell the mayor that I also have several District 3 residents that would like to be interviewed for the Planning Commission vacancy. As you know, District 3 has no representation on the Planning Commission, nor has it for decades now. So if you're looking for some names, let me know and I'll be happy to refer some names to you before you make a recommendation to the council.
Councilmember Carbasi?
Is there currently a policy requiring a planning commission to live in a particular district, or is it citywide? Because I think what's most important is to get the most qualified individual, because this is a very important commission and there are big decisions that have to be made. And it's a lot of work. Just clarifying for the record.
Yeah, you might have just invited a change in policy, Councilmember Carbasi.
Yeah, there are no requirements currently, but half of the commissioners currently live in your district, Councilmember.
Not half.
So half of the current.
You have one, I have one.
Three of the current 6 commissioners live in District 2. So
smart people live in District 2.
All right.
I'm teasing.
Thank you, guys. So with the modifications to the consent agenda and that clarification by the city attorney, I am changing the 1W for introduction and then recusing on 1Z. Do I have a motion for the? I'm sorry, Councilmember Soria.
Yeah, I wanted to pull a couple items actually. So item 1B, for that one, I wanted to see if city attorney did include the clarifying language that we discussed yesterday. That's the Measure P item.
Okay, 1B as in boy.
Do I need, yeah, 1B as in boy.
Okay. All right.
And then,
any other items?
Yes, I had a question in item 1E, so I'll pull it.
Okay, 1E.
And then on item 1K, I just want to make sure that I express my excitement about applying for the SAFER grant. I know that with the previous administration, we were kind of discouraged from pursuing it, but I'm excited that with this new administration, we are actually going to pursue it because the council actually directed that every time there was an opportunity to access these types of resources to really increase the staffing levels from our fire department, that we would do so. And so I'm excited about the fact that we're moving forward with the direction that council gave late last year.
So Councilwoman Soria, I have for the record, pulling items 1B as in boy and then 1E, and then you just wanted to register those comments for 1K, or did you want to pull 1K?
No, just register my comment on that one.
All right. All right. So seeing items 1B, 1E, and 1W pulled for discussion, we will now take a motion to approve the balance.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended after Gary's comments.
I just want to register a no vote on 1W.
Okay. Sure. Well, okay.
No.
Do it for the record, but we're not voting on that. Just so you know, Councilman Butterfield.
No, I know, but I want to be clear. I don't support 1W.
A symbolic. Got it. Understood. All right, Councilmember
Are
Arias.
we having a discussion about that today?
We are. Right after.
Okay. So is it pulled?
Wait. We're having a discussion, Council President, about that?
We are. It's going to be introduced and discussed, Councilmember Butterfield. It's So you'll have a chance to double
Is it
say
being
no.
pulled from consent, Council President, for discussion?
That's correct. Just for discussion, not an introduction, not a vote.
Wait, I'm confused. Is it being pulled from the consent for discussion?
Yes,
Oh,
Councilor
okay.
Redfeld, it's going to be pulled from consent for discussion, introduction, but not a vote.
Okay, I thought it was part of the consent. That's, okay.
We want to make sure the council member has an opportunity to express his concerns.
Right. You will have plenty of opportunity. Did I have a second for the motion to approve the remainder of the agenda?
Council President.
All right. Second, Councilmember Maxwell. City Clerk, roll call.
Councilmember Arias,
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld,
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Maxwell,
Aye.
Councilmember Soria,
Yes.
Council Vice President Esparza,
Aye.
and President Chavez.
Yes.
I don't know.
All right, we will now move on to contested consent, and we will take these alphabetically ordered. So item 1B, Councilwoman Soria, you pulled it?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure, city attorney, we discussed yesterday with our committee, some clarifying language. So I'm not sure if it's on the final document that is for public record, or do we need to read it into the record?
We can read that in. The concern is, when would the 30-year period for collection of the tax begin? The ordinance itself defines the operative date, which at this point, based upon where we are, will be July 1st of 2021. It's the beginning of the first quarter following 110 days after the council certifies the election, which you did at the last council meeting. If you wanted to, we can add additional language saying that the operative date is expected to begin July 1, 2021, to be clear.
I think just for clarification for the future, that would be great.
We
So
will add
I motion to add that to the record and to the
right.
resolution.
Second.
All right, motion made with an amendment by Councilwoman Soria, second by Councilmember Arias. Anybody else have any other questions? No? City Clerk, roll call?
Councilmember Arias,
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld,
No.
Councilmember Carbasi,
No.
Councilmember Maxwell,
Aye.
Councilmember Soria,
Yes.
Council Vice President Esparza,
Aye.
Council President Chavez.
Yes.
5-2.
All right, thank you. Next item will be item 1E, Councilwoman Soria.
Thank you. I don't have an issue with the item, but just a question about the lowest bidder. I know that in this case, we went obviously with the lowest bidder. One of the issues that I've been talking to with our city attorney and then just kind of staff, we haven't formalized anything. But given the fact that we are faced with the recession, a lot of local businesses being impacted because of the pandemic, I want to figure out how we can give preference to City of Fresno businesses. Like the second lowest bidder was a Fresno business, like headquartered here. And I think that as a policy matter, and I don't know if we can do that right now as council, when these bids or when these items come up without having like a straight policy stated. And I don't know how, the administration feels about it. I know that the difference is pretty minimal from the lowest bidder. So I just want to make sure that those dollars are being recycled here in Fresno. I know that the lowest bidder is Clovis, which is why the local preference issue wasn't at stake in this item, but I'd like to get some clarification maybe from our city attorney and then also our administration. As we move forward with more bids, how can we really, make sure that Fresno businesses benefit from these opportunities?
Council, first of all, if there's state or federal money funding the project, then we're not allowed to do local preference. The charter and the municipal code allow for a local preference, which essentially says that a local business is entitled to a 5% preference. In other words, if a local business is at $95 and an out of the area business bids $100, you can award the contract to the local business. up to a cap of what that difference is. Local is defined as, I think, 25 miles from downtown Fresno. So it's not purely city of Fresno, but that's the existing municipal code, and the charter allows up to 5% preference.
So in this instance, do we know, and have we checked? Because from the staff report, it seems like the issue was local preference was met because of the 25-mile. It didn't say that it was precluded because it was state or federal funding.
Council member, all 5 bidders were within the 25 miles of City Hall.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is I would like to see Fresno businesses, if the bid is not that far off, like within 5% of the lowest bid, to actually be prioritized, because these are, you know, our local taxpayer dollars. I understand, you know, Clovis is down the street, but man, I want our Fresno businesses to benefit and thrive because we are prioritizing them in our bids.
Council member, we would need to amend the municipal code to redefine what local means. We can look at
Right.
that.
Okay, so I think that we should, if the administration, you know, is supportive of that, but I do believe that, you know, Fresno businesses should be put first or have some type of preference over the, you know, other businesses outside of the city limits.
No, we agree. And this is the
So-
same discussion we're having for the PLA, recall, that we want to redefine that local as the city limit. So we'll work with the city attorney's office to review, you know, how we might need to modify the ordinance to reflect that. Doug, is that something we can work on with you?
Yes.
Council President, I wanted to add something too, and I'm 100% supportive of this, Councilmember Soria. If we can prioritize the city of Fresno businesses and even have a tiered system to where those businesses within the city of Fresno have the priority 1, and then those within Fresno County priority 2, something of that nature. But I totally agree that 25-mile rule has really allowed other folks to be in there that we may not want as the priority. So city of Fresno first, just like with our local hiring, it should be city of Fresno residents first.
Right. Okay, I just wanted to bring that up, so I'll go ahead and motion.
All right, Councilmember Soria. Councilmember Arias, your hand was up.
Yes, I'll second the motion, but I do have a question, more like a request to the administration. Overall, this project is part of a master plan of this 120 acres that includes the college campus, the city park funded by TCC. The college campus is also funded by TCC, but in that is that Westgate housing project, which the city provided millions of dollars of incentives and offsite improvements. And I am yet to see the developer move forward on meeting their benchmarks. This is a significant step that the city has taken to meet its benchmarks. The State Center has already broken ground meeting its benchmarks. We're already in the design phase in that park to begin, but I'm yet to see any real work or benchmarks being met by the developers of that area where we handed over millions of dollars of incentives and, you know, waivers of development fees. So I would just like a meeting with the city manager, mayor, and the developer to see whether or not, you know, they're on track or whether we have to revisit, you know, the level of incentives that we provided them, because the expectation was 2 years they would be building housing, and we're 2 years there, and there's no breaking ground taking place thus far. And to the credit of the city and State Center, we are all moving on our projects, including this one, which is a part of this project is a reimbursement to State Center for connecting the recycled water into this campus, which is a big portion of what the community was asking for us to move on our end. So I just want to make sure that everybody is moving on timelines that we all committed to moving on, so that people feel like there's actual progress taking place, and we didn't simply just, you know, award incentives and waivers and with no expectation of development taking place.
I think the timing is great, Councilmember Arias. The city attorney and I have been working through a few of the DAs that were developed for that project, and we're looking at just clarifying the scopes and the schedules and getting that back out to folks. So we'll add that to we'll add this one to the list of ones we need to just reconcile and make sure that they're committed to their original obligations.
Yeah, and city manager, I also want to be very thoughtful that, you know, oftentimes, you know, the planning department of the city gets blamed for, you know, not approving things in a timely fashion. So I want to be clear, if we're doing our part, which this action is a significant part of our part, the developer can come, a year from now and blame everything on a planner, and without ever having to, notify us up front of what their schedule is. So I want to make sure we don't get blamed, and your side doesn't get blamed, because I know you guys are moving quite a bit of stuff around that area.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, motion was made by Councilwoman Soria, second by Councilmember Arias. Roll call.
Council President, I see two hands on the attendees. One is a staff member and one may be the public.
I already went out to for public comment on consent agenda items, City Clerk, so I think we're good.
Okay. Councilmember Arias.
Hey.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Councilmember Karbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Maxwell.
Aye.
Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Council Vice President Esparza
Aye.
and President Chavez.
Yes.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you, City Manager. All right, next up is item 1W. Council, I wanted to bring this forward for, again, introduction and discussion, and allow my colleagues to weigh in, aside from what gets said in the media. I like to deal with the facts, and I just want to make sure that the council understands the background of how this came about. If you recall, about a month and a half, 2 months ago, the city of Fresno was deemed a national hotspot for COVID. At that time, I was approached by a number of grocery store workers. And as some of you know, I represent Southeast Fresno, the Kings Canyon corridor. I have close to 13 grocery stores along those lines. And, we were really going through a very difficult time for those workers. So they approached me about bringing something forward. I knew there was litigation associated with this from other jurisdictions. I work with our city attorney in tracking some of that litigation. And I just want, for the benefit of the public, to see what we know. So Doug, can you just provide a very brief overview of the lawsuit that occurred in Long Beach and the subsequent action by the judge?
Yes, in Long Beach, there was a challenge brought by a grocers association there to a similar ordinance. They were requesting an injunction to prevent the implementation of the ordinance. The judge issued a lengthy opinion, essentially saying that it was denying the injunction because the applicants were not likely to ultimately succeed on the merits. In other words, as far as the judge was concerned, the ordinance was legal.
Thank you, Doug. I just want to make sure that folks understand that this was just not done in a vacuum. There was a lot of research and work done on that end. But to the point of the merit of the ordinance, I think one of the biggest lessons I've taken from this pandemic is really seeing the disparities that we have in our community. A lot of these grocery workers live in my district, and either ride their bike to work or take the bus or walk there. And so I really got a chance to see just what this pandemic did to a lot of our employees, with a lot of them getting sick, a lot of them bringing that virus home, getting their family members sick, and obviously having lost some of our folks in our city. I think the count is up to 1,495 as of this morning. So we know what this virus has done. And if you can imagine, just from a grocery store worker's point of view, having not an option to Zoom into work or work remotely, or even being able to socially distance. These were grocery stores owned by companies, big companies, that did very well, and we want them to do well. I think the last figures I saw was close to $1 billion of additional profits for them, and I only bring that up not because I say it in a negative or a bad thing. I think we all want that, but we also know that the answer from their side will not be, well, we don't have money. They're not like our small businesses that were shut down because of the order. They actually had a monopoly and were able to stay open and provide that. And so you can imagine that from the standpoint of a grocery worker, where I think the biggest protective gear they had was a mask, oftentimes not a good quality mask, and having to touch and clean after thousands of people that go into a grocery store on a daily basis to purchase their necessities. And so I just wanted to paint that picture because I think, on my end, part of the goal here is to really recognize the work and the sacrifice that workers have been doing in our community during this pandemic. I think we all got very familiar with the word essential and exactly what that means for our neighborhoods. I have over 40 plus food processing plants and got a chance to go out there and do some tours and thank them because I think that, during this pandemic, that was something that was lost where this city, this county, and this region literally were feeding the state, then the country, and the world. And so I wanted to make sure that we brought that to the forefront and paint that picture for employees. And again, I said this the other day, I'm an unapologetic capitalist, but I'm also not a crony capitalist. I want to make sure that if we're going to be pro-business, that we're pro-employee. And we know that those are not mutually exclusive. They go hand in hand. And to me, this is a step in that direction of recognizing that and really changing the narrative, because somewhere along the way, as a country, I think we became a lot more empathetic to corporations and needs and a lot more Darwinistic to employees. And we need to bring that balance back. When companies do well, we want that. We should celebrate it. Employees should also do well. I have been working with all the stakeholders for the benefit of the council and the public. Our Grocer Association folks, I'm sure you got all the letters and the calls. Also the UFCW folks that represent those grocery store workers. They have been at the table negotiating. And so I want to enter additional language. And Doug, I will be forwarding you some of that language where at the end of the day, it's about protecting essential workers, where we would either have a hazard pay or also a option to consider would be for these employees to provide health coverage for those workers and paid time off for when they do get sick. We know that happened quite a bit in these hotspots, and I wanted to make sure we enter that into the record and consider that. And so with that, I'd love to hear what my colleagues have to say on this. So with that, I see a couple of hands up. Councilmember Maxwell. Sorry, I caught you drinking water right in the middle.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. I really just want to commend you on bringing something like this forward. I'm sure you're getting a lot of pushback. Folks on the right probably saying you're going too far. Folks on the left probably saying you're not going far enough. But I know you. I know that you are pro-business. And we know that this is not affecting our small mom and pop shops, right? These are the large corporations that have turned a tremendous profit in the last fiscal year that have also received federal grant dollars during the COVID crisis. And we know that this is just the beginning of a further conversation, right? This is the anchoring point. You've shared with me some of the stories that, you've heard from grocery store workers in District 5. And, I just want to let you know, I'm hearing those same stories up here in District 4. This is a shared narrative throughout the city. These people that we call heroes with our words, but not with our actions. And at the end of the day, we have to remember that corporations are not people. People are people. And we cannot lose sight of that, especially during the deadliest global pandemic and recession of our lifetimes. And so I appreciate, your courage and your selflessness to bring something like this forward, Council President. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Soria.
I have a couple just questions. So, I was pleasantly surprised to see you bring this forward. I think that it is a good thing for the community and for those employees. The question, though, and I know that you mentioned that you went to visit a lot of the plants, the food plants in our community within the city limits, and wondering why they weren't included, and should we really include some of those folks? If you remember, Foster Farms, people got infected with COVID because they didn't have the choice or the ability to stay home. And so there were actually folks, and we knew it, it was all over the press. So I think that, I know that this is the start of a conversation, but I think that we should consider other kind of the bigger employers that are receiving bailouts. They are, and that's the reality. And we can all go and search them on, on the federal government's website on how much PPP money they received. And it includes many of these, agricultural plants and big employers that have fared very well during this pandemic, yet their workers didn't have the ability to stay home. Many of them got infected, and many of them didn't have the ability to stay home even with the infection because they didn't get paid time off. And so I think that we should consider, I would hope that you'd be open to adding other folks that, are also part of kind of the front line and part of this food ecosystem that had no choice but to continue working and continue to jeopardize and risk their life. And I think that that's why it's called hazard pay, right? Because they were working under hazardous conditions and still are to this day. I know that we're moving much more quickly in vaccinating now these sectors, which is a good thing, but they are also, heroes in our community. They kept our local economy for the necessary things open during this crisis. So I hope that you would be willing to include some of those other folks.
Yeah, great question, Councilmember Soria, and as I referenced earlier, and in all fairness, you know me, I want to be fair. There are businesses that are doing hazard pay already for employees, and there are businesses that have gone above and beyond in helping facilitate the testing, the paid time off. I think this is really designed for those that have not done anything on their part. And you're right. A lot of those employees are covered, and part of the reason for me visiting some of those plants was to see what was going on. And you come in the Southeast Fresno at 5:30 in the morning at our local bakeries, and you see the vans, full of the employees going to work. And so I had those conversations with them. And so that was really the intent. More than open to expanding that. I just want to make sure that we're being fair, because there are companies that are doing the right thing, and I want to make sure that we acknowledge that as well in the language.
Absolutely, I think it's important to even highlight those folks, because we want to say, hey, it didn't take an ordinance for them to do it because they do value their employee. A question I do have for Amazon. Obviously, Amazon was working, 24/7. Do we know if Amazon was one of those big employers that actually gave hazard pay to their workers?
I don't have that answer. I don't have that answer.
And I think maybe that's another another big employer in our community that made a ton of money. And we know most of these folks are making, $15 an hour. But $15 an hour still is barely, helping them survive. So I think that we should have that discussion too. I'm wanting to hear from my other colleagues what they think.
Sure. Vice President Esparza, and then Councilmember Carbasi right after.
Yeah, Council President. Well, I'm going to support this today just because it's the right thing to do. But we can't let perfect be the enemy of progress. Even though I think I am open to the discussion that Councilmember Soria just opened up. I have to admit that initially I was somewhat skeptical. I mean, we have seen this policy passed in other parts of the state with good intention, and we've seen some of the backlash there from the corporate grocery stores who have wanted to close stores in poorer communities. I don't think there's as much propensity here for that, because the wage you're proposing is about 25 to 40% less than we've seen in other cities. So I think there's less propensity for that to happen. But I wanted to ask if there, what kind of guardrails do we have against that potential kind of backlash?
Yeah, those are the conversations that we're having. And earlier, I referenced Vice President with regards to the negotiations going back and forth. We obviously don't want to do something that hurts, our local folks, and so those conversation topics are occurring for the stakeholders. But to your point, I think one of the most important things that I think will come out of this conversation is the fact that we are recognizing that these workers did go into, hazard situations, and how do we reconcile that with them? Is it additional hazard pay? Is it ensuring that if they get sick, they get paid time off? Is it with regards to what their health care coverage looks like too, right? We know that there are companies that depend on our local county, Department of Child and Family Services to provide health coverage for the employees. So we're essentially subsidizing a lot of these health plans. And I think that this is going to be the first step in changing that narrative. And so to answer your question, I'm trying to be pragmatic about this. And that's part of the ongoing conversation on how do we take care of those folks that, were in the middle of the pandemic and couldn't, work from home or remotely and capture that in what we're trying to do here.
Well, as you were talking, you reminded me of one of the previous bills you and Councilmember Carbasia brought forward, sort of relieving, I forget the exact language was, but I guess relieving these businesses of any liability. That'd be one way. I'd entertain an amendment to roll that provision back in this bill, as long as we're talking about that larger conversation. But otherwise, I'm open to supporting this bill today.
Yeah. Councilmember Carbasi?
Thank you, Mr. President. So I just want to thank you for actually bringing this conversation forward. I think I read somewhere that you said, I wish we did this earlier, and I agree. But it's never too late. Let's not forget that a lot of the businesses, the big retailers we're talking about, just as a whole body, they were allowed to stay open when so many small businesses like my own were required to stay closed, and they had a competitive advantage for a very long time. We did pass the Save Our Small Businesses Act, which injected over $5 million into our local economy to help a lot of the small businesses. And we did that not just because we wanted the businesses to survive. We knew that would trickle down and directly help the employees and the workers of the small businesses, because like the business owners, they live in our community as well. They spend money in this community and they are the most impacted. And let's not forget, small business is the #1 employer in this country. We also did pass the business, you and I, Council President, passed the Business is Essential to Local Economies Act. And we can have a little talk about the liability issue. It wasn't meant towards workers. That was a whole different issue. That was to help keep businesses open and to protect workers. But I also want to add that a lot of the grocers that currently do provide hazard pay, like Trader Joe's and Save Mart, do so because their workers are in a union. And that says something. But I also want to stay focused. I know there's a lot of other issues, a lot of other industries, but let's keep this focused on grocers because we're talking about an industry in general. When we start wanting to target people because they're profitable, I think that's pretty obtrusive. And I worry about that. I often hear, I get it, we want to target Amazon. Amazon does offer healthcare, and that is something that's important. And I hope the other employers offer healthcare. But let's just stay focused because we want to make sure we don't want to have a death by 1,000 cuts on this conversation. But I also want to add that we can lead by example in this city. Our officers and our firefighters can't go on Zoom. Our firefighters live in a facility. They have shifts where they are living with each other for 48 hours at a time, and that puts them at risk in a closed facility. Our officers are out there constantly. Yesterday, the mayor and I attended the funeral of Sergeant Paul Brown, and he's the second officer to die from COVID, and that's a line of duty death. And I think that we can lead by example, hopefully one day, and offer hazard pay to our employees. And that goes for our garbage truck drivers, because again, we have to continue to provide city services as well. So I hope we have that conversation soon. But the last thing that I also want to add is I think there's a way to do this and have this conversation without being too obtrusive. But I also want to remind the private sector, there's plenty of time before the next council meeting, plenty of time before we have the conversation finalized, where you can evaluate your profitability. You can evaluate your overall business practices and do the right thing and say, you know, we are going to value our employees by making sure they get COVID vaccines or doing something to show them that they are important to you because they're important to us as consumers. Thank you, Council President.
No, and I agree, Councilmember Carbasi. We don't want to be in the business of where, you know, we're monitoring a business's profitability. The only reason that came up during the conversation is because when the topic comes up of taking care of employees, the usual answer is, well, we don't have money to do it, or it's going to cost, you know, this effect over here. And we know that that's not the case because, you know, they've taken public money and you're right, they had essentially a monopoly of being open and providing these goods for the community at large, while others, small businesses, got shut down. And it's not, everybody that knows me knows I don't like to pit people against each other or do anything like that. But at some point we have to recognize the truth. And those are the facts. You know, these folks are doing well. We should celebrate that. But there also should be that recognition. And, you know, we look at, you know, business models. We can't continue to have, you know, public investment and private profit, you know, and sustaining these models because they're just not sustainable long term. I think one of the biggest takes I got from talking to grocery workers is there used to be a time when you would work 40 hours a week and you were able to provide for your family and you know, pay your mortgage and your car and have a little bit left over to, you know, take your kids out. I mean, that's not the case anymore. The current economy system is not working. And we have to recognize that. And I think it starts with the local folks really, you know, seeing that and then working to try to resolve that at some point. So we're in agreement on that. Vice President, you have your hand up?
That was from my previous.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. I'll lower it and then I will raise it again if I need to speak.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Bredefeld?
Yes. Well, first of all, let me say, I have great respect for my friend, the Council President, Luis Chavez, and we agree a lot, but we disagree very strongly on this one. I know the court has gave a pass, as the city attorney mentioned, but as we know, cases change, and what one court says, another court changes. To me, this is clearly arbitrary and discriminatory on a number of levels. I mean, you want to support grocery workers. I mean, I understand that. Of course, they're frontline workers, but why not many of the other frontline workers, nurses, doctors, bus drivers, police officers? We're choosing one group versus another. Why $3? Who came up with $3? Why not $15? Why not $30? Why not $300? Since we're dictating to the private sector and it doesn't cost us a dime, let's say it should be $300 an hour. Again, it's arbitrary, and it's not something that I think politicians, city government, local government, state government, or federal government ought to be dictating to the private sector what they ought to be paying their workers. The private sector ought to do that. The marketplace ought to do that. When you mandate that people have to pay their workers more money, whether it's $3 or $15 or $30, that cost gets passed down to the consumer. There's no way you can cover costs that you mandate or that you raise without passing it to the consumer. If you do it with grocery clerks, it means groceries are going to go up. The price of food is going to go up. It has to be made up somewhere. So, as we say, the road to a bad place is made up of good intentions. While these may be good intentions, there are many unintended consequences that hurts the consumer, and we know that. The LA Times reported just 4 days ago that Ralph's and Food 4 Less are closing in Long Beach, and they blamed the mandate of hazard pay that the Long Beach City Council did. And those two stores closed. There are impacts to doing these kinds of things. As essential workers, I have a very different perspective. I think all jobs and businesses are essential. I don't think one job is more essential than another. Ask the people who lost their jobs whether their jobs are essential. Ask the businesses that closed whether their businesses were essential. Ask the people who don't have any money to pay because they lost their jobs and they can't pay the rent, whether they felt their jobs were essential. This whole notion of essential, I think, brought forward by the state has been a complete tragedy for those who lost their jobs, lost their livelihoods, and lost their businesses. You know, if we really want to help businesses, let's stop closing their businesses. Let's stop fining them when they tried to stay open and survive. Because this city council and city hall closed businesses and fined them almost $80,000 as they tried to struggle and stay open. If we really want to help businesses, let's get off their back. Let's take our boot off their necks. And when we talk about arbitrary helping, you know, Home Depot and Lowe's has been open the whole time. They have essential workers. Why are we not doing something for the workers at Home Depot and Lowe's? Why are we not doing $3 an hour or $30 an hour? They're a profitable company. We lost 2 police officers, as Councilmember Carbasi mentioned. Why is this city hall not giving $3 or $30 to every police officer? We ought to be following our own lead. If we're going to mandate it for the private sector, we ought to be doing it for our people who have been out there. Yet we're worried about it. Why? Because there's a real cost to doing those kinds of things. And if we do that, we're going to have to look at cutting something else. But we don't mind when we're sitting here in our throne at City Hall mandating the private sector come up with it because they're all rich people and have profits. It's a slippery slope. It's one we shouldn't be going down. And then finally, we forget, all politicians do. They get very confused and forget that this is a constitutional republic. There's a constitution, and it's been violated through this pandemic 40,000 different ways. We've now dictated to people what they need to pay their employees. We've dictated which companies can stay open. We've picked winners and losers. We've shut down restaurants and hair salons and nail salons. We've told churches that they can't remain open. We have violated, not me, but many politicians have violated the Constitution and took an oath to defend the Constitution and have basically tore it up in many respects. Well-intentioned, but misguided and just more of the same. And we really should not be using our authority and the power that we have to be mandating to the private sector to do anything other than to get out of their way, reduce regulations, and not put these kinds of terrible mandates on the private sector. So when this comes back, I think you clearly understand I'm not going to support this.
No, I appreciate your comments, Councilor Butterfield, and you and I are friends. We agree on a number of things, but I think we just strongly disagree on this one. And I think you see, you know, my intent here is to obviously represent constituents that I have in my district. And I partially agree with some of the things you referenced with regards to, I'm not a huge fan of regulation. As I said earlier, I'm a free market capitalist, but we need to structure a system that works. And when you mentioned that, you know, we need to get out of the way, a lot of these corporations weren't too sad when they took money from the government, right? And so if we're going to have a policy to be consistent of government out of the way, we can't continue to have public investment and private profit. Because when companies do well, I mean, I'll give you an example, and people don't know this, but when, you know, a law was created that forced grocery stores to now sell plastic bags, they didn't cut down their prices on their supplies. You know, they kept additional money. And again, we should celebrate those successes. I want them to make more money. But when a company does well, to me, I think the employee should do well. And I think there's consensus on that. And, you know, I just want to make sure we're clear that we don't frame this in the context of a left or right issue, because quite frankly, some of the grocery store employees that approached me happen to be conservative. And so I think this is something just universal about recognizing and employees' hard work, and making sure that we try to address it in that way. And like I said earlier, there are a lot of companies, as I went through, that are doing the right thing and are providing paid leave. There are others, though, and I don't want to mention them specifically, that took a lot of government assistance money, taxpayer money, and were open and were extremely profitable, and are not doing the right thing. I think that, to me, is something that is not okay. But we agree to disagree sometimes, and I appreciate your comments, Councilmember Bradford.
Can I just add one
Sure.
thing? And I appreciate your comments too. They took government money because government shut them down. Government was not the solution to this problem. And you're right. I don't know that it's a left-right issue. I think, to me, it's a constitutional issue. But government has been a big part of the problem. They haven't been the savior to many people. Ask the people who have been shut down, put out of work, had their businesses closed, haven't been able to work, or churches, or people who've been restricted in their movements, or all of the disasters that we've seen in New York and other cities where decisions were made that hurt a lot of people and frankly killed people as well. So government isn't the solution. I know many people think it is, and certainly I know many politicians, and I'm not referring to you, Council President Chavez, but many politicians through this pandemic have become quite drunk with power and think they have all the solutions as they've collected their checks every 2 weeks, never missed a check, but have no problem sitting on their thrones and dictating to people how to live their lives.
No, appreciate your comments. Mayor, your hand's up.
Yeah, Council President, thank you. I've reserved my comments over the last week or two when I've been asked by the media to comment on this, mainly because I wanted to hear the thoughts of the council and to see what action was going to occur today. And I appreciate, Luis, you pulling the item for discussion only and then coming back and see what we can do as a city. I fully support the grocery workers. I fully support all of those employees, whether they're grocery store workers, folks that worked at Lowe's, Home Depot, Amazon, our police officers, our firefighters, all of the folks that have worked through this pandemic and exposed not only themselves but their families to the risk of having COVID. And but philosophically, as the mayor of the city, I just don't feel it is our role in government to mandate or dictate to certain businesses. I can tell you, in my former capacity as a police chief, I used to get so upset when there would be these state mandates and federal mandates placed on us in government that were unfunded. They were unfunded mandates that we had to implement, but they did not come with dollars. And so anytime that happens, whether it's, in that instance or us doing it to business, I think it can cross the line. And my biggest concern is that we do end up having businesses close in our community, which none of us want. And I know you're very pro-business, Council President, as well as the council. And I want to make sure that whatever we do doesn't become a pass-through, where food prices increase. And ultimately, the people that are struggling today to make ends meet as a result of the pandemic, or perhaps some other reason, that they end up having to pay more for their food. And we're not going to be in a position where we can continue to do food distribution as we have for forever. There's a lot of state laws and federal laws with minimum wage laws that are across the board, workers' comp laws, family medical leave, Fair Labor Standard Act that governs overtime. And I think those are best left for the state and federal governments to do. But I said that to say this, what I would be very, very supportive of, and I think other jurisdictions have done something similar, and I'm 100% supportive of profit sharing. I don't believe that companies should make millions of dollars off the back of hardworking people. And I do believe good companies engage in some form of profit sharing and bonuses. And I would support, like many jurisdictions, I think even in San Francisco, of passing some type of a resolution that strongly encourages these types of businesses, not just grocers, but all businesses, to share some of their profits, to, to have a bonus, to have an essential worker paid bonus. I don't see anything wrong with that as a city, but mandating it, I just believe philosophically it crosses a line for our role in government. And I also believe, and you're going to see an item coming before you today, a workshop actually, I also believe that our hardworking employees in Fresno should also receive some type of compensation. And in that case, we do have control over that. We can compensate our employees one time, the essential workers, the people who have been out there being exposed to COVID and have exposed their family to COVID. And unfortunately, as we see Paul Brown and we've had 2 police officers that have died from COVID, and so and other employees as well. So you're going to see an item that comes before you today in a workshop with a recommendation to use this upcoming rescue plan dollars, whatever those final dollars are, to use as one-time monies for our essential workers in the city of Fresno across the board, not just police and fire, but all of those employees, even those that have had to stay at home and utilize their own energy costs and their own office space in order to work through the pandemic. So I just wanted to give my thoughts, my feedback. At the end of the day, I don't know if I have a role in this decision or not because of the fact that it could be an emergency ordinance, but I just wanted to give my comments publicly. Thank you.
No, appreciate that, Mayor, and same as with my other colleagues. Like sometimes we agree on issues, sometimes we don't. And I don't think we disagree on the goal and the intent and making sure that we take care of employees. I think there's consensus on that. I think the only difference of opinion is the mechanism to achieve that. And so I appreciate that. Councilmember Arias?
Hey, Council President, thank you. I was intentionally waiting to hear some of the arguments from both my very, very, very good friend, Gary Butterfield. I know you only express your appreciation, your love for Councilmember President Chavez, but the rest of us also like you, Gary. We also want to feel that positive vibe from you. So for the record, me and Gary are actually really good friends and we get along very well, even though I always remind him of his double-edged sword argument. So with that, I want to call out a couple of things. One is, why are we even having this conversation? And the reason is 1,458 residents of our county have died from COVID. We're now reaching 100,000 confirmed cases in our county. And the vast majority of those who have died are communities of color and essential workers. Simply a statement of fact. One of the reasons why the grocery community and the industry has had record profits is because government mandated that they remain open and that the workers show up. They had no choice to shut down and to stay home. They've benefited from that mandate. And I'd like to point out, we're a year into this pandemic and not one corporate grocery store company has helped with the relief efforts in our county. Not one grocery store has said, buy our product at cost for your food lines, which, by the way, the food lines are lined up with essential grocery workers too. No, they sold us the food at a profit rate. Not one grocery store, even those that have their names on, arenas, has stepped up and say, we're going to go ahead and provide you our product for free. We have this product that's going to go bad in 2 weeks. We want to make sure it gets to you and to the folks that we know are hurting this community. We've had mom and pop businesses step up. We've had churches step up. We've had nonprofit organizations as frontline workers testing folks and now vaccinating folks, putting their lives at risk. Not one company in Fresno has stepped up to do any charitable or relief work. They've been quite busy engaging in the profit tiering during the pandemic. Arbitrary and discriminatory is my best friend, Gary Butterfield's argument on why we shouldn't do this. Because we're selecting one industry, certain companies from in this ordinance. Let me remind you that this city gave $70 million of taxpayer funds to Amazon, Gap, and Ulta. Is that arbitrary and discriminatory because we didn't give it to a brick and mortar company like Target or grocery outlet? Should we not have done that because we didn't make it available to all businesses? No, the council and the city and members of this body voted to select Amazon, Gap, and Ulta as e-retailers to benefit from $70 million of taxpayer subsidies versus the brick and mortar mom and pop shops of the city. We just finished the most recent bailout in keeping baseball in Fresno. Should we have not done that because we haven't bailed out high school sports? High school sports also attract fans. They also sell food. They also generate, profits and economic activity. Should we not consider soccer because we're picking soccer versus hockey versus, any other sporting venue? These are all choices that we on a daily basis have made to engage in this process. Another argument I heard is they're only going to pass the cost on to consumers. When we fund minimum wage jobs in distribution centers, we know that those same workers are on food stamps and on public benefits, passing on the cost to taxpayers, while their corporations make record profits, and by the way, pay no taxes thanks to the tax reform by the previous administration. We know that they're passing on the cost to the taxpayers when their employees don't make enough not to have to require food stamps and public benefits. And for those who are going to try and frame this as a pro-business, let me remind you, to Councilmember Carbasi's point, this city has already distributed $10 million to small business relief efforts. By the way, it's twice as much as the county of Fresno did. So if the chamber or anybody ever tries to frame this council as not being pro-business enough, let me leave that comparison, that fact there for them. What we have done as a council is we've also said, as we're helping you, we're going to hold you accountable to protecting residents. That's not being anti-business. That's simply good old-fashioned accountability. If my son wants a allowance, then he has to clean his room. That's not being anti-Diego. It's having some basic expectations for money that they're asking for. And if we shouldn't engage in this because government doesn't belong in the business of bailing out any industry, let me remind you that the government bailed out the banks in the housing bust. They bailed out the auto industry. Local government in our city has given millions away to corporations, to developers, and to small business in the form of relief. At the end of the day, if you accept a public dime and you accept the benefit from government mandates that require your workers to show up because we're keeping you open, then you should expect that government is going to require you to protect your workers and to help your employees so they're not in the food line funded by the taxpayers. It's that simple. I believe it is a fair conversation to talk about other industries. And, I would encourage the mayor and the administration, as we look at all these incentives coming forward, everybody wants some kind of, public support. Then we should consider adding language. You're going to hire local. You're going to pay your people well. If not, then we probably shouldn't be in that business of subsidizing private industry. But the fact is, we are. Cities, counties, states, and the federal government have been subsidizing and manipulating the private market since the day the country was established. It's how we regulate, how we build the economy, how we get ourselves out of depressions and recessions. It's how we reopen and rebuild. And as a final point, this afternoon, we'll be talking about our own bailout. As much as you may not like the Biden administration, we're all going to like the $165 million of their bailout money. So let's just be thoughtful about this conversation. I'm also very, I'm open to having the conversation with my, best friend, Gary Bredfield, about whether government should have any role in any kind of subsidy. I'm open to that conversation. I prefer consistency. If you want to get out of the business of providing any, government bailout, any subsidy, then let's do that. But let's not call one an incentive, another one a bailout, and act like, we're having a different conversation. If we have a problem with the person who's at the food line, because it's a government-sponsored food line, if we have a problem with the person who's receiving food stamps, then we should have a problem with a corporation that took 70 million of our dollars and is not paying any federal state taxes. With that, Council President, I'll turn over to you. And by the way, I am supportive of this ordinance in its current form, and I am open to adding additional industries. And I would, make a final point. Simply asking people to take care of their employees hasn't worked. We're in the middle of a pandemic, and none of them have stepped up to provide relief efforts to our city. Some of them have stepped up to do right by their employees, but most of those have already expired. We're still in the middle of a pandemic, and some of those companies already terminated their extra pay when they know that grocery stores are hotspots of spread. It's unfair that we should even be having that conversation, but we wouldn't be here if the corporate grocery stores had voluntarily done this. And I don't think simply asking them to voluntarily do it is going to convince them, because if it would have, they would have done it by now.
No, and you know what I'll do just to wrap up, and I said it earlier. I do want to acknowledge those companies that are taking care of their employees, that are providing paid sick leave and doing the right thing. And everybody that knows me knows I don't like to do divisive things. But what really dawned on me as a result of seeing all the sickness and the death that happened, particularly in these zip codes that I represent. I saw on average anywhere from 7 to 8 funerals a week during the height of this pandemic. And when you look at that, the folks that were getting hit hard, those are the constituents that I represent. And to me, everything we do here in this building is about people. And it's about trying to take care of people and not asking for handouts, but asking for their work to be recognized. And the last thing I'll say is, as you know, and everybody knows I'm a data, machine. I love numbers. So you look at, folks like myself, I've been very blessed with opportunities. I have, been able to achieve that. Folks that are making 150,000 and up during the pandemic had a very different experience than folks that are making the median income of the city of Fresno, which is $42,000. The folks that are in that 150 and up, their stocks went up, their savings went up. Their definition of shelter in place was watching Netflix at home, being able to socially distance. But those people that we represent, that are the majority of the city of Fresno residents that make the 42,000 and less, those are the folks that got laid off, that got furloughed, that weren't able to work from home, that weren't able to Zoom, that went into work oftentimes in very difficult situations. And the sole purpose of me having this discussion is to have the city recognize that and honor that. And again, the language that we're working on will reflect those people that have been doing the right thing. And there are some great examples of companies that have been doing the right thing, not just with testing, but with the vaccine, even recently, and taking care of their employees. They do great work, and we need to recognize that. But for those folks that, took government money, PPP loans, that had monopolies staying open, that did very well, there really, to me, is no reason for their employees to get sick and not have that ability to take care of their families. And that's, at the end of the day, the goal of bringing this conversation. We're going to have disagreements throughout the year. But I said this earlier when the mayor spoke. I think there's agreement and consensus on trying to take care of people. I think we're in the space now of just a different way of accomplishing it. And to me, that's okay with that. So with that, I'll conclude, and we're not taking a vote. I think you're going to see the language refined a little bit more. But I want to thank my colleagues, the mayor, but more importantly, I want to thank those grocery store workers that approached me about a month and a half, 2 months ago, to really work on this. I see you, I recognize you, and I appreciate it. All right, now we'll move on to item number 2, the scheduled hearings and matters, 10 a.m. I believe this is an item for CFD District Number 11 to Councilmember Maxwell's area. Councilmember Maxwell, I believe staff did the outreach to you, and it's in your district, so we will turn the floor over to you.
No comments at this time, Council President.
Do you want to make a motion to approve?
Yeah, I will go ahead and make the motion to approve.
All right, Councilmember Tyler Maxwell makes a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Arias. Roll call vote. Oh, I'm sorry. I think I need to go out to the public. Do we have anybody from the public that wishes to speak on this item?
See one hand, Lisa Flores.
Yep, Ms. Lisa Flores, you will have 3 minutes on this CFD item.
Okay, the only thing I want to say is when you read out the agenda item, for those of us without printed agendas, could you tell us what it is about? Because I'm listening, but I don't know what it's about. That's the only
absolutely.
thing. And I also wanted to say thank you, Mayor Dyer, from what you your statement about essential workers. It sounds like you want a Union City, which is a very good progressive thing to hear from you. Right on, dude. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. This is about and to Ms. Flores' point, this is for the benefit of the public that doesn't have this in front of them. This is a hearing to adopt resolution and ordinance to annex territory and levy a special tax regarding the City of Fresno Community Facilities District Number 11. It is in Council District Number 4, and it's east of Dakota and north of Armstrong Avenues. And with that, I had a motion from the representative of the area, Councilmember Maxwell, second by Councilmember Arias. Roll call.
Councilmember Arias.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Maxwell.
Aye.
Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Council Vice President Esparza.
Aye.
President Chavez.
Yes.
7-0.
All right, next up will be the 10:05 item, a hearing to adopt resolutions and ordinance to annex territory and levy a special tax regarding CFD number 11, annexation number 118, and I believe this is in Councilwoman Soria's district, West Gettysburg, North Bryan. Councilwoman Soria?
I make a motion to approve.
Second.
All right. Motion by Councilwoman Soria, second by Vice President Esparza. Do we have anybody from the public wishing to speak on this? I don't see anybody. So with that, roll call.
Councilmember Arias.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Maxwell.
Aye.
Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Vice President Esparza.
Aye.
President Chavez.
Yes.
7-0.
All right. Moving along here, we've got the 1010 item, a hearing to consider a plan amendment application, P20-03758, related to the environmental finding filed by the Planning and Development Department Director pertaining to 16.63 miles of bikeways within the city of Fresno. Who do we have from planning that's going to be speaking on this? I think it's Dave.
Yeah, this will be Drew Wilson and Sophia P. I apologize, Sophia. I didn't want to butcher your last name.
Sophia and Drew, can I ask for a favor? And can you guys explain this in layman's terms for us simple people?
Absolutely.
Bike trails.
Bike trails. I have a brief presentation. I could give that, or I could just answer questions. What would you guys prefer?
I think a presentation for the public.
I'd like that.
Okay.
So we need to get him to share screen. There you go.
Yep.
Great, thank you.
Did everybody see?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Good morning, Council President Chavez, fellow council members. My name is Drew Wilson, City of Fresno in the Planning Development Department. I'm speaking to you today about the plan amendment to 4 plans, all covering the same changes. This is to reclassify 16.6 miles of bikeways in order to qualify for grant funds that will allow us for the bikeways to be installed. Those include the Active Transportation Plan, Downtown Neighborhoods Community Plan, Fulton Corridor Specific Plan, and the Tower District Specific Plan. So my presentation is just going to include a background on bicycle facilities and followed by where the proposed changes are to all the plans, and lastly, a recommendation. I'm going to review the different bicycle facilities that make up the bicycle network for the city of Fresno. So this slide showcases all of the facilities we were going to be reviewing today. You can see that it's based off the level of separation from vehicle traffic, least separated being a class 3, most separation being a class 1. I'm going to go into more detail of each one now. So a bike 3 or class 3 bike route, that's designated for bicyclists. This is a shared travel lanes with automobiles. This fills in the gaps for the network where other bike lanes or paths may not be feasible or appropriately. This is commonly found on local streets. Next is a class 2 bike lanes. This is a designated lane for bicyclists separated from automobiles. This can have a single line or a few feet of buffered space. These are commonly found on arterials and collectors. Next is the class 4 separated bikeways. This is also called the cycle track or protected lane. This is what a majority of the reclassifications are going to. So this is a fully protected, dedicated space for bicyclists in the roadways. This is separated from both automobiles and pedestrians. These are also commonly found on arterials and collectors. Lastly, we have a class 1 bike path. These are completely separated bike pathways for bicyclists and pedestrians. These paths have minimal interactions with automobiles. They only occur at required street crossings. So those are the classifications. Presented with you guys in the staff report, I'm going to review the proposed updates to the plans. Proposed updates to the plans and give a brief review of some of the exhibits. So these tables, along with the maps that will follow, were all provided with the staff report. So this identifies all the exhibits of the 4 plans for the proposed changes and the proposed change bicycle classifications. All the changes are intended to provide a safe bicycle network for bicyclists throughout the city of Fresno. As you can see, there's 16.6 total miles for 13 different classification changes. And then I'll briefly go through all of the exhibits that are being changed. So we have several exhibits in the Active Transportation Plan, with Palm being the longest. This is the first map of several from the Active Transportation Plan. Additionally, there's one on Maple and Gettysburg. This is also from the Active Transportation Plan. And then the last map in the Active Transportation Plan shows a majority of the proposed changes, several of which occur in and around downtown and Tower District.
Drew.
So in order to maintain consistency, the exhibits for the Downtown Neighborhoods Community Plan, which are shown here, are also being proposed to change to map the Active Transportation Plan.
Drew?
Yep.
We have a question.
I know you mentioned all the downtown changes, and probably for the rest of the council, they're not familiar with all these blocks. They're probably most familiar with what happens in front of this building. I know you're proposing bike lanes in front of the building where we're sitting at. Would that take away the parking in front of the building?
No, so if I'm going to breeze through and go to this last exhibit here, which showcases the Boulevard and Protected Bike Lane. So this is an exhibit that's being proposed for the Downtown Neighborhoods Community Plan, which this is a street section. So as you can see here, there still is parking provided on this section. So the street alignment will allow for there to be parking, and it'll be buffered by a median or potentially the parking and travel lanes.
Okay, thank you.
Sure, I also have a question because I read through your staff report and I didn't see that the BPAC was included. Did they review this?
They did. So if I can go to that slide if you want. So we have the update of the Tower District Specific Plan. The BPAC reviewed it on October 28th of 2020. And the last 2 slides I have, so we did an environmental assessment. It's consistent. There was an addendum to the mitigating negative declaration for the Active Transportation Plan. and addendums to the 2 EIRs for the downtown plans in the Tower District. The committees, all of them voted in approval. So we have all the district committees that are currently active, the Lowell Project Review Committee, the Tower District Review Committee, and the BPAC Committee all approved it.
Drew, is there
In
any
October and December.
Drew, is there any concerns from BPAC that they raised that have not been addressed?
We have heard one concern for the language we're using to identify the bike, so bike lanes versus bike paths, and their concern. I would prefer, if possible, for Jill to speak. She knows more about that issue than I do, as she is the liaison for the BPAC.
What's the difference between a bike lane and a bike path? Is this semantics or is it?
I believe, yeah, 100%. I believe their concern is the potential for the legal interpretation of bicycles and if they're going to be required to go in the bike lane versus if they can intermix in the vehicle traffic lane.
Somebody mute themselves. Thank you.
And I believe Jill is online if she wants to go ahead and unmute herself.
So Jill, have you guys resolved that question, bike lane versus bike path?
There is, in the California Vehicle Code, there is some language about when a bicyclist has to use a bike lane versus when they can't or don't need to use the bike lane if it's present on the road. Class 4s are a fairly new classification in the bike realm, and so that just hasn't caught up with it yet. So really it's just, do we want to say it's a protected bike lane or a protected bike facility?
Well, Doug, as a biker, I think you and I are probably the bikers. I think Luis gets on his bike every 5 years. Am I reading too much into this? I mean, if there's a protected bike lane in class 4 like we have on our street, why wouldn't bikers use that versus be on the street, practically speaking?
Well, yes, under state law, and I'm talking about law, not policy here. Cyclists are generally required to use a bike lane if there is one there, unless there's a reason not to. There's debris in the lane, it's blocked, making a right or left turn, that sort of thing.
All right. So there's nothing here that we really have to debate further. There really isn't a legal concern.
Miguel, just clarify, it's my understanding a bike path is a path that's separated from the roadway. So it's not adjacent to it. A bike lane is that paved area that is adjacent to the street. So it's part of that actual street. And that's my understanding, difference between a bike path, bike lane.
So is a concern that a cyclist who's not using the bike lane would get ticketed by police if they're not in that lane when it's available?
I don't have that answer.
Council, California law allows cyclists to ride on all roadways except certain freeways that are labeled as no bicycles. If there is a bike lane adjacent to a auto lane, you're supposed to stay in the bike lane. If there's a road with a bike path off to the side, you're not required to use the bike path.
Got it. Okay, so whenever I ride on Kearney, there's a bike path, but sometimes I prefer the roadway versus a bike path because of the debris from ag operations. I'm not doing anything illegal that Jerry's going to give me a ticket for.
You'll be fine.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Drew, I got a question with regards to the protected lanes, and as you know, I don't live too far from City Hall, and I get a chance to see them, and I've seen a lot more cyclists go and utilize that. Do we have what the price difference is between having those installed and the regular bike lanes? Maybe that's a Scott Mosier question, huh?
Yeah, I would defer to Scott Mosier or Jill Gormley on that question.
Okay. No, you don't have to provide that, but just for the administration, if we could maybe get a cost estimate on what that would be, and I don't know how it's quantified, but I think that would be helpful. And about 3-4 years ago, we installed bike lanes going all the way from Butler and Hazelwood, connecting to downtown, all the way to Fresno Pacific University along Butler. and that's actually been very helpful for not just the students, but a lot of the faculty that live in the neighborhood area. Thank you.
Yeah,
Drew.
we can prepare a unit price breakdown for the different types of travel bike options.
Thank you, City Manager.
I have another question, maybe for the administration, because I know that in the past we've had this conversation about bike sharing, given the fact that we are expending a lot of resources and making investments to add bike lanes, protected bike lanes or bike paths, whatever we want to call it. Are we going to be thinking about implementing a bike share program? Something to, I guess, put on your to-do list or consideration?
Yeah, Jill, I'll let you answer, but I can tell you since I've been here, I've seen a few proposals floated by that are talking about either scooter sharing or bike sharing. So those proposals are coming through, and we'll find a process to kind of vet them and see how they fit into this transportation plan, this bike plan we're putting together. But they're coming through for sure.
It'd be important, Tommy, to go back and look at the City of Fresno's former bike sharing program called the Yellow Bike Program and the impact of that.
Yeah, I remember that, Mayor. It lasted for about 6 months, and then the yellow bikes turned different colors and disappeared.
Well, I think we could, take the lessons learned from that and bring a program that actually works.
So let's be cautious here, Mayor, because in my district, I have a lot of informal bike shops with piles and piles of bike parts and mostly encampments. And once you set those things on fire, they burn for a while. So let's put quite a bit of thought, because maybe we can start by the city picking up its trash cans that are laying around across the city.
All right, Councilwoman Soria, did you have more questions?
No, that was it for me.
Anybody else from the council have any questions for Drew?
My last question, Drew, is in your assessment, are we adding any additional miles of bike lanes to the city with this action today? I think you're on mute, my friend there.
Sorry. So this is a reclassification. Jill would know exactly the number of bike lanes we have, but this is a reclassification of existing bike facilities to the plans.
Got it. So it's not adding any additional miles to the city.
Actually, it is. So we did include the Blackstone Smart Mobility Plan in this update. So those lanes were not previously included in the mileage that we were expecting. And we did put the facility from Tulare to Fresno on our street. We did stripe that as a Class 2 recently, and that was not shown on the maps before. So we did add a few miles of facilities.
Thank you. And then my last question, maybe this is for the mayor or Tommy, Councilmember Chavez, is pedestrian deaths is probably, we're one of the top tier in the country of folks who ride bikes and, are killed by vehicles. Is there any plans to do something different there? Because I know in the past we've done, everything from giving, folks helmets as they ride their bikes to ticketing the cyclists, but I haven't seen a whole lot of enforcement around, cars that are not honoring bike lanes. Are we planning to do any enforcement or any kind of strategy to reduce our, I think we're probably top 3 in the country for cyclist deaths. And any plans there? And I don't need a immediate answer, but maybe this is something that you all can discuss in the budget development process. I know we're short-staffed on policing, and there's some, violent crime increases, but I want to at some point get off the list of that we're in when it comes to cyclist deaths.
No, that'd be great. Yeah, let me work with the police chief and Scott, and we can go ahead and look through that data and then identify where we are on those numbers, and then we can prepare a kind of a mitigation strategy or some ideas that we can bring back to council.
And many cities have adopted a Vision Zero policy. Cities like San Jose, I think Sacramento more recently. So there are strategies that other big cities have adopted that have helped to decrease the fatality numbers. So I think that we should take from those communities, the good things of that policy and have a Fresno's own Vision Zero, because we should have the goal of having 0 fatalities on an annual basis.
Yeah, the
Also
weather
add
is
that,
great. We want people
EPAC
outside.
has consistently proposed adding a position to city staff for, I forget the exact title, transit coordinator or something along those lines that would, I think be part of the Vision Zero and oversee and try to reduce and alleviate these bicycle and pedestrian deaths that we're seeing. They've been calling for this for years. That might even be something worth a presentation at one of our council meetings to learn a little bit more about that. I know that it's something they're very passionate about and done a lot of research into, and probably worthy of a conversation down the road.
We'll start to put that together. Thank you.
Great. Any more questions for Drew from council?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right. Motion by Councilwoman Soria, seconded by Councilmember Arias. Let me take this out to the public. I have a speaker out here, Ms. Carla Martinez. Ms. Martinez, you will have 3 minutes. You can unmute yourself.
Hi, everyone. My name is Carla Martinez. I'm a policy advocate with Leadership Council. I'd like to start off by saying that we are generally supportive of improving our city's active transportation accessibility and facilitating alternative modes of transportation, as these are means to make our communities more resilient and to reach our climate goals. We're excited to see safer bike lanes being placed in areas that need it. But as you consider the plan amendment to approve 16 miles of bikeway within the city of Fresno, please be aware that the reclassification of bike trails should be driven and identified by the same people who will be using and benefit from these facilities, similarly to how Districts 3 and 1 held virtual community meetings for the proposed POM changes. However, we are unaware if that or to what extent community was engaged to some of these proposed changes. The communities of South Fresno need not only bike trails for recreation, but rely on bikes as a means of transportation to work and school. Though these bike lanes are placed in areas identified as severely disadvantaged communities per Cal Enviro screen, it's hard not to ignore that much of the general improvements in downtown have not been done for the betterment or access of existing community residents. The city has a pattern of practice of engaging the community in a planning process and sometime later making changes to that plan without proper or sometimes any meaningful notice or engagement. If we want to address and atone for historical injustices that have been largely felt by the Fresno's Black, Indigenous, people of color communities, we need to meaningfully engage residents, listen to and be responsive, and stop changing plans at whim of whoever has authority. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Seeing nobody else, motion was made by Councilwoman Soria, seconded by Councilmember Arias. Roll call.
Councilmember Arias,
Yes. Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld,
Yes.
Councilmember Karbasi,
Yes.
Councilmember Maxwell,
Aye.
Councilmember Soria,
Yes.
Council Vice President Esparza,
Aye.
President Chavez,
Yes.
7-0.
All right, thank you. Next up is the 1015 item. This is a District 5, a consideration of a plan amendment rezone application, number P20-00635, CUP permit. It's about 12, a little bit over 12 acres on the corner of Jensen and South Maple. And council, I just want to, kind of provide context for how this project came about. And walk the council a little bit through some of the work that has been done. This project came about, I don't want to say it was about 2 years ago, where the applicant, and as some of you know, Mr. Nick Jovino, our former planning director, is the one working on this project. I asked them to go, and at the time we were having the Southeast Pacific community meetings, they attended those meetings, got input from the neighborhood, from the residents. They subsequently had a community meeting at Calowa Elementary right before COVID hit, getting additional input from our folks and essentially designed this project with that in mind. And again, it's the corner of South Maple and Jensen. Brianna, can you put that vendor or LOI sheet that I provided to you on the screen so that the council can see the design of the project, the amenities, and the vendors that
This
will
one
be coming.
or the next one?
Let me see. Nope, it's the one that has the actual pharmacy and the design and all the vendors that are going to be coming on there. So while Brianna's looking at it, I just want to walk the council through what this project is. It's 150 units. It is a 4-story building that will provide housing for the neighborhood. It includes a daycare center, includes a chiropractor, a pharmacy, a drugstore of Rite Aid, a fuel station, which is the Arco with a food component inside. It also has a car wash, a Burger King, Chipotle, Jersey Mike, Senos, and then I believe it has a Panda Express as well as a bank that will be located there. So as you can tell, this is a pretty comprehensive, multi-functional project. It incorporated a lot of the Southeast specific plan work, but more importantly, I think what we're going to see here is a project for Calawa that has had a history of disinvestment and neglect. Really have this provided for the residents that live in the area. I do want to flag for the council, and I want to thank our folks over at Leadership. They coordinated a meeting with the residents. I had that a couple of days ago. There were 3 issues that they flagged for us. They were generally supportive of the project, but they had these concerns. One was obviously the traffic. So the design of the project has actually 2 entrances on there, 2 on Jensen and 2 on Maple to accommodate the traffic. The other one was the proximity of the multifamily housing unit. But as you can see, they incorporated a buffer space of 18 feet of landscaping, the carports, and then the parking area to really ensure that there's distance between the multifamily unit and the residents that live on the other side. And as a result of that meeting, the applicant agreed to plant a number of trees, cypress trees that will grow up to be, I believe, 60 feet in order to ensure the privacy of the residents in the back area. And the building will be oriented from east to west so as to provide minimal eyes on the back part of those folks' yards. But again, I believe we have a couple of folks that are going to speak. Miss Leanne Eager. Let me take that out to the public so we can bring it back and then have a discussion or answer questions. Miss Eager, you'll have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Council President. Excuse me. As Council President stated, this is a developer who came to us a couple years ago and had this wonderful idea of this mixed-use project. And for many of you, I think you know that a lot of folks promise that, but then don't actually follow through with it. This was one project that they really put their money where their mouth is. They went out to the community. They were very accommodating. They were very receptive to what the community wanted. They came to us and also a local real estate broker and said, here's what we want in that neighborhood because here's what the neighbors say that they want, which included a daycare center and restaurants and pharmacy. So this will really be advantageous to the entire community out there, but specifically this area. And I know originally they had talked about having selling alcohol there. And when the community came back and said, you know, that's not something that we're willing to support, they pulled back on that. So they have been a great partner in this process. And from a California Transportation Commissioner standpoint, at that gas station, they're also looking at putting an electric vehicle charging station, which is really important for us here in the Valley to look at greenhouse gas emissions and going forward what it is that we want to do for our community. So I'm calling in support of the project, and just to reiterate, they have been very accommodating and very receptive to the community.
Thank you, Leanne. With that, I will bring it back. Any questions from my colleagues? Oh, we have one more speaker, Mr. Brian Cadone. Mr. Brian, you will have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you, honorable council members. Despite the representation that the community supports this project, that's couldn't be further from the truth. In fact, the community in Kalawa feels that they have not been heard or allowed to participate in the planning. They are against another gas station and convenience store. The promise that has been made by the developer that there will be no alcohol on site from the sold by the convenience store is a hollow promise. There are no assurances, and no assurances can be made that that will not be another site for a liquor license. Currently, there are over 30 gas stations and convenience stores in that location. There are also over 16 liquor licenses already in that proximate area. 500 feet from the proposed gas station and convenience store, there already is a gas station and car wash and a small grocery store. So as far as, you know, the public being heard, I disagree with that. I attended both the neighborhood meeting and the planning commission, and everyone keeps saying that the neighborhood and the residents feel like they've been heard and are supportive of the project. That just simply is false. They're looking, you know, teachers are complaining about it, administrators in the area, local business owners and residents are not supportive of the project. They do agree that the project can be beneficial to the community, but not as currently proposed. So this notion that there's no pushback, that's not accurate. They feel like they've been excluded from the process and have legitimate concerns. The other point that needs to be considered, unless there's going to be some negative covenant preventing the sale of alcohol from that location, this project, it violates the Responsible Neighborhood Market Act. It doesn't fall within any of the exceptions. And that is a legitimate and great rule that this council passed last, I believe, October. So I think it was the Honorable Miguel Arias that pointed out to the fact that we already, or that the state guideline is one license per 2,500 residents. Fresno is at one alcohol license per 1,000 residents. And in some locations, I believe he stated that we have one license per 300 residents. So I don't see how this proposed project can be passed without addressing these concerns. I think if you look at the ordinances that were passed, including the Fair Neighborhood Market Act, and ask yourself, does this project comport with what we have been doing as a council? I think the answer to that has to be no.
Thank you, Mr. Cudden. And just for the benefit of the public, they did withdraw that liquor license, and anybody that applies, there is not a ban on liquor licenses. They have to obviously trade 2 for 1 ratio. We came up with that table, but I just want to make sure the public understands that law, the RNMA, and it does not apply because they are not seeking a liquor license. Just want to make sure that the public understands that. Ms. Carla Martinez, you will have 3 minutes.
Hi, council members. Carla Martinez again with Leadership Council. While as you consider the plan amendment and rezone to the property located on East Jensen and South Maple, we ask that this project be postponed until a proper outreach process with community-driven needs at the forefront is established and implemented. Many residents did not get a notice of the project, and those who did get a chance to meet with the applicant back in November of 2019 never heard back from the applicant again, even after he stated there would be more meetings or emails could be sent, which went unanswered. While some aspects of this project were generally supported, such as the daycare center, the retail space, and the medical offices, residents were opposed to the gas station proposed in this project. And it's not something that residents want or need, as they already have an influx of gas stations within their neighborhood, including a gas station right across the street from the proposed site. Residents would rather see a larger grocery store since there aren't any close by, or even a park for better connectivity. We ask that the applicant take a step back and have further discussion with community residents, and we ask that this project be postponed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Appreciate the input. And for the record, Ms. Martinez coordinated a meeting a couple of days ago with some of the residents that showed up and voiced those concerns I mentioned earlier with the traffic, the proximity to the back park, and then obviously the fuel station that they had concerns with. And along those lines, I did have conversations. If you look at the diagram, Brianna, do you have the picture of the diagram on there to let the council look at what that
The
layout
map,
look like?
correct? The map?
Yeah. As you can see, council, there's a building that will house a chiropractor building between the fuel station and the daycare on the other side of the parcel. So that was actually taken into account. The Rite Aid pharmacy is right across from that way in the middle, serving as the anchor of the project. And so I understand the concerns that Ms. Martinez brought up. They were addressed and subsequently, factored into the project. With that, Councilmember Carbasi, you have your hand up.
Thanks, Mr. President. Yeah, if you could please leave the picture up. I look at a project like this and I'm just so impressed and appreciative. I would love something like this in my district. You've got kind of that complete neighborhood concept where you have residential, you've got commercial in the area, and this is how we can create jobs, fix up our neighborhoods, and create more services for people. I do have a couple of concerns, not about the project, but just about some of the things that were said. Is Mr. Catone still on the line? By any chance, Council President?
No, he's not.
Okay.
But I think we do have Mr. Nick. Oh yeah, he is. He popped up and then popped out. What was your question, Councilmember Carbasi?
Well, I just wanted to clarify something because he sent an email and a letter. I don't know if you can see it on the camera right now, to my office. I think to all of us, I'm assuming. And he, just to clarify, represents, this is the letter. He represents a competitor. And I wanted to know if that competitor does have a gas station, does have a liquor store, and that liquor store has single sales of alcohol. That was one question I had, but if you can't answer that, we'll move on from there.
Brian is on if you want him to answer.
I can answer that, but I represent more than him, and he is also a resident of the area, and that has been a long-standing business. And the answer to your question is yes.
Okay, so he does have single sales of alcohol. Okay, I appreciate that. The reason why I say that is he's a resident. I understand that, but I want everything on the table because I take what's in here very seriously. So
Right.
I thank you for that.
And includes declarations from other residents with my
Right.
letter as well.
What concerns me is that the Responsible Neighborhood Market Act, which I did not vote for, is being quoted here to protect a business that does have single sales of alcohol. And that really concerns me. And it's being used to prevent a project that can really clean up a neighborhood. So what I'd like to know, and this is from, who's the project person, Council President?
Nick Giovino, the former planning director,
Oh,
I believe he's on the line.
Hi, Nick. How are you doing?
Muted.
Nick, could you unmute yourself? There you
Okay,
go.
can you hear me now?
We
Hey,
can
Nick.
hear you.
Good to see you or hear you. Nick, I understand that alcohol is not going to be offered on this site. I'm just curious, did the Responsible Neighborhood Market Act play any role in how this was developed? Because we always talk, now Southeast fortunately has a lot of great grocery stores, but we've talked about the importance of produce being in South Fresno. Did the Responsible Neighborhood Market Act play any role that you know of in the planning and adjustment of this great project?
Yes, it was considered, but I want to start off by saying the very first meeting we had with the neighborhood, it was very clear from the neighborhood that they had concerns with alcohol uses on the property.
Mhm.
And I think that's what we initially responded to. Of course, the act was approved during the intervening time, and some of the provisions in that act, and perhaps the applicant who's been marketing the project can speak to it, are going to have to be dealt with before any alcohol use can occur on the site. For example, with a pharmacy that wants to sell alcohol, obviously that act is going to have to be complied with. Other licenses are going to have to be retired in order for that to happen. So it was all taken into account and considered, but I want to emphasize, I think the applicant is just essentially responding to the neighborhood from that very first meeting and just saying at this time we're not going to propose alcohol. We don't need it. The project works without it.
Yeah, and this
that's
is
it.
Council President Chavez's district, and I'm very impressed with how this has been presented, and I fully support this project. I'm just trying to understand, in the world of unintended consequences, the consequence of the Responsible Neighborhood Market Act and how it really can impede economic development, cleaning up neighborhoods, and it's actually protecting people that have single sales of alcohol that poison our kids. So it's something that I'm not going to let go. I think it's really, really important when we pass things as a council, we really make sure what the consequences are going to be. It's great to have a press conference, but we also need to be very clear if it's really going to do what it's intended to do. And I just don't want to see legitimate projects prevented, or have a legal process that comes through preventing legitimate projects and job creation in a recession because a competitor wants to protect their monopoly that they have now that this council created. So I'm ready to support this project. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilmember Arias, your hand's been up.
Thank you, Council. First of all, I appreciate being called honorable. I think my mom would appreciate that label, unlike the labels that Councilmember Butterfield uses sometimes. But on this specific project, I was trying to look up on Google Maps, Councilmember, what is the existing development on that parcel that's being proposed? What exists there now?
It's an empty field that had homeless encampments and dumping grounds. That's what it's been like for 20 years. And honestly, it's been very difficult to market the site. When we went through the downturn, there were, I think, over 3 applicants. I was here during that as a staff member. But right now it's just a dirt field that, you know, homeless encampments pop up now and then, and people go and dump trash there.
And then what zoning changes are we proposing with this change? Are we increasing housing density? Are we removing residential zoning? Can you walk me through the zoning aspect of it?
Yeah, it's obviously high density. It's a 4-story building, 150 units that will serve approximately 400 residents there in the area. And I understand that it's actually decreasing what it was zoned at, which was light industrial, and it's taking it from I believe 5.9 to 2 point something. So it's actually reducing that. The only reason that they needed to keep the light industrial was for the car wash and the fuel station purpose. That was pretty much it. Everything else is commercial, housing, the daycare. As you can see from the diagram, they have the Rite Aid pharmacy as the hub for the area. And then really bring in those other amenities that, God, Calawa hasn't seen anything like that in a very long time.
And just my final comment, I know the Responsible Neighborhood Act ordinance has been referenced a couple of times, but just to remind the general public, that act was designed to reduce saturation of alcohol licenses in the most saturated neighborhoods over time by requiring applicants to buy additional licenses and retire them. And it wasn't designed to protect current businesses from competition. Although some people might try to make that argument that that's should be a consideration, that is not what the act was intended to do, nor is it something that we should proceed down the path of. And then lastly, I do want to be crystal clear to the applicant. If you do intend to seek an alcohol license in that area, please do not come forward with asking for an exemption from the Responsible Neighborhood Act, because as an individual council member, I will not be supportive of that. I know the pharmacy and the gas station, sometimes when folks come forward and say, we want to do a pharmacy, but it doesn't pencil out without alcohol. We want to do a gas station, but it doesn't pencil out without alcohol. I want to be very clear that the applicant is proposing that these things right now pencil out without alcohol. So if they change that tone in a year from now, 2 years from now, or 3 years from now, and I'm still around, I'm not going to be supportive of them, going back on their word on whether something pencils out or not. I think this project has a lot of positives, from the higher density housing that we need to some of the retail operations that are being proposed in that neighborhood. But I just want to be very clear on the record that you can't come back, you can't come on Monday and say we don't need it, and return on Wednesday and say we need it now. So from my perspective, I'm going to hold the line on that, and I'll be supportive of this item as proposed.
And I made that very clear to the applicants, because that conversation actually came up right before COVID hit. Councilmember, when they met over in Calawa Elementary, And that was one of actually the top concern that the residents had. So they took that out. But to your point, I agree. I think we're seeing a lot of that investment that they claim is dependent. Obviously, it's not, because this is an example of how that can actually pencil out. So with that, I'll make a motion to approve the project.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Kurbasi. Roll call, City Clerk.
Councilmember Arias,
Okay.
Councilmember Bredefeld,
Yes.
Councilmember Kurbasi,
Yes.
Councilmember Maxwell,
Aye.
Councilmember Soria,
Yes.
Council Vice President Esparza,
Aye.
and President Chavez.
Yes.
7-0.
Thank you. Next up will be General Administration. We have a workshop on displacement avoidance work related to the TCC grant, and that's being put on by the City Manager's Office. Who do we have from our team that's going to present, Tommy?
Yeah, so Courtney Espinoza is going to get us started off just on the scope requirement, that this was a condition of the TCC grant, and then she'll introduce it to our consultant that conducted the work required by the TCC grant. Courtney?
Good morning, Council. Hopefully you can see my presentation on the screen.
Yes.
My name is Courtney Espinoza, and I'm the Program Implementation Manager for Transform Fresno and the Transformative Climate Communities Grant. Thank you for giving us this time to share with you about the displacement avoidance plan work that Thrivance Group and Dr. Destiny Thomas was hired to do as it relates to Transform Fresno and the TCC grant. So to give you a little background about this topic, as a requirement for the TCC grant, the City of Fresno had to develop a displacement avoidance plan and look into potential policies to avoid displacement in the project area as it relates to investments being made within the downtown, Chinatown, and Southwest Fresno communities, along with the 24 Transform Fresno projects. We were able to utilize technical assistance funding from the Department of Conservation related to TCC for the production of a comprehensive report on displacement and recommendations for policies to help keep residents in their homes. Through an RFP process, we hired Thrivance Group with their founder, Dr. Destiny Thomas, leading the effort. The scope of work is to conduct a meta-analysis of quantitative and qualitative data to determine displacement vulnerability in the Transform Fresno project area and to develop regionally meaningful displacement avoidance strategies and policy tools that protect tenants and homeowners, increase housing affordability, and support neighborhoods. This contract has a specific list of deliverables, including a social climate analysis, a vulnerability report, community workshop presentations, a city council presentation, policy proposal, and a final project report, to name a few. Unfortunately, they started the work right around the time that COVID hit, so they had to pivot on their community engagement strategies. Last week, Thrivance provided a high-level presentation at the Anti-Displacement Task Force community meeting regarding their work over the past year. We're currently waiting for the final draft of the final report and are setting up translation for the report to be in Hmong and Spanish to be released for public comment. The purpose of this workshop is to introduce their work to the council and lay some framework for this report. So with that, I will turn it over to Dr. Destiny Thomas for the presentation preview.
Dr. Thomas, before you start, I want to ask my council colleagues to just give me their attention for just a minute here. This presentation can be really boring. The mayor and I and the manager have gone through it. It's not a reflection of Dr. Thomas or the work, but it is very in-depth and complex conversation for us to have. Simply put, we know that whenever we revitalize a neighborhood, which we all want, it means a result in gentrification of the residents who've been living here. And the whole goal of the TCC not only has been to revitalize neighborhoods, but to avoid the displacement of residents, or as we know it, the gentrification. So what I'm going to ask Dr. Thomas is I'm going to ask her, I'm going to put her on the spot, because I think besides her professional credentials and I think her personal profile and her history is a really good example of why it is that we need to do this work right and why we really need to understand it from the granular level to the policy level. So Dr. Thomas, I'm going to put you on the spot and ask you to share the same story that you shared about yourself with the council, that you shared with the mayor and I and city manager, because you are the perfect example of what we didn't do well in Fresno for decades when it comes to revitalization of neighborhoods without forcing people out of their neighborhoods in order to afford to live in the places that we have intentionally reinvested in. So if you would, Dr. Thomas, please tell us, put a face to the story and to this very complex presentation.
Well, thank you, Councilmember Arias. I've never been called boring before, so I will be following after this for pointers on how to not be boring. But I'm honored to be here. The reason I'm honored to be here is because, yes, I am a former resident of Fresno, California. I am actually born and raised in Oakland, California, though, so go Raiders. But definitely, I always tell people, born and raised in Oakland, really found a sense of community actually in Nashville, but became an adult overnight in Fresno. And while being in Fresno, was a transportation planner for Caltrans. What I didn't share with you, council member, the other day is that the broader sense of Fresno was very warm and welcoming to me. I experienced intimate partner violence there and was really saved by a number of organizations and agencies there in Fresno. However, even with a PhD and even with, what some folks will consider a good job, I was unable to maintain stable housing while living in Fresno. The quality of life destinations were way too far from each other. It was really hard to access healthcare at that time for me. And even the direct and social services that were supporting me, I didn't have access to meaningful transportation to get to it. And as those investments started to come to the neighborhood I lived in, I had an address on Fruit. The rent went up. There was no rent control in my area. And I think even the version, because I thought I had rent control, but found out later that I didn't. But from year to year, my lease would go up hundreds of dollars per month. And so it became difficult for me to plan. And certainly it even became difficult for the agencies that were helping me, trying to stay stable, to continue to help me. So I was pushed out of Fresno, and I don't know why no one talked me out of this, but went back to Oakland. And within the year was also priced out of Oakland, experienced the exact same dynamic. And I lived in my car in Los Angeles for 8 months while studying the connection between trauma and the built environment. So this work is very personal to me. Many of our staff have also been former residents of Fresno, and have their own stories about how and why they left. But what drew us to this work were the stories that make us love and want to protect Fresno. So that's who we have centered in this research and in our report.
Thank you.
Don't ever call me boring again. Presentation. I'm so surprised by that. Okay.
We'll see after the presentation.
You were not boring, for the record, Dr. Thomas.
I'm never letting you live that down. Okay.
My colleague is actually boring sometimes.
So this is the Here to Stay report. It is what we consider a blueprint for displacement avoidance in Fresno. But what it truly is a product of a years-long community-centered policy design process. Next slide. So what I'm going to share with you today is mostly the information that you're going to need in order to navigate the document that we're going to share with you, that we're going to send you. But before we get started, I know that it's important for folks to understand clearly what we mean when we say by displacement. I could tell by the last, the item before this one, that this is something that we could probably get on the same page about. So there were 4 different types of displacement that we took into consideration for our research. We definitely dealt with direct displacement, which is the kind of displacement that I experienced, right? The cost of living goes up And economically and culturally, that what it means is I can no longer live there. But we also dealt with investment-induced displacement, which usually comes through transportation-related development. Again, I prepared my slides before I knew what the other person was going to talk about, so just saying. And then there's indirect displacement, which is kind of what happens when residents get shuffled around within the same community, but their access to power and resources are impacted. And then the last thing, which may have come up earlier today also, is cultural displacement. So what happens when we improve a community, we transform it, we bring the elements that community has asked for, but our processes, our methods, our decision-making processes and priorities create cultural displacement because we have centered maybe a lot more of one type of voice than the others. And there's actually a sociological term that we use for that called a social death. So we looked at these 4 areas of displacement, next slide, to create or to start to ground ourselves in what we thought our approach to the work would be. Courtney has already given sort of a description of why we're doing this, but just to reiterate, yes, this work is funded by TCC, but there are also several policies, state and federal policies that mandate the type of recommendations that we are making and that don't currently exist in Fresno. So we are, aside from this, not in compliance with what the federal government is asking us to do in terms of community development. Next slide. So what we want you to do, I think a wise person told me to start this presentation by just telling you what we're here to do, right? So at the end of this, when you receive the document, we want you to commit to a phased approach to implementing all of the policies, right? So we're ambitious. And then we also think that some work needs to be done to determine how the work will be resourced, how the policies will be funded. And then lastly, which probably should be number 1, is that we really see this as the beginning of a citywide or community-wide discussion. So we're hoping to finalize the document. We've been working night and day to do that and get it out for public comment for 45 days. Next slide. So a little bit about how we got here. The Dignity Infused Community Engagement process is a proprietary method. It's a really fancy way of saying we don't just show up in communities to do the project that we were asked to do. We do root cause analysis. We want to understand the history, the legacy that predates us. And what we found as we had to pivot due to COVID-19 was that every time we would engage someone about this work, not every time, but most of the time, they didn't want to hear it. They were very upset about feeling ostracized, being skeptical about city planning processes. And they wanted to make sure we understood the legacy of hostile land use in the city of Fresno. So we actually went way further. We went farther back than the restrictive covenants and redlining, like the map you see here, but to really understand who's missing when we look at pictures like what we see on the right, what community had to leave so that we could have those highways. Next slide, please. So our method for getting those answers, again, we prefer to do a lot of in-person engagement, face-to-face, door-to-door. I'm a former community organizer. We couldn't do that. So what we had to do was adapt to a virtual format. We sent out probably more than 20,000 mailers. We did hand deliver 7,500 flyers, either our own staff or partners in the area on the ground. We've made 1,250 phone calls to invite people to discussions to talk about the work itself. We've had 200 combined hours of face-to-face engagement. We did a practice called transformative justice. So where residents did feel like they were in conflict with the city or the project for some reason or another, we took the time to understand what was going on, how we could support, and how to rebuild that trust between the residents and each other, actually. And then the second goal was to rebuild trust between residents and city employees and the project. We conducted 50 formal interviews to do our official research. And then the rest of the billable hours for research were archival research and looking at the existing data and doing case study analysis of other cities. Next slide. So in our report, when you get it, you'll see a section that goes over the background and justification. What has changed since we turned these slides in is that we've actually had someone on our end go into the report and edit the language to make sure it's accessible to residents all over Fresno. And so the titles and the subheadings here might change a little bit, but the context is the same. There are 3 themes that we'll cover in the background: the cycles of displacement that are occurring in Fresno, because there's more than one. And then we're actually going to talk in depth about the legacy of racial and cultural alienation. And then we'll talk about sustainability through strategic archiving, which this in and of itself is an act of strategic archiving. So we want to make a public record of the legacy of planning and also the legacy of racism in the city of Fresno. To dive deeper into that included, again, the legacy of hostile land use practices, but also the ways our planning efforts have deprioritized the quality of life in Southwest Fresno, especially. Maybe not intentionally, but maybe just because we didn't realize what the unintended impacts of our work would be. We'll talk about the ghettoization that's happened in Southwest Fresno through investment. That's a fancy way of saying we're using really outdated and antiquated design and material in these areas and asking residents to be excited about affordable housing that looks a lot like what residents used to get in the 70s and 80s. And then we talk about how that dehumanization has been sort of operationalized in the ways that we talk about our communities. We did encounter some challenges accessing data. So entire generations of data are missing. And that has created some distrust as well. Intra-community deficit dynamics, so folks fighting over limited resources, going against projects that we need because there's a greater need that they have, right? And not being able to fit everything that we need into one project because we need so much. And then lastly, we talk a little bit about the city of Fresno's failure to make an equity-centered business case. And I'm just now realizing that maybe council member thinks I'm boring because I'm bashing the city. So next slide. So then we did an assessment of current conditions, the social climate analysis that Courtney mentioned earlier. And the 3 themes that came out of that were, yes, of course, there's active displacement going on. We saw tons of moving vans. We saw way more furniture dumping than we're used to seeing. Our mailers, the return rate on them tripled by the end of the project. So people are moving out quickly and that movement is not being tracked. We
So
saw-
Dr. Thomas, if you can pause there just for the council's perspective. When I was at the school district with Councilmember Chavez on the board, our own data in the school district demonstrated that in South Fresno, 50% of the kids move multiple times in 1 year, all chasing the, first month free rent. And at some point they were giving away TVs for moving incentives, and then the rents would increase and they would have to move again. So the active displacement is real. It's also one of the many reasons why we have so much garbage in apartment complexes and bulk items that end up in alleys and in homeless encampments, because the displacement is much faster than there is in any other city. And just as a reminder, Fresno has had the highest rent increases in the last 4 years in the country. Last year alone, the rent increased by 11%. So there's a lot of variables, but the pervasive and active displacement is real, and it has a multiple effect on multiple institutions in our city.
Thank you for that. That's a really important point, because as residents I believe residents when they say, you haven't talked to all of us, I didn't know this was happening. And, I'm really sensitive when people say that, because what I experience as someone that does what I think is deep community engagement, people are moving so frequently. I can't reach you. I don't know how to get in touch with you. So that's a real issue. A lot of abandoned and vacant units in Fresno. We also saw what we will describe as a friendly environment for speculation. So all of the things us planners know about what creates development speculation are there. But we saw literal signage, right? So in addition to the exploitive, cash for homes and things like that, we saw public health campaigns that made the residents in those communities sound like monsters, trying to discourage them from going out and being with each other, right? So there are the overt signs and signals to speculation, and then there are the little things that maybe you don't realize, but as someone who's in the development space, you look for, and you know that there's an opportunity there to start negatively impacting the availability of housing stock. And then also we talk about, in terms of current conditions, the city's inability to meet the demand for access, not because of lack of resources, because I think we actually have the resources to meet the demand, but we don't have the social services infrastructure in place to connect people to the resources that they need. Next slide, please. Feel free to interrupt me, anybody, actually.
Dr. Thomas, I think my colleague has his hand up. Councilmember Carbasi, did you have a question for Dr. Thomas?
Dr. Thomas, I just wanted to add, you are not boring. There is a saying that if you don't check yourself, you're going to wreck yourself. So we welcome the criticism.
Thank you. A lot of checking going on in this document. So just remember that you said that. Okay, so what we did was we took all of our observations, our own struggles in accessing the city and what we saw when we were on the ground. We looked into the data that we did have access to, and we were able to create what we're calling now in the document risk focus groups. Maybe there's still areas, and really what it is the communities or the populations of people in Fresno who are experiencing the greatest amount of displacement burden. This is not going to match what you see on CalEnviro screen because it's not a qualitative analysis on CalEnviro screen. So next slide. The groups of people that we centered in our work are for real your neighbors. They're not hotspots on the CalEnviro screen map. So we're talking about the shop owners that you love and that you grew up with for the last 15, 20 years, depending on how old you are. We're talking about people with disabilities who literally can't get across the street because we haven't upgraded the facilities in their area yet. We're talking about people who are in limbo with their documentation, but are definitely the people who have kept us alive during COVID-19 as essential workers. We're talking about young adults who have made the sacrifice, financial sacrifice to get an education and who really want to stay in Fresno and can't contribute to its revival and renewal because they can't afford to stay there either. So next slide. These areas of deep impact, did we skip one? Well, let's go back to the one we were just on because it's more relevant. The one with the bundles on it. Yeah. So these areas of deep impact that we covered fit into these categories. And I'm going to walk you through them in a second. Go back one slide, please, to the quotes. But just to talk you through how we developed them. So we sifted through every comment that we received over the last year, and we created themes out of them. We found the common themes in the categories, and there were some folks that, we were saying something to the effect of, we feel like we're always the ones being targeted for displacement, or, we feel like we have to leave Fresno because that's the only way we become financially stable. There were several groups that felt like landlords were purposefully taking advantage of their disability, their vulnerability in one way or another. A lot of people felt like their cultural and family legacies were being erased through planning in Fresno. And then there were groups of people who felt like the bidding process, as well as the civic engagement process in Fresno, was leaving them out. So that's how we came up with the focus areas. Next slide.
Dr. Thomas, if I may just pause on those quotes, because those quotes represent real people, real history, and real experiences. And off the top of my head, I can give you multiple examples. Everything from, the Southeast Asian owners, operation that we eminent domain and turned later through a private developer, the fire headquarters. And the private developer made millions of dollars off the city. And the city eventually, paid double the price of what, we were demanding that the seller sell it for. Whenever we allow for huge housing developments to occur, but don't focus on owner occupied or, the self-help models where people can build it, own it, and for a reasonable price for the long term and build, assets. Everything from, how many times haven't we, council members, heard from local businesses that the risk department has set, insurance standards that nobody can meet locally. That in order for you to pick up garbage, clean a restroom, cut some grass, you have to have a bonding capacity that nobody can fulfill except for the big companies. So this is real. It happens every day. And it's just powerful to see it in the form of words. And I know that the new administration with the council has been focusing a lot on hire local, do business local, make sure we remove barriers, institutional barriers, historical barriers. So these conversations will come into fruition and as we go along throughout the year. But I do want to recognize it's real people that are impacted, real people that are disadvantaged by decisions we make in the building.
Thank you very much. Next slide. So I'll just breeze through these and then we're gonna dive deep into probably one. We only have time to dive deep into one. So community ownership, actually, yes. So we have the focus areas or the populations that we're focusing on. And then we pulled their priority needs, right? So we created a list of, okay, these are the populations that we're focusing on. What is it that they need? And so we then took all the comments, not just those populations comments, but all the comments that we received. And we were able to fit them into these 8 categories to narrow our focus in terms of the types of policy recommendations we would want to make. And so those are community ownership, accountability and transparency, socially responsible development practices, connectivity, alternatives to eviction, legal mechanisms and land use protections, direct services, and dignified housing with legacy considerations. Again, we've changed some of the titles a little bit to be more accessible and to make it through a translation. But for the most part, these are the themes. Next slide. And so, for example, in the accountability and transparency section of the package of proposals, we really focused on how the city interacts with and invites and regulates or doesn't transparency of development and how that impacts residents, right? And so some of the recommendations that you'll see come up in this section are things like displacement impact reports, penalties for developers who don't honor community benefit agreements. Sounds like something Miguel was hinting at earlier. Expanding notification mandates for developments, voluntarily including a displacement analysis in a CEQA process, making sure the public has open access to all of the land use, both archives and development plans that are coming, and then having a dedicated evaluation and technical assistance department in place, focusing specifically on this issue of displacement and homelessness. This isn't all the policy recommendations in that section, but those are some examples. Next slide. What's going on here? Okay, so yeah, next slide. This is the one, yeah. So I'll talk about something more in depth with you here. So the dignified housing and legacy considerations section is where we really found ourselves wanting to have the most impact, and where we thought that Fresno had the most opportunity, not just to heal the ongoing suffering that's happening in the city, but to really set the tone on a state level, and probably start to make that business case for the type of resources that we want to bring to Fresno to solve some of these social issues. So in that section, we talk about expanding conversion restrictions. We have this, what I think is really cool, a program that would incentivize an eviction mediation process. So instead of landlords opting directly into the eviction courts, there's an incentive for them to go through formal mediation with residents, and then it won't impact the residents' credit, and then they could still get housing even if it doesn't work out. We talk about protecting our anchor institutions beyond traditional designations for what anchor institutions are. We have an informed livability loophole, which allows some families or some people who live in housing that maybe went past the antiquated version of a zoning requirement, but it's certainly dignified housing for them, and is at the very least a stepping stone to something more stable. We offer design guidance in this document, but the one thing that got a lot of attention from the residents that we engaged was the idea of implementing a right to return policy. So having someone really sit down and do the analysis of who has been pushed out of Fresno and why, and then having the city of Fresno make an affirmative statement, calling those folks back and incentivizing and supporting their transition back to the city. So right to return programs exist in a couple of places in the United States. There's one in Portland, Oregon. I think the version of it that we're proposing is much stronger than the ones that exist in other places. I do see Councilmember Miguel coming off mute, and I see Councilmember Cabarsi with his hand up as well. So I'll pause.
I will default to my council colleague.
Okay.
That was from earlier. Sorry.
Okay.
I do want to point out a couple of things, and I think, at least myself and the administration are aligned around the accountability slide. We have been talking intimately about all these development agreements that, made commitments, and whether we're holding those development agreement, folks to what they promised in the benchmarks. Additionally, when the city gave $70 million in incentives to distribution centers, we were promised that they would hire local. And 3 years later, we have yet to see the data. We don't know what zip codes are being hired. We don't know how far people are traveling. So on the road of accountability, there's things that are real in our city now that we can do. On the right to return, I'll give you a very good example of how that has already had an impact locally. As the council knows, we purchased motels for transitional housing. We had to move out people that were there during the renovation process, but they were also the first ones to be able to move back and keep that as housing. And that's been very intentional by the city. We want to make sure that we simply didn't displace folks from the motel rooms to the streets. So there is ways to be able to ensure that the return to the right to return into housing is intentional by the city. So kudos to the city staff and the housing authority for how they've handled motels. I think that's a good model as we proceed down the path of a right to return.
Thank you, and I'm glad you mentioned that, because in the recommendations, we did recommend what we think is a permanent format of Project Room Key to be expanded in the city of Fresno. So very cool. Next slide. So we've got 9 categories. I'm just gonna wrap up on this one because this was a really popular one with residents. Community ownership, right? So implementing and funding opportunities for community to have ownership. And these are very high level descriptions here. In the document, we've talked literally about how to fund these things and maybe what type of taxes you need to implement in order to do it. But for the most part, community land trusts, city-run land banks. My favorite thing in the community ownership category is here it says CBO investments, but what it is actually in the document is a civic engagement clearinghouse where we pre-vet community-based organizations, queue them up to be vendors or contractors or consultants, and then allow projects on an as needed basis to tap into those CBOs and pay them for their work and their support in terms of civic engagement on the ground. So that's a great, the previous item that you all discussed is a great example of if we had a CBO clearinghouse, we would be able to pivot and just do the type of engagement that folks are asking us to do. And it wouldn't take a lot of paperwork and bureaucracy to do it. So we got a lot of great ideas that I'm really proud of in this document. I wish I had the 15 hours that it would take to go through it, but I don't. So next slide. So here's where we are. We want to go into a 45-day public comment period. While that public comment period is happening, of course, we want you to look at what we're recommending. We want you to reach out to us and ask us questions, and we want to, go back and incorporate your feedback as well. But we do think that it's important that while that public comment period is underway, somebody or somebodies are doing the work of identifying how we will resource what, if any, policies we adopt. And before I move on, I will say that going back to the funding requirement itself, we are required to implement 3 policies. So we have in our document recommended which of the 3 you should implement first, but you're welcome to choose any of the other dozens that we've offered. So at the very least, while we are in public comment period, someone needs to do the work of thinking about how you're going to fund at least 3 of them.
And council, if I may, Dr. Thomas, I do want to make it crystal clear for the council. The requirement to adopt at least 3 of these policies is a requirement when we accepted the $66.5 million from the state of California, and as part of our reinvestment strategy. So I am hopeful that Dr. Thomas will make herself available to the city to help us in the next stage of the process. I know that will probably require some resources that the council and the mayor will figure out in the budget process. But this 3 policy implementation is a requirement, and I'm hopeful that the mayor and council will figure out which ones are the low-hanging fruit or the most effective ones that we can execute with fidelity.
Yeah, and we won't let you get away with going with low-hanging fruit. So what we've done is we used the prioritization system that you told me was too boring to talk about here to make the final recommendation as to what those 3 should be. And we want to, of course, find some time and resources to sit with you and help you bring those to implementation. But after the public comment period, we're going to go back and finalize the document. So we're going to actually modify what we've proposed, and we're going to give it back to the public so that they have that as an official archive. And then, again, you can accept our prioritization, but even if you don't, someone should sit down and think about, okay, what we can do now versus what we could do later or what doesn't work. And then the last phase is to budget for what we do think we want to move forward with. And then for the most part, no matter which policies you select, it's going to require some administrative and technical research to figure out how to bring the concept to feasibility. And then the last thing is to implement it. What should be here is also evaluation after implementation. Next slide. Oh, that's it. We shortened it. So I want to thank you for giving us time to talk about this today. You will get a total of 46 recommendations from us in this document, as well as a long form description of how we arrived at these recommendations. And then at the very back of the document will be all of the tools that the community will need or that you will need in order to provide us with feedback. The Thrivance group is on hand to sort of help compile the comments and the feedback, organize them into categories and to report that back to you. But beyond that, where we honestly are is this public comment period is not enough to just put the document out and say you have 45 days. It is going to require on the ground people making sure residents know that this is an opportunity for them to weigh in, and that that aspect of the work has not been resourced. So the literal materials that it will take to do that type of engagement have not been made available. But we're happy to help should the city council be interested in moving forward in that way.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas. Appreciate the input. Council, I think that brings us to the conclusion. Let's break for lunch and come back at 1:30, and then we'll continue with the workshops that are left, which are items 3B and 3C.
Council President, if I may, just on concluding this item, for next steps from our end, we will be presenting this to the TCC Oversight Committee and have them also provide input on the recommendations that are identified by the consultant. And then we will also work with the administration to identify the resources to fund the work that's still outstanding that the consultant identified. So just know that those are the next steps for us. And it is my hope that we'll bring recommendations to you soon on which policies is being recommended by the city, the public, the TCC committee, and our office on which ones the city should consider.
Do we have an approximate timeline for that, Councilmember Arias, for the timeline?
I don't know. I'll have to work with Courtney and the city manager and Dr. Thomas. So I'll get you. I know we will make it a point to present this to the TCC committee at our upcoming meeting and get some feedback there on the recommendations.
Council member, I think it's going to be important that we stick to a timeline that will align with our budget, just because, first of all, I want to say thank you to Dr. Thomas for that presentation. It was pretty enlightening, and I think a lot of those things we already knew, but it's a matter of, again, holding the city accountable to really attaining equity in our community. And so it's going to take a lot of hard work and probably some uncomfortable conversations and some controversial investments to be able to, you know, get to where we want to be as a city.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Thomas. Appreciate you your presentation, and we will break for lunch. Council will be back at 1:30. Thank you.
Yes.
Let's get this show started. So we are now on workshop 3B, which is the workshop on American Rescue Plan and proposed allocation methodology. City manager, I think the mayor wanted to say a few words, and then he'll turn it over to his team.
Perfect.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. Before Georgianne presents on the workshop, I just wanted to give a little bit of a lead into this. And I think all of you are very, very familiar with the President Biden's American Rescue Plan. Much of that is still making its way through the Congress, although I did hear today that they voted on it and moved it into to the floor. And there have been a few amendments, but not very many. They're hoping to get a final vote on this March 14th. And as it stands today, that would mean funding to local jurisdictions. 2 months after that would be May 14th, as it stands today. You know, I've been very, very supportive of this locally and nationally, and did a number of television programs to show our support because I believe in it. I believe it's going to help us to offset our budget shortfalls here within our general fund. And Georgianne's going to go into that. But it also does some things for our local community that I think are vital in terms of rental assistance, utilities assistance, food, housing the homeless, small business grants, money set aside to reopen schools, as well as money for the cost of vaccine dissemination. So huge benefit for all of us, and gives us an opportunity to address our structural budget deficit that we have. I do want you all to know, though, before we start, that this is simply a framework. And the concrete is very, very wet. And we want to make sure that we're sitting down with each of the council members as we go forward from this. And we also know that a part of this is going to be discussed in our COVID committee. And part of it's going to be addressed in our budget subcommittee. But we want to have full council weigh in. But I do believe it does a number of things that we all can agree on. Number one, it will allow us to balance our budget, not only this coming fiscal year in FY22, but also 23. It will allow us to address many of our neighborhood needs, infrastructure needs within the council districts. The proposal is over a 3-year period, whether that's sidewalk repair, street paving, tree trimming, tree planting, litter removal, all of those things that are important to all of you and to me and to our constituents. It allows us to address what I think to be our foundational issue in government, and that's providing safety to our community safety over a 3-year period. And then lastly, as I shared a little bit this morning, it gives us an opportunity to reward our employees in the city of Fresno, all of them, or at least offset their cost for what they've gone through this last year through the pandemic, and again, rewarding our essential workers. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Georgianne, and then we'll open up to any discussions.
Council President, I know this is a workshop, but can we make an acceptance? And I know we typically don't take public input on workshops, but this is a pretty significant deal. Can we agree to accept public input on this matter after they're done with the presentation?
How many speakers do we have? I mean, I think, you know, Councilmember Arias, I think the purpose of this was to have the council really weigh in. I plan on having some council meeting budget discussions in my district. If you recall, about 2 years ago, we formed our district-specific advisory budget committees. So I like to keep the conversation here with the council and us, and kind of that be the first tier. Not that I'm opposed to public comment, but I think at that point we'll be here in a couple of weeks when we have a little bit more direction that this council can give. And get a little bit more input on that.
Mr. President?
Yes, Councilmember Karbasi.
Thank you. I just want to echo that. This is going to be the first of many conversations. I think it's important right now to keep it at the policymaker level. But I do plan on having conversations with folks in my district as well. And on another note, I just want to thank the mayor for your support in coming out for the American Rescue Plan. It's a nonpartisan issue, really, when it comes to this. I'm very fiscally responsible. I try to be. But the fact is that people feel government most at the local level, and we want to keep our core services like public safety, water delivery, garbage collection, clean parks, and all those things. So we're a lot financially better off than some cities, but we're still going to have a deficit. We've got to fill that. And this investment's going to go a really long way also to help us recover our economy. So thank you for your leadership and support on this matter.
Thank you, Mike.
Yeah, Councilwoman Soria?
Thank you, Council President. I also kind of agree with Councilmember Arias. I don't think that there's too many people online. There's 37 attendees, so I can't imagine all of them chiming in. So if we can provide them, if it's a 1 minute, I would like to use this opportunity for people to also chime in. I know it's one of the many conversations, but why not provide an opportunity? I think this is a really important issue. It's a lot of money, and I think it's good to hear from the folks that would be impacted, if this is in the right direction.
Let me see how many folks we
Currently, we only have one, and that's.
Oh, now it's one, yeah.
Okay.
Why don't we just have them do it now?
Here's what I'll do. I'll allocate 20 minutes of public comment to have some of those folks chime in and limit it that. But I really did want the council to weigh in. And you guys know that I take my role very seriously. I love having input from residents. I'm not opposed to that, but I think at this point, my preference for myself is I want to give some direction and want my colleagues to give some direction. And this is the conversation I had with the administration. I think that's the best way to describe it, where it's a framework. And not to say we're reinventing the wheel, because quite honestly, the subcommittee and the council as a whole outlined a plan last year with the $90+ million that we received in a very transparent manner, and we were using the same method that we used last time. But I'm not opposed to having folks chime in, but they're going to have plenty of opportunity to chime in a little bit later. But I really do want to hear from my colleagues more than anything right now at this point. So with that, Georgianne, you're on mute.
Okay. Can everybody see the PowerPoint on the screen? Yeah. Okay. All right. American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. So currently subject to congressional deliberations. It actually just moved on to the Senate floor, I think about an hour ago. It total $1.9 trillion emergency relief measure to provide, continued funds for COVID relief, amongst other things, to help the economy, public health, state and local governments, individuals and businesses. So they are pushing this through the budget reconciliation process, which requires just a simple majority in both chambers. The House voted, I believe, late in the night of February 26th, which was Friday night, to go ahead and push this on to the Senate. And at that time, there was the $15 minimum wage increase was in the bill, but the Senate parliamentarian ruled that it would violate the chamber rules. So that was stripped out, as well as I understand the funding for BART. You all, the rhetoric has been describing it as the Pelosi Silicon Valley Tunnel. I'm not quite sure what they're calling it, but that has been pulled out per the Senate parliamentarian ruling. So the White House and the Senate and Congress have stated that they want this thing completely passed by March 14th, because that is when the unemployment benefits clock out. I read about 2 hours ago that Schumer is saying that he wants to stay through the weekend and try and get this thing through, voted on. So sounds like they're moving very quickly and keeping themselves under pressure. So as the mayor stated, it is a moving process as it works its way through the Senate, and we are closely monitoring all of the developments. There have already been a couple amendments in the Senate version. So what we've described in this PowerPoint is from what was passed in the House. And what was passed in the House was a pot of $130 billion for local government divided between cities and counties, administered by the Department of Treasury. And that was split up about $65 billion to cities and 45.57 to cities with populations over 50,000. So at that time, the preliminary estimated allocation for the city of Fresno was $164 million. And that was based on the 350 billion top line funding. So we do believe that there are going to be some adjustments to that funding. As of right now, there have not been what I would describe as substantial hits to that total amount. Just to compare, the city received 92.8 million from the CARES Act. So just for point of reference moving forward, you're going to hear us refer to this as the American Rescue Plan or ARP funding, because it is a little bit different in the regulations than what the CARES Act funding was. Eligible uses under the ARP funding is revenue replacement. That was lost, delayed, or decreased, determined based on projections of government as of January 27th, 2020, as a result of COVID. So if our revenues were impacted because of COVID, we are allowed to use this to replace revenue. Also to address negative economic impacts from COVID, and then respond to mitigate public health emergencies with regard to COVID and negative economic impacts and cost overruns incurred as a result of the COVID emergency. So the plan is that the funds were to be awarded within 60 days of an enacted and available until expended. So what we're hearing now is if this passes before, March 14th or earlier, they're expecting about 30 days to roll out the regs, and with the money to be arriving here sometime in May. And while the CARES Act money had originally that deadline of when the money had to be spent by, currently the money is available until expended. So there is no hard deadline on this funding for us.
Georgiana, I think John just updated me if I can.
Yes, please.
The deadline, the time frame now, it looks like had to be all money expended by December 31st, 2024. Would still be within our plan here, 3.5 years.
Okay, great. And this will likely happen. John is following this as we speak because it's being heard in the Senate. So in addition to what I just described, there are also additional pots of money that are not through the local government. And the bill is about 630 pages, and it is filled with different line items of funding that would benefit the city and then our community at large. So more specific to the city, there's a separate pot of money, about 19 billion for emergency rental assistance. There's additional 5 billion to address, and this is not to us. This is for the entire program, of which we would get a portion. We do not yet know what our portion would be. So 5 billion to address homelessness, for services, developing affordable housing, and help acquiring non-congregate sheltering, and it'll be utilizing the home formula. About 30.5 billion for public transit agencies, similar to the CARES Act, where FACTS got its own allocation. There'll be an additional allocation going to FACTS out of this pot. In addition, similar to the CARES Act, the airport got a separate allocation. Our airport will likely be getting a separate allocation out of this $8 billion pot for emergency funding for airports. Then in addition, there's over 7 billion for the CDC for vaccine distribution, administration, and monitoring, and vaccine activities. So I know that our mayor and other mayors were really pushing to get a chunk of this money for us to be doing vaccines ourselves. but based on the information we have right now, it's unlikely to be distributed like to all cities. If they do distribute to cities, it is likely going to be the big, large metropolitan areas that we saw previously. But I know certainly that our mayor is going to continue to fight, if at all possible, to get a portion of this. But it's not looking good thus far. Sorry, I didn't realize it was set up this way. Okay, so then in addition, there are pots of money that would not come to the city, but that would benefit our community. So things like through the Department of Ag, there would be increased funding for the WIC programs and SNAP. There also is funding for schools and institutions of higher education, child care and adult care programs, mental health, substance abuse programs, multi-employer pension plans, small business assistance, including specific programs for restaurants and live venues. Programs for healthcare workers, transportation workers, federal employees, veterans, and other targeted populations. And then it also, so that's community, and then for individuals, it would extend unemployment benefits and related services. It provides a maximum recovery rebate of $1,400 per eligible individual. And you may have heard discussions about what the phasing of that is, of what the income levels are going to be in order for people to receive this full $1,400. I think that we might see some changes on the Senate side on that. They're looking to expand and otherwise modify tax credits, including the child tax credit, child tax credit, and the EITC. And then looking to provide assistance for certain health insurance coverage, and then require coverage without cost sharing for COVID-19 vaccines and treatment under Medicaid and the Children's Health Insurance Program. So, and by the way, there's a whole lot more in this 613-page bill. They covered a lot of ground in here. These are just the ones that we pulled out that we thought you might be most interested for purposes of this framework. So our proposed funding allocation, as the mayor stated, this is just a starting framework of how we envisioned an allocation would go. And this was based on the $164 million number. So should that number be reduced, then all of these numbers will change. And, I think as part of the committee process, we'll be sitting down with the various committees and working through those numbers. So we start and we get the money. We use general fund revenue replacement. And what the mayor talked about is this is a placeholder to wipe out the 22 and 23 budget deficits. Next, we're looking at an allocation for Beautify Fresno and district neighborhood projects of $15 million. I'm looking to spread that out over 3 years. Next, community safety. We're looking at an investment of $30 million spread over 3 years. Essential worker payments. So this
so Jan, are you gonna explain what community safety is?
So I think that we're looking right now for as much flexibility as possible, and we're looking to have discussions with council. Mayor, if you want to talk about what you envision community safety is, and then we'll have discussions.
I think community safety, I think oftentimes when people hear about that word, or that phrase, they equate it to law enforcement, but I see it much broader. It certainly involves police and fire, but I believe it involves our code enforcement and could involve anything that touches what makes a neighborhood feel safe. And so that's the importance of a community safety. We wanted to be flexible and quite frankly, to gain that council, not just council input, but community input. What makes them feel safe in their neighborhoods. So I think it's going to be very, very broad, and that's why the number is larger than, it's well beyond law enforcement and fire.
Okay. Okay. So going back, essential worker payments. So as the mayor mentioned, we have all of our city employees that have either are on the front lines that are exposed to COVID every single day, where we also have a workforce that has kept the city moving forward while working out of their living rooms or kitchens, utilizing their, their electricity, their home internet, while, trying to educate their children who are on Zoom school. So this pot is intended to, and once again, it could be a percentage, it could be a flat fee, but it's intended to be all workers in the entire city of Fresno. And we are looking at this as separate from the labor contracts. This is a one-time payment. So we envision, while it may have some sort of meet and consult or meet and confer requirement, we're looking at this as separate from the labor contracts that are currently open. Next, so that leaves 64 million for COVID-related community investments. And what we did here was we kind of worked off of what your COVID committee had already established as priorities. And you'll see the ones that we have here and the percentages are, if there was something that doesn't have, never mind, I'm just going to start and then I'll work through. My brain is moving faster than my mouth. Okay, so rental assistance, COVID-related facilities, upgrades and improvements, food distribution, vaccine-related expenses, homeless services, and small business. So now I'm going to touch on the percentages. The percentages that the mayor assigned was based on his priority of this remaining money, understanding that there are other pots of money that may be available for the same activity. So for instance, rental assistance. Because as I mentioned, there's a separate pot of money that is available for rental assistance. That's why you are seeing the 8% of this funding here.
Georgianne, there's 25 billion, I believe, in the plan for rental assistance. So this is in addition to the 25 billion that will be distributed across the U.S.
Correct. Thank you, Mayor.
Is that separate? Sorry, is that separate from the 38 million that we already have allocated?
Yes.
And there's also $5 billion nationally that's going to go towards offsetting utilities as well. So, and that's in addition to what we have here too.
Okay. So the COVID-related facilities, upgrades, and improvements, those are intended city facilities. There were facilities that were not able to do all of the things that they needed to do with the CARES Act money. And then also it was intended to also provide a replacement fund for a lot of the touchless stuff that at some point is going to need to be replaced. Or like, the plexiglass and all of the improvements that have been made in all city facilities. So that's that 2% of the 64 million. So food distribution, 10%. Once again, I think I had, did someone just say, oh, okay. We've got 10% because there's going to be an increase in WIC. There's going to be an increase in SNAP benefits. There also, we believe, is a separate allocation directly to the food banks. I can't remember, Tommy, what is it? EAPs, or I don't remember the technical term, but they're the food bank type activities that are registered to receive directly from the federal government.
Correct.
So yes, they'll be getting a separate allocation. So that's why you see the 10% on this number. The vaccine related expenses. So because we aren't the vaccine, there is a big chunk of money. Obviously already we're seeing an increase in vaccines finally getting out into the communities. This amount is not intended to be for vaccines, but vaccine related expenses. And for instance, as we saw with some of the events that council has held regarding whether it be food distributions or other programmatic things, there are other expenses related to holding events, whether it be, facility rental, traffic control, a restroom, janitorial, anything to do with a vaccine type event that perhaps the city may want to partner with, there is an expense to the city that has not had a funding source. So that is why you see a low number here, 1%. Homeless services. So yes, there is, as I stated, a separate pot of money through the home program. We don't think it's going to be sufficient for the needs that we have in our community. So the mayor has prioritized 69% to go towards homeless and homeless services. And the strategy behind that would be the money that we get through the home program, as you know, has a lot of strings attached. And we would use this funding on the things that are much more difficult to spend federal funding on. So it could be that it funds the operations of some of our motels or other types of infrastructure that we bring on board for the homeless. It could possibly be purchasing additional facilities. So it is it's the majority of what the mayor's priority is. And I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to add, nationally, there's under this rescue plan is $5 billion for homeless. But I also anticipate after the call I had last night with our big city mayors that we're going to see some substantial additional state money come back or come our way in the form of like a Project Home Key or something of that nature.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. And then the last one is small business assistance. As I previously stated, there is a separate allocation for small business assistance. So that is basically it for our proposal.
Georgia, can I get a point of clarification real quick?
Yes.
I see the percentages in green, which you said you came up with the mayor based off of what you're anticipating and other supplemental funding, but I also see on the right it says council adopted percentages.
Yeah, so we want to make sure that the council agrees and adopts. We all are in agreement on what these percentages end up being at the end of the road. So we're recommending, instead of because these numbers could change, prioritizing based on a percentage, and then the council adopts that, and then we take what the pot of money is and allocate it based on the percentage. So it's just a way of saying that we are looking to have the council be involved and ultimately adopt what, amongst other things, what these percentages end up being. Did I answer the question, council member?
You did, yeah, thank you.
Okay. And then just at the bottom, ideally, these are all going to be, we will have a transparent, open application process for CBOs to be able to apply to help get this money out into the community. And what we're looking to do is have it be a very simplified application to get as many CBOs involved as possible. It could be that there's a CBO that only has the capacity to serve 50 homes. It could be CBOs that have the capacity to serve 1,000. But the intent is to have anybody be able to fill out an application to become a provider to help provide services in these areas. And then we also are looking at assessing when it, I think Councilmember Arias, you actually referenced this on a completely separate item, but sometimes our CBOs who maybe aren't as sophisticated as others, there's barriers to doing this type of work. And so we're going to be looking at some of the lower risk activities, lowering our insurance requirements as the CBOs enter into contracts with us. And then having the administration of the contracts rest with the city manager's office. So we are also looking in once we get agreement on that, these are going to be the categories, to do some technical assistance, probably some Zoom technical assistance for CBOs who may be interested in applying to help get some of this money out into the community. Of course, the goal will be to get the money out as quickly and efficiently as possible. So that concludes the PowerPoint. I don't know if you want me to leave it up on the screen as we take questions, or if you want me to stop sharing, just let me know.
We have the PowerPoint
Okay.
the screenshots. Councilmember Carbasi, and then we'll go to Councilwoman Soria.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I want to thank you, Georgiana, the administration, for putting this together. I'm really glad that we can have this conversation, the start of the conversation, with the entire council out in the open. So I have a couple of just questions to help me understand a little better. We go back to the some of the slides. We talked about general fund revenue replacement being $50 million. So we have until December of 2024. So would it be prudent to put some money aside for that half a year, just to make sure, not necessarily the reserve account, because we don't want to have to initiate the Reserve Management Act, but would more money need to be saved, because we don't know how long economic recovery is going to take for the overall economy, or if there'll be another bailout. It's just a thought. The other item is, do we know how much money the county is going to be getting out of the total federal allocation?
I do not know.
I don't know right at the moment. We got a spreadsheet with the counties and the cities, so we can find that.
Awesome. Thank you.
Tommy, the spreadsheet I was looking at from a week ago, when the House passed their bill, it said that the city was looking at about 177 million, and the county was looking at about 194 million.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. That's good enough for now. I appreciate that.
All right, Councilwoman Soria? Oh, I thought you were done.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I was just thanking Nelson for the information. I'll try to get this as fast as possible. When we do these allocations, if we're using CBOs, I just want to make sure, are we going to have, because the last time we didn't have to have an RFQ process, but now that we've had some experience, will there be able to be a streamlined, but at least an RFQ process to make sure we're objective?
So I'm sorry, who wants to answer?
No, go ahead, Georgiana.
Oh, okay. I think what we've talked about is it may not necessarily be an RFQ, but it would be an application process. There would be a screening process. So we would put, and if the council wants us to do an RFQ process, we can certainly talk about that. But we were envisioning an application process. We would want to do screening. We would want to make sure that it's a legitimate CBO. You know, it's a business that stood up. It has the capacity to do what it says it can do, but not be too overly objective so that we're holding the money up. You know, we do want to move quickly, but we also want to be responsible.
Okay, thank you. And then with the increase, you talked about some of the categories, like increased funding for transit. I just want to ensure part of that conversation is going to potentially include increased routes and frequency, because we have the VMT law and the rising price of houses. I think someone referenced it earlier today about how much it costs to live in Fresno. Supply is a problem, and those fees, the VMT fees, are going to be passed down to consumers. So the more routes we have, the more frequency we have, the better it will be to reduce some of those costs as we build all kinds of market rate housing and affordable housing. That's just one thing I'm just going to add. And then
Councilmember Carbasi, excuse my interruption. Can you repeat that again? I want to make sure I understood it clearly on the VMT.
Yeah, so there's actually a good chart on the COG website that lists all the areas in the city that don't have bus coverage. And based on that, that's one of the factors that goes into when you want to build on the housing, whether it's multifamily or single family. There's a VMT fee for that. So when you're in the red zone, it's a higher fee. And we know developers aren't going to eat that cost. It's going to go to consumers. So that's just one thing I'm concerned about. But it's part of a bigger conversation, council member. Thank you, sir. And then the one thing that I'm concerned about, I don't see anything down here in programs for older Americans like seniors. We obviously tailor the SAFER program to seniors, but that might be something we want to consider. I don't know if we can use some of this money towards the senior center that we've talked about that we don't have. Had we had that, it would have made a big difference, I think, for the entire city. But the other thing is, and this is, I think no one's going to be surprised. I see 10% for small business assistance, and that for me is a bit of a red flag. It's about 39% of the 64 million, but it's only 4% of the overall funding. And we talk about this being to help with the economic fallout of COVID, but you have a lot of workers that work for those businesses. So whether it's with businesses or workers, I think that protecting our tax base is going to be really important. We're doing 69% towards homeless services over 3 years. I understand the importance of homeless services. I do. And we spend a lot of money in that. And the city is really kicking butt when it comes to helping people have a safe place to be. But I also want to reiterate that we've got to create economic recovery, because up until last year, a majority of our tax base wasn't property taxes, it was sales tax. And we want to encourage that to keep happening, but it's going to take years. So we may want to spread out more money over time. What I'd love to do, Tommy, is to work with you, to work with Lupe Perez and the Economic Development Department to come up with a plan based on some data to see what we can do to help businesses adapt that have survived so far, to help our workers, to help the CBOs even. We said some of the CBOs may need help actually getting the skills they need to be able to provide these services. But I'd really be interested in working with you guys to put something together, because I think economic recovery is going to be a lot more important than just 4%. It's going to take a lot more. So that's my biggest concern. If Tommy, if you have any thought on that.
Yeah, so we had a conference call. Georgette and I had a conference call with the chamber on Monday, having that same discussion about having them engage and doing the things that you just identified, and trying to get them queued up. And then Lupe Perez is working right now on because you guys went through with the CARES Act, and it's like, okay, I need you to just rebuild that machine so that we can target it to some very specific programs, and then we coordinate with the chamber on how we might want to target that stuff. So you are absolutely right. There is a dedicated focus on getting small businesses, help those that recovered, help those that didn't get through this so well, help them get back up, and those ones that are surviving, help them thrive now, help them. So that's the goal. And you're exactly right. It's the sales tax and the property tax. How do we get those things recovered in the system?
Right. So I'm just. Go ahead,
I'm sorry. I was just going to add, and the money as part of that. Remember, I mentioned that there are also direct allocations not coming through us, and so it would also be to help. We would talk about having the chamber help us help the businesses get that money directly through whatever mechanism it's going to be coming through, whether it be SBA or whatever, to access those other large pots of money.
And some of that money specifically for restaurants and live venues.
Right.
So they know now that they've got to get after that stuff.
And I'm glad you mentioned that, because I was going to ask, when it comes to homeless services, to me, it's a thing that we have to deal with in this city. It's an important issue, but really it's a function of the county, the state, and the federal government. Yet we have to pick up a lot of the slack. And if they're getting $194 million, I want to ensure they're spending some of that in 55% of their county, which is the city of Fresno. We can't keep taking away from our folks to subsidize their responsibility. Has there been any discussion about that?
Yeah, that there's been some discussion about that. I think where's Councilmember Arias? It's one he keeps reminding us about. So yes, we see the map the same way. 55% of that money was generated as a result of our citizens. So we should be seeing some fraction of that invested here.
And lastly,
to Councilmember Caravasio's point, I would just be a little more direct. If the county supervisors are going to leave out every Fresno city taxpayer out of their relief efforts, it's going to make our tax sharing agreement all that much more difficult, because our city residents, me, Mike, and each council member here also pay county property taxes and city and county taxes on Measure C, on Measure Z, on Measure B, that all help contribute to the county of Fresno. So a warning to the supervisors, don't act like we're not part of the county. If you do, then don't be surprised if you want to succeed from the county.
Okay, thank you. Two more things. No, go ahead, Nelson. Do something.
Oh. No, I was just giving.
Oh, it was the mayor. Sorry.
I was just giving him an amen.
Okay. All right. And then the other thing is, if we start spending this much money towards homeless services and we keep doing what we're doing, is it because we're starting to correct this problem? Is it going to preclude us from other pots of money that instead of coming to us will go to other cities? Then the money we could have spent on other things, it's gone. Do we know anything about that?
I can answer that, Mike. I don't know that they can give us enough money to address the 4,000 homeless that we have, but I'm always cognizant of the fact that people like to fund cities that are successful. And we have demonstrated that we're successful on 41 on our project off ramp, and we're going to be successful on 99 and 180 in our neighborhoods. And I just believe that we need to, the worst thing we could do is build momentum with the homeless and then run out of money to have services. So we got to make sure we're continually having that funding available, buying motels, providing services, transitioning those people out of motels into alternative housing. So I think this is going to be much needed. At least in my estimation, I think we're going to need every penny of this. But if council feels different, we'll modify that.
I totally appreciate that. I think you're correct, Mayor. It's just I'm trying to. We're thinking of the long run here, and I just want to make sure we're protecting our tax base as well, because that's the ongoing way to pay for our roads and public safety and parks and all that stuff. So I think we have the same goal. Last thing is Beautify Fresno, the $15 million. How is the money going to be allocated and prioritized among districts? Because I'm assuming part of that, like you had a great project in District 4 where you went in and fixed a lot of sidewalks, which is awesome, or all the little potholes and stuff. Are we going to do that citywide? And how is that going to, contrary to popular belief, I have a lot of sidewalk issues in my district.
Yeah. So think about the work that, and I'm hoping I think this is out working, that Scott Mosier goes around and talks with each of you about your district needs for paving, sidewalk, landscape. So that discussion will continue, but for each district on a proportionate basis, you now have an additional allocation of funds to get more sidewalk, more street, more landscaping done. That's our intent with this. So there's a process in place. Now we have a funding mechanism to get a little bit more done, and we can spread it out over a few years. We can not rush and get it done, do it well.
Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, everyone else.
Thank you. Before we go to Councilwoman Soria, I just want to, for the benefit of the council, if you see Andy on here, I asked our budget person to join this call. He's gone through the last budget when we allocated the first stimulus money. He will be also requesting the Muni financial actuals and crunching some numbers on that. So I don't think you guys have met Andy, but he helped us with the budget last around, and he's on the call. So he's going to be listening in on what the council is weighing in on, and then coming with working with you guys to make the sausage, so to speak. Councilwoman Soria.
Thank you, Council President. I have a number of questions that I would ask and just some comments. I'll
Your
start
audio
with
is a little off, Councilwoman Soria.
Can you hear me?
There you go.
There you go.
Okay. So I said I have a few questions and then also some comments. I appreciate the presentation. It gives a little bit more clarity. One of the things that I'm interested in is in that we utilize this opportunity, given that we are going to get a significant bailout, to use an equity lens as we invest in people in the city of Fresno. That's going to be important to me. I know a lot of times we want to be in the get in the routine of splitting it 7 ways, but I think what is important is that we need to really start tackling those areas that in those neighborhoods that have been hit hard, not just by the pandemic, but by the really are what they are because of the racial discrimination and inequity that has existed for many decades. And I think that we have an opportunity to correct some wrongs during over the next few months as we allocate these resources. And I want us to make sure that as we think about these dollars, that we're thinking about people, because that's what this is all about. These are about families that live in the city of Fresno. A couple of things that I'd like to kind of throw out there that were not included. I know in the last bailout, we had this discussion, in our subcommittee, but because we thought we were in such a time crunch in expending the dollars, we didn't think that we could do it. However, given the fact that now we have more flexibility and we'll have more time, I think that this is an opportunity for us to think long and hard if our city should be like every other large city and establish our own Department of Public Health and Human Services. City of Los Angeles, City of Long Beach, Sacramento, all the big cities, and you probably know this now, Mayor, all of the big cities have their own department. And, you know, we've been at the mercy of Fresno County, and in reality, it hasn't always been great in terms of the delivery of services and really them invest in the areas that we want. So if we create the department and invest in that, I think it gives us an opportunity to actually go for additional dollars where we have more control. We always talk about local control and how that is so important to us. Well, ensuring that we have our own Department of Public Health and Human Services will be critical for not only the health of this community, but for any future pandemic that we may face. So I want to make sure that that is noted, and that we really think, I would actually like to see that as an investment. The other thing that I think got left out was arts. And I don't know if that's going to be really included as kind of the federal bailout, like for beyond the live entertainment places, but like people that work in the arts community. If you guys saw, Lilia from the Arts Council actually did a really, really good summary of the application process and of how many people applied, how many people didn't get the economic benefit, what it means to our local economy. And so I think that there's a lot of value in bringing that also as part of a priority. It doesn't have to be a significant amount, but I do believe that there's merit because it has demonstrated that it has helped. I know it has helped some of the theaters in the area that I represent and some of the artists to kind of help them sustain during this last year. So I want to make sure that that's on our radar as well. The other thing for me that has been extremely important and is connected to homelessness is affordable housing. So when we're talking about the homeless dollars, I believe that it's important that we don't silo those issues, but that we figure out how we really formulate a comprehensive plan that includes affordable housing, and that affordable housing doesn't just mean, you know, building new apartments or multifamily housing, but that we're looking at other types of projects. And Mayor, we've had several discussions on this, you know, looking at tiny homes, looking at, you know, prefabrication, which actually lowers the cost of, you know, providing different housing opportunities. So really looking at how, I've been harping at this for the last 6 years. Georgianne probably remembers when, you know, I kept telling Ashley, we need an affordable housing trust fund. Housing. So from year one, I was advocating for us to just allocate $1 million. That first year, it didn't get allocated. Subsequently, thereafter, it's been allocated, but unfortunately, no one has been able to implement anything as it relates. I think more recently, Jennifer is developing a plan to get that housing trust fund really going. And I think that this is an opportunity where we can actually have the flexibility in the dollars to invest in that type of fund that could not just sustain us for the next 3 years, but that could be a long-term impact really in the city of Fresno. So we would need to really be thoughtful on that. The other thing that came out of the first, this last bailout, but I know that it's in the process right now, community health clinics. I think what we've seen, especially in the hardest hit zip codes, the access to healthcare and how critical these community health clinics are to really having healthy people in our city and them having access to services when we face crises like the ones that we're facing today. So I think looking at the opportunity of seeing if we can open up, you know, an additional couple more clinics in the areas that have been hit the hardest and where there's deserts when it comes to health services. I know, like west of the 99, the whole forgotten Fresno, we have an area that doesn't really have much for the community. They have to drive all the way to the east side to be able to access any of those amenities. So I want to make sure that that's also on the table. The other thing that we were unable to tackle last time, but I think that there's also an opportunity, is looking at Wi-Fi and what that means in our community. I think we need to be innovative and creative in like having these kind of, I envision like little, we have a science mobile, right? That has been very successful in our parks department. And I envision us having more of those with Wi-Fi as hotspots in neighborhoods, so that kids that want to come into a safe place and do their homework have access to adequate Wi-Fi. We have heard over and over again the challenges that families have had with just the terrible Wi-Fi that we have in our city, especially in certain zip codes and certain neighborhoods. So I think looking at that as an opportunity to really build this Wi-Fi infrastructure. Going back on the issue of housing, I want to make sure also that we're looking at rehab as a possibility. You know, there's a lot of issues when it comes to habitability for families. So looking for opportunities to make sure that we rehab, you know, if it's single family homes or you know, multi-family, but where we can put covenants. If the city invests in rehabbing, where we put affordable covenants, you know, to those types of different housing. And then, let me see, domestic violence was a big issue in the last year. We don't have anything in the proposal for domestic violence. I'd like to see us, you know, be able to support more organizations. Marjorie Mason has been the staple, and I think we've been extremely supportive of them. I'm hoping that we can continue to help them, but I'm also hoping that we can help these other CBOs that are kind of at the infancy level, where they need the financial support to build, you know, other safe places for women and children that have been victims of domestic violence. And I know that there are a few other groups already, you know, that have started up, but again, need the support to be able to house these women and children that have been victims of domestic violence. And then lastly, we invested some money on parklets to be a little bit more innovative in outdoor dining. I think the outdoor dining, as we've seen, has been pretty popular and a good way of encouraging folks to dine safely outdoors. And so I think that we need to allocate some resources, not just for parklets, but to have like an open streets initiative. You guys probably have traveled to other cities where they actually close down entire streets, and they have all the, you know, tables, chairs, and awnings, and it's nice, where families can just, you know, park and then walk and visit different restaurants or different, you know, eateries, other types of eateries. So I would encourage us to also include some of those. And then two more things that I've been thinking about to really incentivize long-term economic development and prosperity. I think that this city needs to designate, I don't know if we call them like go zones, but some type of zones, Tower District, the Kings Canyon area, those that, if we go to the Cal Enviro screen, downtown, southwest, where we actually give incentives to those businesses, new businesses that want to come into those empty street fronts that were, you know, were a result of COVID. I think that there's an opportunity to incentivize creating new businesses and being very intentional about how we want to see economic prosperity in those neighborhoods that have suffered the most during this pandemic. And every district has kind of a little an area like that I think we can designate as like go zones areas and do some incentive programs. And then lastly, I know that we have, you know, the Fresno County Workforce Development Board, but I think that it's our responsibility also to have some workforce training initiatives. we want to put people back to work. So it's not just about handing out the money, but it's about giving people an opportunity to either upskill or reskill, and those partnerships with our private sector to be able to build resiliency in our community, that, you know, will not just last for the next couple months, but for years, and that can transform, you know, families here in our community. So those are kind of, in the last few days, as I got to look at your guys' presentation, some of the things that I've been thinking about, and that I'm hoping that can be included in some shape or form, either within those buckets or, you know, add additional buckets that incorporate these types of expenditures to ensure that we are being intentional about how we spend these dollars. Again, and just for me, what's going to be very important, you know, we've been throwing around this term equity for the last couple years. Council member Chavez and Arias, a couple years ago, when SB 1 dollars were coming down, we had a press conference, and I really want to see that we're being equitable in the investments, because that's the only way that we're going to see real change. And that's really the only way that we're going to become the one Fresno that you talk about, Mayor. We can't continue to do the same and expect different results. We're going to have to do things in a different way to really see, you know, the changes long term as we look at investing in homelessness, in housing, workforce, in, you know, creating our own Department of Public Health and Human Services. We have to really think outside the box. I think a lot of times the bureaucracy, we get caught up in it and just want to do the same old, and some of those things haven't worked. That's why we continue to have some of the poorest zip codes in this city, because we haven't taken the time to really be intentional about our investments. And I think that this is an opportunity. We are extremely blessed that the city of Fresno received 92 million, you know, a few months ago, and that we're going to receive 164 million or around there to be able to help us not have to lay off people and actually rebuild our city, but rebuild it in a different way so that it's sustainable and so that people actually have the ability to succeed regardless of whatever zip code you live in. So those are my comments. I'm wondering, the questions that I have is just, what is the timing in terms of putting, you know, the details, more details to your actual plan?
So based on everything we know, they're going to vote on this right around March 14th. Once it's more solidified, then we can adjust the numbers and percentages, and then we can start having the meetings with individual council and the subcommittees. And then I'm taking notes on everything you guys just said. And so we're going to be able to sit down and take those into consideration. And I'll just tell you, Esmeralda, on your comments, the equity lens, it stands to reason the older neighborhoods that have been left behind, neighborhoods that have been, you know, whatever you want to call them, disadvantaged, disenfranchised, there's a greater need, there's a greater cost. The longer you do not, or the longer you wait to resurface a street, the more it's going to cost you. So we understand that fully. And I do believe in one Fresno and making sure every single neighborhood is beautiful. So we're going to be looking at that. Under the public safety or the community safety dollars, that's exactly what we were talking about, where you shared about public health. I could envision us having some social service workers or whatever we decide to do as a city in that realm. But I do believe that's all part of community safety. The affordable housing, we're aligned on tiny homes and prefabs. And in terms of Wi-Fi, I didn't mention there's $10 billion carved out of the overall plan that is going to go towards, in fact, that 10 billion was actually carved out of, I think, the local and state money. So there's $10 billion in there to go for Wi-Fi. So some of the things you talked about, mobile hotspots, we'll be able to to do with those dollars. 100% supportive of domestic violence. I think we can find monies within the homeless area, because that's oftentimes what they need, the emergency shelter. So I think we're good. We're in line with workforce development, working closely with workforce connection and those folks, making sure that our unemployed population are getting the skills that they need to become employed. So I think they're all, I don't know if they're all doable, but I can tell you I agree with them all.
And then lastly, I forgot to mention one of the issues, and one of the issues that this council has supported the other last 2 weeks ago, the Zero Fare initiative. To be honest, I don't want to be told that we can't do it when we're getting, the flexibility that we're getting with the $164 million that we're receiving. I want to be able to, obviously, we want to still continue to seek those private dollars or those public dollars to close that gap, but I don't want to be told, oh, we don't have the money, because there is money. Transportation is going to get its own share, but then we also have the flexibility with the 164 to be able to cover the cost. So I just want to make sure that I put that on the record, because this is a very important issue for a number of us on the council.
Thank you, Councilmember Soria. Councilmember Arias, followed by Councilmember Maxwell. You're muted.
Yeah. Hey, Council. Just want to go on the record. I will take whatever resources Councilmember Butterfield does not want. I will line up front of the line. And I know some folks have issues with, federal bailouts, but I will line up. It's like the cheese line when I was growing up. I'm the first in line for that cheese because it's free and I'm starving. And there's no other way to do it when you're props for a living.
We can tell.
We're not surprised.
So let me start off with a couple of things. And there's an echo, so I'm not sure who has their audio.
Somebody can mute themselves.
Hopefully it works. I do appreciate the mayor's description that the cement is wet. I would describe it as we're just beginning to identify the broken sidewalks, and we're measuring the 2x4s to rebuild our city. So we're extremely early in the process. So, but it's a good conversation to have now. And I do want to also acknowledge that the council president, I think the mayor are on the right page, that this is going to be a heavy lift for the committees. So expect, if you're on the committee, to spend quite a bit of time understanding the data, the historic and the current conditions of the city, and making sure that we don't just repeat, past mistakes that we've made as a city when we have a historical amount of resources infused. Just for context, I've been keeping track of all the federal relief money that we've received as a city. Thus far, it's about $200 million in CARES Act 1. By the time we're done with the Biden relief plan, we're probably going to collectively receive as a city about $500 million. It's a lot of money when you include the 165, the indirect stuff for food banks, the indirect stuff to FACTS and airport, CDBG, $500 million in a 2-year window with about 3 or 4 years suspended. We're going to have a significant responsibility to make sure that we don't waste that level of investment because we're all going to be judged by history if we simply just, fill potholes that only last a couple of years. So just some context, I also recognize that we will have to understand what the county is doing. I'm supportive of us pursuing more independence and more leadership on the health front. But right now, the County of Fresno is still responsible for the response on the vaccination protocols, on getting people healthy. So we're going to have to follow the county very closely on how they plan to spend their $200 million. And if they choose to, again, leave the city of Fresno residents out of their equation. And we're also going to have to monitor our external partners. The food bank just received $5 million direct allocation from the state. So if they're receiving direct allocations, then there's no need for us to put in a ton of money to add to that pot. So a lot of moving pieces. The same thing applies for the conversation around transit, around housing. I do have a few questions for the administration. What's the status of our sales tax and property tax revenue? I've been hearing the projections, but the last time the previous administration told us the sky was falling, we ended up seeing the sales tax actually increase versus, fall off the planet. Do we have the sales tax and property tax revenue yet?
Yeah, we have both of those. And on the last month we were waiting for was December. So we got that last week. And a credit to Mike Lima and Henry Fierro. They missed it by $800,000. And the sales tax came in higher by $800,000, which was awesome. We were just like, oh my God, this is awesome. And the property tax is coming in about where they estimated. But, so we're looking good on that. We're thinking that might trail a little bit because we still have all this mortgage money out there. We have some of these, all this rental assistance money out there. So people are we're kind of supporting that the property tax right now with other funding. But yeah, the sales tax came in good. I was very impressed.
Tommy, I want to make sure you say $800,000. We had projected a lower amount based on.
Yes, we had projected a lower amount and it came in higher than our projection.
Higher than the projection, not higher than what we compared to last year.
Correct.
There's a difference there.
Yep, I apologize. Yep.
What is the difference? My understanding was sales tax and property tax have increased every year over year. Was there an actual decline?
Yeah, we had projected a down on the sales tax, and the sales tax is a little bit down, but they're not as far down as we had forecasted.
Yeah.
The staff did a great job of trying to forecast that, and they did it very well.
When do you plan to share that data with the council?
So we were proposing to maybe do a mid-year with you guys March 18th, but we're going to also do it with you as part of the one-on-one meetings. We'll bring all those data in, all those one-on-one meetings we're going to have with you.
And council member audience, Andy is on there for that reason. He's going to be securing those data points and crunching them, doing what he does. And same routine as we did last time. He will do the rounds with council members and the administration, and then give us a complete picture of what we're working with.
And I think it's important to know part of the reason for our structural deficit has to do with expenditures. I think the CAFR showed our expenditures went up a little over 11%.
11.8%.
11.8%. So our revenues would have to go up by a like amount to balance it, and they obviously did not. They were far below that.
And most of those expenditures are probably 9% personnel costs and raises and stepping, years of service. Therefore, you get more money, kind of stuff. And right.
Yes.
Okay. You guys are proposing approximately $35 million for general fund replacement. What would happen to the general fund money under your draft plan when it's freed up by the Biden funds?
Say that again?
Yes.
So you're proposing to spend $100 million to do general fund replacement, right? We had already budgeted for that general fund to go towards those costs. So what are your plans for that general fund that would be relieved with the Biden funds?
You're talking about the 50 million?
I'm
over
talking
2 years?
About your last slide where you have that visual that we're putting what is it,
Yes.
50 million?
50 over 2 fiscal years.
50 over 2 fiscal years. Yeah, so that's the process we're going to work with you guys on, going through the budget numbers. What do we think the actual deficit will be without this money? What do we think the deficit will be 22, 23? And then we'll want to propose to allocate funding to just make sure we get that covered. And if we need more, we'll propose you about more. But it looks like with the way the numbers are coming in, it might actually have an opportunity to be less than the 50. So that's what we'll dial in with you as part of this budget development process.
So, City Manager, I want to be crystal clear for the public. When we've used federal money to replace general fund money, does that mean that we have $50 million available to provide raises, salary increases?
No, the way we're showing that right now is based on the forecast we had projected. And again, we're modifying this right now. We estimated we were going to be, over the 2 years, we were going to be 50 million short on our revenue expenditure. The revenue expenditure gap is going to be about 50 million. So that's what we allocated for. Now we're in the process working with you and then seeing how these dollars kind of flow out from the Biden project. We'll start to dial that in and get it nailed down to a finer number.
Council member, those in the in the October budget that you adopted, the one that showed that we were projected to be, I think, 28 million in the hole in fiscal year 22. and then more in the hole and fiscal. That did not account for any raises moving forward. So it's only what the current employee service line items are, if that's
Thank you.
addresses it to a point.
Thank you. I know we're scheduled to hand over $70 million in, refunds to Amazon, The Gap, and Ulta. Is any of this money going to go towards those payments?
Well, remember the Gap, Ulta, I don't know about the Gap, but the Amazon and Ulta, they get money back that they generated. So if they didn't generate the money, they don't get it back. So, the agreements are they get a portion of what they generate. So no, because it'd be a different story if we had to give them a set amount and our revenues didn't come in to support that, but we're only giving them a portion of what they generated. So no, this money would not go towards that.
So they're generating, the way those contracts are structured is that they get a refund on the sales tax that they generate. They have been, generating record numbers of sales tax revenue because of sales are up. In the budget that we adopted in October, we anticipate a couple $1 million refund checks because the way the contracts are written, we actually give them a refund check. So sales tax comes in, we actually cut them a check when they provide an invoice. Is that check coming from the general fund or from the federal relief funds?
The general fund. It's a line item in the budget. The way I understand it, it's called out in the budget, in the general fund budget.
Using these federal resources to increase that line item, since we expect that those checks are going to be higher every year, the refund checks to them?
Well, if the checks are higher every year, it's because our sales tax numbers have gone up that year. So the checks are supported by the sales tax that's coming in. Does that make sense?
It does. What I'm trying to ascertain is, you guys just indicate that our sales tax are $800,000 higher this year than we projected, right?
For the month I apologize, for the month of December, because that was the last month we were waiting for.
Oh, okay, got it. Not for the year.
Not for the year.
Okay,
Just
perfect.
for that month. That was the last month we were waiting for. We're like, because we've been hearing all around that
makes sense.
Christmas was not good, and we're like, oh, Christmas was good here. Well, it was better than we forecast, I should say.
Perfect. All right. On the community safety bucket, I know that the mayor, opened the door for a broad interpretation of that. I want to get you guys' feedback on, does that include advanced peace, shot spotter, school resource officers?
That's the discussion we'll have with you guys. Exactly. So like, I think Esmeralda, Councilmember Soria talked about like the,
Domestic
talking about
violence.
broad for that. She talked about the domestic violence, that's one of those community safety things. So that would be an area where we would invest in community safety. Would be domestic violence could be part of that community safety investment we've identified.
So just go ahead, Mayor.
I was just going to say, Miguel, on the 73 recommendations by the Commission on Police Reform, they talked about reimagining community safety. And that's really, as we work our way through that and we talk about how we're going to approach or respond to mental illness, crisis intervention, a lot of these types of calls with outreach workers for the homeless. I think all of that we have to categorize it and say, how are we going to keep our community safe? It may not be with police officers, but how are we going to keep our community safe? How can we free up our police officers to do what police officers are trained to do? And then how are we going to outsource those other things or bring in somebody else to do that? And who's going to pay for that? Well, community safety dollars. We want to have the flexibility to reimagine or reinstitute how we approach community safety.
I would just add one suggestion from my perspective. Community safety also means safe routes to schools. A lot of our schools still don't have sidewalks, so kids are having to cross the street and get hit by cars. It's been an issue. I know you can put that in different buckets, neighborhood improvements. I'm interpreting that to be pretty broad, including sidewalks, crosswalks where there isn't any, as you know, Mayor, and an unrelated item, something as simple as crosswalks in front of, a distribution center is extremely difficult to fund when there isn't enough, resources around.
Councilmember, can I add something to that?
Go ahead. Of course.
I think my second bill was called Safer Routes to Schools. I think Councilmember or is co-sponsor of that. So if you guys want to take that out and look at it, there actually are provisions specifically to allocate those dollars towards those areas the Councilman was talking about.
Love it. No, that's great.
Thanks, Tommy.
What's it called, Mike?
Safer routes to schools. I'll send you a copy.
All right.
So Councilmember Carbasi and I are going to work on making sure all those sidewalks are built near the schools as part of this work and other. On vaccines, 1% gives me a little bit of a stomach ache. It's $1.6 million over a 2-year period. Just to give you some context, this council has spent about $20 million just on COVID testing, medical clinics, on contract tracing. The biggest variable for me is going to be what's the county going to do.
Right.
You know, the way I see the vaccine deployment is the way the census is done. You know, in the first part, you get a lot of voluntary participants, and then the real work is getting folks into the neighborhoods, knocking on doors and vaccinating people. So far, the county's response to vaccines still require people to get themselves there. You know, still require folks to wait in line. It still requires people who have the means of private transportation. I think at some point, you know, I know that the city's commitment right now is a few $1 million for that contract tracing. I think this is going to be at least an 18-month to 2-year body of work to get every single person vaccinated, especially those in the vulnerable neighborhoods that are not going to, you know, show up to a, you know, 5-hour, you know, line at the fairgrounds or at the St. Martin Center, wherever those things may occur. So I think there has to be a higher amount there. But I also recognize it's gonna have to be in some kind of partnership with the county. The equity partnership has worked out well so far, where we pay for half the cost, the county pays for the other half. So I think something similar would have to be considered. And then let me get to what's missing from my perspective. Public utilities, as you guys shared with us, there's millions of dollars of unpaid public utilities bills just within water and sewer. And it seems to me completely unreasonable that we stopped the bleeding by not turning people's services off, even though they couldn't pay. Now that we're getting a federal bailout, it seems completely unreasonable that we're going to now send those same people to the collections when we could easily use the revenue replacement from the federal government to cover some of those costs or all the costs. So I think there has to be a public utilities bucket, as many of your buckets. I also noticed that there is zero investment for the youth of Fresno in this 165 million. I know that the council added some money for parks. You know, if you recall, Mayor, myself, and Council President, and Member Carbasi and Soria and Esparza met with those youth at the fairgrounds. They told us very clearly, you know, we've been left behind. There's no after-school programs. There's no youth programming. There's no money for operating community centers. If we don't give our kids something to do, somebody else will, and it's never in our interest, especially that of the public safety. So I think there has to be a pretty big bucket for youth investment. So just keep that in mind. What that looks like, how the size, I think that's a process. But I want to call that out, that in a $165 million, you know, investment, we have zero right now set aside for youth specifically.
Miguel, how does that tie into Measure P? We're going to be having $37 million a year, so we want to make sure.
It's a good question. Yeah, good question, Mayor. And here's how I see Measure P. We get the first deposit of Measure P, best case scenario, November of this year. By the time we get it out, it's sometime next year. By the time programs are actually operational, it's probably 2 years. So I think we need a gap. What do we do now? Something that, right now with the emergency order, we don't have to do a 1-year RFP process. I think there's, as we get back to reopening the economy, community centers are probably the first place we can reopen, swimming pools in the summer, park space. So I think some of this money can fill that clear gap. And, even if it's eligible for credit towards Measure P later when we actually receive the money, but we need to do something now, especially since we know that hopefully by the summer, we'll all be able to be in congregate settings. And we want to make sure that there's something for folks to do. So I did think about the Measure P, but realistically speaking, I think that's like 18 months away in terms of doing something operationally for Measure P.
So like a bridge funding for that.
Yeah.
And I'd be more than open, I think we would too, Miguel, to your suggestion of borrowing against future revenue from P.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And Councilmember Arias, there's money already there. I know that the The staff is working on some proposal for jobs, but I don't know at what point that's going to be rolled out.
Yeah, you're right, Councilwoman. We did set aside $10 million in the parks budget from the general fund and from the CARES Act as one time. I just think that we need to get some, rubber on the road on some of this stuff, especially now that the vaccine deployment has begun. So just kind of an observation there. The other part that I think it's missing is infrastructure for infill housing. We're going to have to address the housing, Mayor. As many motels as we can convert are going to be great. But as you know, we have to transition people to permanent housing afterwards. And we still have a huge void. I'm not a fan of gap financing to go up because it has a lot of other implications. But I am a fan of let's take care of the assets that we own underneath the ground. And that should be a significant help for the private and public development of infill housing. So the other portion that I think is missing, I didn't see anything around for seniors. Maybe this can be in that community center conversation. But at some point, we're going to have to, with all our seniors being vaccinated, bring them back into these community center settings where they were before and figure out the senior meals program, the activities for them. To Mike's point, if it's a senior center that we're the only city that doesn't have one, I like to build something bigger and better than Clovis. And I think it's time for us to do something there around our seniors. And then the last point I'll make, Mayor and City Manager, and I'll spend some time with both of you. It goes back to this $500 million investment in like a 3-4 year window. I think we have to make some kind of investment. Maybe it's just 1% of the overall on public oversight and accountability. And what I'm wrestling with is how do we ensure that the public, scrutinizes us, sees every single dollar over the next 2 or 3 years that we have to spend the money, because it is a ton of money. And as much as I trust all of us to make the best decisions possible, I want to make sure that the public understands, where every dime went and how it was utilized. And frankly, what worked and what didn't work. Because we're moving pretty fast and trying new things. Motel conversions were something brand new. We pulled it off and it's worked well. But there might be some things that don't work so well. So I'll spend some time with the administration on how to develop that out. And the last thing I'll say, Mayor, is I'm supportive of 10% of your draft proposal, but I'm confident that we'll get to 100% agreement before the process is complete. But you got me on 10% of it. The other 90% will work out with my colleagues and with you all. And after we hear from our respective neighborhoods on what they need and how they can benefit. So I just want to make sure, Mayor, you have a lot more work to do on getting me to the other 90%.
We'll get you there.
Thank you, Councilmember Arias. Councilmember Maxwell, and then Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yeah, Georgianne, thank you for the presentation. And again, I understand this is the basic framework, but I want to sign my initials in the pavement while it's still wet before it hardens up. So I got a few thoughts on all of this. First, when are we going to hear the proposal about the enterprise funds? This is kind of hard to make a judgment call when we're just listening to the general fund allocations in a vacuum without having any idea of what's going on at the airport, what's happening with DPU, what's happening with FACTS.
Yeah, so that, Councilmember Maxwell, so that's going to happen. We're getting text right now about everything that's happening in DC and all the discussions and what's happening with the transportation for airports, for the transit agencies. I think there's some money potentially in there directly for utilities for us to like Councilmember Arias indicated. Maybe we can forgive some of the funds that are currently owed. So all of that'll be brought to you as part of our budget discussions.
Well, do you have a ballpark number? You were able to formulate this one on February 26th.
That's because Congressman Costa is the one who read all these numbers to us on February 26th. We haven't got any of the transit numbers read to us yet, or the airport numbers read to us yet.
So Tommy, Greg may be able to comment on this, that there was a transfer of money away from, John Ellis just told me, away from transit in the last discussion with the Senate?
Yeah, in the last 24 hours, the Senate has stripped several billion
from the transportation. So nothing that we thought we knew last week, we don't know right now. And literally, I'm reading through parts of an analysis because when it's all said and done, when all of this is done, there will be regulations and a formula put out for us. But none of that has happened yet.
Hey, city attorney, since we don't know what the future of our enterprise relief is going to look like, is there anything legally precluding us from using some of this to offset some of the costs in our enterprise funds, hypothetically speaking?
No, I don't believe so. Money can go to the enterprise, it just can't come from the enterprise.
Right.
Correct.
One-way road. Okay, I mean, I think with that being said, I think obviously the policy we've been fighting for a while now, as Councilmember Soria brought it up earlier, the Zero Fare Clean Air Act, I mean, is going to be a huge priority. We had 5 votes on that a couple weeks ago. I think we've demonstrated that this is something that the city wants, something that the city council members want. And I'm looking at these projections. I see 2-year plans, I see 3-year plans and beyond. We know that we're trying to get us to that next Measure C allotment in 2026. And so I just want to make sure that administration's keeping that in mind when they're putting that together, that this is a priority for us. Similarly, I want to see Wi-Fi on our buses. We had a discussion over the last couple of months, was really doom and gloom. There were some threats that we're not going to go live with certain bus routes because of Zero Fare Clean Air Act. That turned out to not be the case because Fax didn't want to be the department that said, okay, we've told people these lines are going live, and then we have to take that back. Well, we've made certain guarantees to the community about having Wi-Fi on our.
Well, Councilmember, let me correct you. It was never a conversation about Wi-Fi.
So I think in a similar vein, we need to make sure that we live up.
Yeah, but
You're saying there's never been a community conversation about Wi-Fi on the bus?
There's been no guarantee about Wi-Fi. The issue with Wi-Fi is really about the security of the network. And so we'll put together a trade memo for you to bring you up to speed on that. That was something that ISD
I appreciate that.
Yeah, ISD found a
So
whole.
that's something I'd still like to see.
Okay.
So letting you know.
Yeah, that I'll be honest with you, council member, I wasn't aware of the bus. I know we've been talking about expanding broadband to underserved communities, and we're working with Brian Horn to look at doing that. Yeah, so if adding it to the bus network is something you want us to look at, yeah, absolutely.
Well, we know that 77% of our riders making less than $20,000. So I would say that's an underserved community utilizing that service.
And remember, there's $10 billion that are going to be disseminated for broadband under this rescue plan. So that'd be an option for us to consider for our buses.
Absolutely. Enterprise to the side for a second, as far as the general fund departments, it's been brought up numerous times already. I think there's a glaring omission, which is the parks. I think we have this idea that when Measure P got passed, I mean, at least when I was actively supporting it on the campaign, it was never my thought process that Measure P was meant to supplant the parks funding. It was meant to supplement it. I have a fear that we're using Measure P as the lollipop that we're giving to the baby to get it to shut up, when really a lollipop alone is not going to nourish a starving child. And our parks are starving. We have hundreds of millions of dollars in deferred maintenance that Measure P alone is not going to address. And as we get people back to work, there's going to be a need for their kids to have after school programs, right? Parks department is not just green spaces, it's after school programs for our kids. It's arts. People are dying to get out and get involved and get engaged. We need a program put together for people when it comes to our arts. And our senior center. We need to seriously start investing into a senior center and maybe even coming up with some senior jobs involved with that senior center. When it comes to public safety, Mayor, I want to make sure that we're not glossing over our civilian staff when we're having conversations about public safety. I've voiced my concerns before about how I wanted to make sure our folks in dispatch and I-Bureau and PEX and the similar departments over at the fire department and their civilian staff are also seeing a little bit of love when it comes to conversations around public safety, because we know that even though they're not sworn, they don't carry guns or handcuffs, they're still essential to the operations and making sure our city is safe. And, I'm hearing a lot from those folks and the struggles they've been going through as crime has spiked. But while our sworn officers might be getting some extra love, our civilians are not feeling the same way. So I want to make sure that's part of the conversation as well. And then lastly, and again, I'm not sure what the allocation is going to look like for our DPU enterprise fund. But one of the things I've kind of been, talking to city manager about, and I think we're going to have more of an ongoing conversation going forward, especially as, California is a drought prone state, making sure we set aside some funds to where folks could convert their landscaping to something drought tolerant. I don't think 50 cents a square foot is enough. I think that's why we're not seeing a lot of engagement with that program that we have right now, the quote unquote cash for grass program. I think that we need to see an increase there. And I think that would have some awesome opportunities to save the city a lot of money and water in the long term too, especially because, we're probably due for another drought here in the next couple of years. And lastly,
we're already in a drought. I'm sorry, council member. We're already in a drought. It kind of started. So this is what it looks like when it starts. It's this kind of a year followed by worse years.
So I think it would probably make sense to have these conversations sooner rather than later then, instead of waiting till we're in the heart of the storm, to make sure that we're actually prepared this time instead of coming up with all these rebate programs and incentives. Once we're actually in the middle of a drought, we need to start preparing for it now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Bredefeld, and then we'll finish strong with the Vice President. You're
Gary,
muted,
you're on mute.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Thank you.
There you go.
This is a $1.9 trillion bill. It's $130 billion to local governments. Do we know where the other $1.8 trillion is, Georgianne?
In 635 pages of bill.
Okay, I heard this. There wasn't any pork in this project in this bill, but this is about less than 10%, and I think less than 10% of this $1.9 trillion stimulus or rescue package is only related to coronavirus, and I think that's with the $130 billion that we're getting to local governments. So I don't know where it is. I see that we're getting, a tenth of this distributed to governments. I didn't expect you to answer that. I just was asking because it's very curious. The eligible uses that you outline here, it talks about revenue that was lost, delayed, or decreased related to COVID or economic impacts. I hear a lot of requests like let's have social service workers. Let's form our own public health department. Let's worry about landscaping. Is all of that allowed under this? It sounds like we hit a lottery. That's what it sounds like to me. We hit a lottery and we're figuring out all the fun ways we're going to spend this money, this 160 some odd $1 million. Is this all covered under these eligible uses?
As of this moment, we believe so, but we're waiting to see if they put any more strings and attach anything else to it. But right now, we're going into the thought thinking that this is general fund quality money. It's the color of general fund money.
We can form our own public health department now. That's
well, that'll be something we'll need to talk with the state. I don't know how it is in California, but in states around the country, the delegated authority for health departments comes from the state. So we just have to have a discussion with the state about, we want to set up, we'd have to have a medical officer, you'd have to have a public health director. There's a lot of things associated with doing
Is that what we want to do? We want to form our own new health departments and have these ongoing expenses and generate it with this one-time money from the federal government? That makes sense. Doesn't make sense to me. I didn't know the drought is related to COVID-19. So I'm just raising these issues. We ought to be thinking this is not a lottery. By the way, this is all taxpayer money. This $1.9 trillion, it's adding on to the $22 trillion of federal debt we have in this country. We're bankrupting our children's future, by the way. I know many people feel this is a lottery. We hit the lottery. We're getting $160 million. This is our future's children, our children's future that we're bankrupting over this.
So I think we need to be clear-eyed about what this money is. It isn't a lottery that we hit. It's all taxpayer money that has to be paid back at some point. I want to be clear-eyed about that. I also want to be clear-eyed about the fact that the reason why we're needing this bailout is because government on every level shut down businesses which generate sales tax to us. And we put people out of work and threw them out of work. At some point, it was 30 or 40 or 50 million people that lost their jobs over this. And that's why we're in the hole that we're in. So I don't think we should be looking for new ways to spend money, new ways to create programs, new ways to expand government. That is not the thing we ought to be doing. We ought to be very careful about this money and understand that this money has to be paid back at some point, and it's going to be our children that are paying it back, and it's their futures that are being bankrupted by this. I also have some concern about spending $5 million, frankly, as a bonus of some sort. I don't know what we want to call it, to our city employees. I'm not sure how we justify that. I'm not sure that that's really what the money ought to be used for. It's similar to Fresno Unified spending $3.5 million for teachers to go to the classroom and set it up when they're being paid anyway to do that. So I have a problem with that. I'd rather see that the $5 million go to people who've lost their jobs, that the policies that were generated out of this building put people out of work, that we continue to find them as they try to work, the people who can't pay their rent because they lost their money. I think that's what the money ought to go for, not as bonuses or anything else. I don't know how we want to describe it. So I think we, again, need to be very clear-eyed, sober as we look at this, not figure this is $164 million or $160 million to generate new programs that we'll have to fund when this money is long expired. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Butterfield. Vice President Esparza.
Thank you, Council President. Double-edged sword of being Vice President. I think I raised my hand second, and now I'm going second to last.
Closer.
I finally get to talk.
Get the right word.
It's the sacrifice of being a leader.
Yeah, I mean, what was that?
Cry baby.
And then being interrupted. Go ahead, Vice President.
Yeah, so taking a look at, I mean, I've been following the package very closely. Obviously, I'm grateful to the president and the Congress for stepping up to rescue the nation, communities across the nation, including our own. Obviously, this virus has ravaged our economy, and it's taken the lives of more than 500,000 people and counting. Those are folks we're never going to see again in our community, and their families are going to be forever impacted. And so as we start to kind of rise above the chaos, this I think this package is a good segue into the next step in the recovery and looking ahead. We've been hearing that we can't go back to normal. That's been one of the narratives out there, and I wholeheartedly agree. We have to rebuild the economy in a way that works for everybody. And that couldn't be truer in a place like Fresno, where all the issues that we see as a state and as a nation are just doubly amplified in our community. Everything from income inequality to poverty, unemployment, and so I see this package, these resources as an opportunity, a big opportunity, to give us a boost and propel things into working in a way that gets the economy cycling again, but working for everyone and being more inclusive. So with that, I do have a few questions and observations. Taking a look at the general fund replacements, I believe one of my colleagues had asked about whether that includes the scheduled wage increases. Does it or does it not?
Do you want, Dami, you want
Yeah,
me
go
to
ahead,
take it? You got
Georgiana.
it. Okay, so whatever is in the existing budget document. For instance, what you adopted in October, it showed the end of 21, it showed proposed 22, maybe 23. I believe it showed whatever the employee services line item is, would have included whatever contracted raises have been adopted. If because of those if those expenses have grown and our revenues due to COVID and other reasons have not grown at the same pace, it's created the deficit. So that $50 million slot for the proposed 22 and 23 deficits would cover those deficits. Is a part of those deficits from employee services and the raises that have previously been adopted? Yes. Does it account for any future raises? No.
Okay. Well, I mean, as we move into that territory, I just want to be realistic, right? And you know, it's listed at 50 million currently, but it could easily, depending on the contracts that expire and how those shake out, because I think we do have several contracts expiring this year alone and into next year. I mean, let's just make sure we're accounting for that and being realistic, right? If that 50 is really 55, right, then obviously that's 5 million less we have to spend. So that would be my comment there on the general fund replacement. And so the community safety portion, that is separate from general fund. That's I mean, the general fund revenue replacement is accounting for the gaps we would have saw in the fire and police department. Yes.
The gaps we wouldn't have. I didn't understand the question.
Well, so apart from the 30 million community safety, the general fund revenue replacement would have maintained current service levels in the fire department and the police department.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I mean, taking a look at it, I mean, just at first glance, right, without sort of getting the explanation, it sort of seemed like it was more like 80 million in general fund revenue replacement. Now, I have a clearer understanding of that. My preference is that we would steer more towards just a community investment category, which could inevitably include some safety programs or safety related programs. Again, this is an opportunity for us to get, I think, very, very creative. So I just want it to be a very malleable sort of pot of dollars. Just as one example, I was thinking of as I've been listening to everyone speak here today. Back when we had the End the Violence Summit at the fairgrounds, and then we had those folks come over and present to us here at City Hall or at the council meeting. One of the observations, one thing I kept hearing was that because of some of the previous influx of dollars in these lower income communities, we're seeing a spike in purchase of firearms. That lines up with the data that we are seeing nationwide. And so, community safety, that could look like a voluntary firearm buyback, right? In some of these communities where we have seen the violence spike. So I want to get creative in ways like that, ways that we haven't necessarily gone before. I also agree with one of my colleagues who said that we ought to consider for that last half of fiscal year, filling the gap there, considering how alarming the projections were. Obviously, those are just projections and things change year to year as things unfold. But those projections were alarming, not without having any sort of supplemental funding, the huge gaps we were seeing, and the gaps were getting bigger every year. So, right now we have 50 million in general fund revenue replacement. I'd be okay with taking a look at adding another half of fiscal year onto that and covering what we could there, just to help us uphold our sort of basic level of service throughout the city. Moving on to one of the next lines, I see you want to make a tangible investment and beautify Fresno. I wanted to ask the administration, so, just off the top of your head, what you had in mind, what that looks like. Is that personnel? Is it trash bags? What were you thinking?
Yeah. So it's really going, it's putting the stuff that we're doing. Where's Councilmember Maxwell? The work we did in his in his district, we're planning, staff is working with Councilman Arias to identify, I think Mariella Brown, we're going to do something. It's really taking that and really putting it on steroids and getting into neighborhoods and doing those kind of revitalization, those blitzes, and doing it, intentionally, and we have some capacity to really transform some neighborhoods. That's the intent.
And Mike, and just to echo that, Nelson, I know your neighborhood, most of the neighborhoods in the city, I think as you get up to, all the way up to almost Bullard Avenue, but especially in the southern part of the city, we have some, some of the streets are just really almost unsafe to drive on, and sidewalks that have been raised, 6-8 inches. So I think this gives us an opportunity over a 3-year period to be able to let the council identify those neighborhoods that are the most disadvantaged, the neighborhoods that are, the most unsightly, and let's put a plan together and have the funding to address it in an expedited way. So that's what it's for: repaving the streets, sidewalks, taking out trees that shouldn't have been planted in the first place, replanting trees, trimming trees, doing all the things.
Fixing the irrigation.
Yeah, all the things that that we need to make those neighborhoods presentable.
Okay, that's good to hear. And again, I'm open to that pot of money, that pot of dollars, that category. I think I've expressed this to you before, Mayor. Where I certainly am going to support these volunteer cleanup efforts that are happening across the city. We're going to do one on Saturday. But I'd be lying if I said it didn't bother me a little bit, right? That that we were asking residents to step up and do this instead of using their tax dollars they already pay into to invest in neighborhoods. So no sweat off my back there with Beautify Fresno. I'm going to continue to support it, but I have been looking for that tangible investment into the program, and this looks like a good opportunity. In terms of vaccination, I guess I've heard this from my colleagues before. I know that we're not currently receiving any vaccines, but in any way that we could partner with the county to bring those vaccines into our districts, especially those zip codes where it's not reaching folks. I know we have a super site right now in the O2, but also looking at the O1, the O3, the O6. So taking the vaccine to folks in our community directly, and that's going to happen fast. I mean, every week we're seeing an increase in supply, and before we know it, we're going to be caught on our heels with the supply, but no way to get it out. So I'd be looking for ways we can partner with the county and looking to spend more than 1% of our dollars on the vaccination. So I think obviously we're not spending on vaccines directly, but just again, figuring out the sites and the sort of mobile capacity to get it out.
Vice President, as far as we do that today in Council District 5, there was a mobile clinic brought to the senior village that Councilmember Chavez had asked for, and we will be bringing one to the Poverello in the coming weeks using UCSF. Amongst other providers. So we do talk about that as the supply has been going up and we can get more shots in arms. We are moving those around more and more. So look for one to come to your district soon.
Okay, yeah, fantastic. Yeah, I mean, and I've heard from folks, right? Folks who are not yet eligible or have trouble getting around, even with the zero fare now, right? It's just, so we got to go to them, just like we've begun already, just sort of expanding on those efforts. But overall, again, we got one shot. Mayor, I think of it in this way. Those Fast and the Furious movies where they're trying to figure out when to hit the NOS, so they win the race. That's what these dollars are. So I think how we spend this money and when we spend it will determine whether our city wins the race in the long run or if we get left behind in the dust. So the angle I'm coming at this from is what are those investments we can make that will go sort of a long way. Fully understand the revenue replacement, obviously, how can we sort of advance if we can't even meet the baseline level? So, I'm going to support, a certain level of that baseline sort of coverage for our general funds. But the rest of the malleable dollars, we got to boost housing, we got to boost our workers, find creative ways to get money in the pockets of regular people here in Fresno, because we know they're going to spend it at local businesses. All of that so that we get back into a healthy cycle of its own. That's really what I'm looking for with these dollars. How can we kick things back into a way that they're working for everybody and the economy is moving, and we're not just sort of filling a gap and seeing the hole continue to get larger. Want to find recovery in these dollars, not just sort of a band-aid. And again, that's the angle I'm coming from. So obviously we have a long way to go in these conversations. I have a number of ideas like the buyback program and a number of other sort of creative initiatives that are some public safety related, some not. So we'll talk more about those as the conversations progress.
Thank you, Vice President Esparza. Let me just chime in real quick because I see a couple of hands popping up. I might be able to offer some clarity or maybe answer some questions. I think my colleagues get tired of me saying that. I've seen 10 of these now, actually more than that, because we've done some mid-year budget adjustments. But for the sake of the conversation going forward, I think it'll be helpful for the council to really have these pods of money identified. Whether we color code them or somehow track them in a different way. I know it's one whole budget, but I think in order to have clarity and have a little bit more on the same page approach, I like to see obviously the mid-year budget numbers on one track, the stimulus money that we're discussing right now on its track as well, the Measure P money and the projections that we're making as well, and then the other pots of money with regards to transportation, whether that's FACTS, the airport, and other funds that are not necessarily reflected here, but that we will be getting, along with those funds that will be available to CBOs and some of our partnering organizations that have been working. I think that will be very helpful these next couple of months in order for the council to really track those expenditures. And on that note, I got a question for the administration on the general fund revenue replacement, the 50 million that we're doing. And, I know you're doing projections. We're either doing a 2-year or 3-year, but I can tell you that those projections are just projections. I don't think I've ever seen a 3 or 5-year projection that held true. And so I want to make sure that we're all clear and on the same page on what that is. But I do have a very specific question because it's going to lead up to the next workshop that we're going to have, which is the public safety conversation. As we're going through that process along with our police commission reform work, what is the number of officers that we have budgeted in this budget proposal? Do we have that off the top of our head, Tommy?
We have not, correct me if I'm wrong, Georgianne, we have not added any police officer headcount to this. There's no law enforcement headcount increase in these numbers we've given you right now. Now, as part of the budget development process, and we work with you on that, that's when we'll have the discussion about, do we want to change the numbers? But right now, nothing we've given you talks about is proposing any changes to the headcounts.
Okay, here's why I'm asking, Tommy. So we know that, the amount of positions that we budgeted has not been close to what we actually have, right? For a number of reasons, whether it's attrition, whether it's, whatever the case may be. So I just want to make sure that we're all clear and transparent about what that will look like for the expenditures along those lines. But the really concerning number that we have is we know that by the end of the year, we're going to be short about 100 officers here in the city of Fresno. And I think the workshop that our new chief is going to present is going to be very helpful to not just inform the council, but inform the public with regards to what exactly is happening out there. That's, one of the big calls that we get as council members, whether it's burglary, vandalism, theft, whatever that looks like. I think that needs to be part of this conversation, because one of the frustration that comes out of residents is, when something happens to their property or their home and whatever that looks like. Right now, it's a lot of catalytic converters being stolen off of, Priuses and other vehicles. Next week, it'll be garage break-ins. And so I think I want to make sure that we're on the same page on making sure that we can address those needs when those residents call and request service, whatever that looks like. I know it kind of goes a little bit broader to the public safety conversation, but I think we just need to be very honest with the residents with regards to what we have budgeted, what we plan on having budgeted, and what exactly our police deployment model looks like. I know we've given the chief a little bit of time now to work on what he needs to work on. He's going to be presenting that to the council, but I think that's a big component of this conversation. We've talked about parks, we've talked about infrastructure, we've talked about a number of other initiatives, but I think the public safety piece is going to be very important coming up here in the next couple of months. We have seen some movement from the federal government too, with regards to what their version of police reform looks like. I know that we're going to be aligning our conversation with that, obviously to leverage funds that will likely come out of that conversation. I just want to put that on the administration's radar. That's actually going to be one of the questions that I ask our lobbyists in DC as she tracks that conversation coming down the pipeline. So I think for the sake of this conversation, I think the homeless services pod is a little heavy, considering that we've just spent $157 million on homeless services. I like to see more small businesses resources go to that pod, and more importantly, the district neighborhood projects I think are going to be very important for me. The repaving of streets that have not been repaved in over 30 years, the tree trimming, the cleanups that we're doing. That's going to be a big priority for me, particularly those neighborhoods that we know, based on our own assessment that we have for all streets across the city, have not had either a slurry seal or anything remotely close to that done. And then with regards to the process that we're going through, I think it'd be a good idea to run all the COVID-related expenditures, just like the subcommittee has been doing through that committee, and the city general fund, general project conversations through the budget committee that we established in order to get a good broad sense of kind of where the council is going to be. And obviously, the mayor, you've outlined your priorities with what this looks like. I think it's a good starting point, but I do see some room for modifications here, just based on some of the needs that I know are going to be coming out of our council district offices here, because as many of you know, everybody was sheltering in place, but that's starting to come out, and they're coming out of their neighborhoods, and they're starting to see illegal dumping sites, couches on the side of the street. They're starting to notice a lot more different things, and I think we're going to go through that here in the next month or so. But just in preparation for that, I think what would be a lot more simpler to follow too, because I know as council members, we kind of have our own bubbles and our own priorities, and we track those. But I think for the sake of the conversation, really putting those pots of money, whether they're one time or ongoing, I think will be helpful for the conversation that we're going to have. So are we planning on bringing the mid-year budget adjustment on the 18th or the first meeting in April?
Probably the first meeting in April, because we're waiting for the last round of projections from Muni Services. We don't have them yet, and we're hoping to have them.
I thought Tommy said that they did receive the actual.
That was for December. So we need the projections for moving forward.
Okay, and as we're going through that, and I referenced that earlier, Tommy and Georgianne, we're doing these projections. We're going to have to figure out a way of how are we going to track that on an ongoing basis with regards to what's actually coming in, and obviously modify these numbers accordingly. I guess I'm just the optimist, but I think we're gonna pick up here as the pandemic resides, and making sure that we're tracking that information, that the council has that. I know that you guys really want to be transparent and engaging the council. I think that's a good idea. We've been working through this, and then the last thing I'll I'll say, because I heard a little bit of back and forth between my colleagues. So I guess for the record, we could say thank you, President Trump, for the 92 million, and thank you, President Biden, for the 160 plus million. Right, whether you're Democrat or Republican, I think it's that old saying that, you know, as Democrats love to tax and spend, and Republicans love to borrow and spend. And so now we're in a upside down world. But at the bottom of, at the end of the day, I think this is a great opportunity to invest and make some key investments that we've not had the opportunity to. And, you know, Georgianne, Tommy, and, you know, the mayor then, police chief, was here and Greg too, when we were not necessarily fighting for a piece of the pie, but fighting for crumbs. And now our biggest challenge is how do we actually effectively allocate these resources. So I'm looking forward to working with you guys. Just expect Andy to be engaged too. He's on the council side, the budget analyst. He's actually very good. Don't try to hide money because he finds everything. Seriously.
He did a good job hiding your stashes.
Look, we're watching. We're watching.
Well, that's only
We
what
learned,
you found.
we learned from the best.
Under Ashley Swearingen and Georgianne.
Yeah.
Well,
Nothing to hide.
You haven't seen the best yet.
but in all honesty, I you know, I'm looking forward to working with you guys, and I think everybody wants to, you know, make the best sausage, so to speak. And I think we're gonna get there. Just at the end of the day, I see these dollars, and more than anything, I just see us helping people more in our city, and that's really what it's all about. With that, I know my colleagues wanted to say a couple of things. Councilmember Arias, you had your hand back up, and I think Councilmember
Yes.
Carbasi too.
Council President, I just want to point out one thing I left on my, you know, long list of things that are missing. Just so you know, Beautify Fresno, I like the concept. I don't like the whole, you know, volunteer every 2 days to pick up trash. You know, that's a lot of work for our residents and for everybody else. I want to see some actual resources put forward. I also want to call your attention to Operation Cleanup. That model's been going for a while. It works at times. In my district, Operation Cleanup means you clean your backyard and you put everything in the street, and all the appliances remain. And then the council district has to pay a private garbage company to go pick them all up. So it happens every single Operation Cleanup. It actually just simply is Operation Cleaning Your Yard and dirtying the city streets and the alleyways. So I want to be thoughtful about bringing this to your attention. I know we're meeting with your folks soon, but as we fully develop Beautify Fresno, I think we have to take on Operation Cleanup when it comes to the things that public utilities cannot pick up. And I understand why, but somebody has to pick them up, because it's unfair for me to have to hire a private contractor every single neighborhood to pick up the stuff that's being left behind, that gets left behind every year. Secondly, I recognize you guys are doing a pilot on your multifamily, you know, housing. Given the high transient rate, I think you're going to get very little takers, because by the time that opportunity is given to them, they're going to be somewhere else. I do think part of that Operation Cleanup model, where you just show up at an apartment complex on a certain day, and that's the day everybody takes their stuff out, is probably going to be more effective, especially for the seniors who don't have vehicles, especially for the folks who don't have a truck to, you know, drive to the dump. So I just want to caution you with and bring to your attention that I'm fully supportive of Beautify Fresno. I just think we got to make some tweaks to address the different parts of town, and also caution the city with, we're going to see a lot more dumping from county residents coming into the area. And that's what we've seen with some of these Operation Cleanups that occur. So, but I think it's something that we can problem solve. So I look forward to the conversations. And Tommy, I really, really want some garbage compactors in downtown Fresno and Chinatown. So we don't go pick up the garbage. The next day it's back outside. We go pick it up. The next day it's back outside. The owners are frustrated. The plastic tops and garbage cans aren't sufficient. So we need some garbage compactors. And I know there's a process and we have to do certain steps, but outside of garbage compactors in downtown Fresno and Chinatown, we're going to keep on having the same frustrations of owners and residents, where the commercial bins are being emptied out by the homeless community on a daily basis, and we then have to pay to go pick it up, simply for it to be emptied all over again.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Carbasi, and then we'll finish with the mayor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to thank my colleagues for their comments. I want to thank Georgianne and Tommy for your transparency. That's a big difference, and I really do want to acknowledge that. It was a good conversation. It's a good start. I think we're going to have a lot of our work cut out for us, but it's good. I think we've been able to see what everyone thinks, and everyone has some bit of a good idea. We can put it together, make a great plan for this city, and spend this taxpayer money responsibly. So thank you all so much.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll just keep mine short, but I just got notified that, and this has been, by the way, very, very helpful. I've taken copious notes. I know that Tommy has too, and Georgianne. And so this is helpful in terms of knowing where the mayoral or the council priorities are. I was just told by John Ellis that this number's already slipped down to about 155. So our pot of it is now 155. And just based on some of the comments that have been made, I think we've spent 500 million of the 155 on some of the things we want, which is not uncommon, right? That's what we do. But
like Measure P.
Yeah, and that's true too. We're going to get 37 million a year. We got about 800 million of debt. So in terms of the items, Councilmember Bredefield spoke to this. You know, when we put these pots of money together, these categories, it was really for the purpose of trying to make it a COVID nexus. In terms of the general fund revenue replacement, we know that our revenues and our budgets were really solid prior to COVID. So we know that's a direct nexus and an impact. Some of the neighborhood projects that we've seen, that things we've gone backwards on, we want to make sure that we're able to take care of those over the next 3 years. And I think that's going to be helpful. Community safety has been a direct impact of the COVID. We know that we've seen crime skyrocket in our city in the last year, and it coincides with COVID, along with some other things, in the way that the jails are operating, the way that the prisons are operating, and so forth. So that has an impact, and we want to offset those issues. And I'm very much open to all the things that were said under the community safety umbrella. I think they're all very viable, and we should look at those. Again, the essential worker payments, I don't see that as a bonus or a reward as much as a recognition for what our employees have done this last year, working from home, utilizing their own, like I said, PG&E for their computers and their office space and some of those things, but also for code enforcement, fire department, our fax officers, our police officers that have been out there working hard. And we're not talking about a lot of money, quite frankly, in the overall budget. I think it is a good way of saying thank you to those folks for what they did. And then the other categories down below, rental assistance, we're trying to avoid evictions. We want to make sure people don't get evicted, and whether it's rental assistance or utility assistance, we want to do both of those. The upgrades to the facilities, that's important to us as a result of the COVID impact. Food distribution, the vaccines, homeless services, and I heard loud and clear, I think it's more than the homeless. We want to make sure that those homeless dollars are really, it's homeless/housing, and how we can transition through that. So, and then the small business, I'd love to give 30% of this to small business. In fact, all business, because they've been impacted. Not all business, because big box wasn't, but I'd love to do more, and I do know that the federal government is going to do 15 billion in small business grants as a part of this budget or this rescue plan, in addition to what we're doing. So I appreciate it, and I think it is. The good news is we have the SAFER grant coming up that's going to allow us to fully fund the firefighters, so we don't have to rely on these dollars. We also have Measure P coming up, and we won't have to rely on those dollars, and we don't want to supplant. We want to add to. That's the intent of it. So we're going to be very flexible. I look forward to the upcoming meetings with individual council and the committees. So thank you guys for everything. Very helpful.
Thank you, Mayor. Good first conversation. The work continues. So next, council, let's go to the next item.
Council President, I think there was someone with their raised hand. Sam Frank.
I didn't see anybody. Let me see here. Oh, okay. Put Sam through.
Sam, you're unmuted.
Mr. Frank, you're unmuted, sir. You have the floor.
Hello, Council President Chavez and other city council people. My name's Sam Frank. I'm president of the Fresno City Employees Association and represent about 710 of the employees with the city of Fresno. I want to talk a little bit about the 5 million or 3.1% of this COVID relief money that's been given to us by the federal government. This is our tax money that the federal government has decided that we need some of it back, and it's to mitigate the impacts of COVID-19 on our community. I want to talk to you a little bit about the impact of COVID-19 on my members, our employees. Our contract expired last year, and when we went back to the table to negotiate a new one, we were told, don't even ask for money. Okay. And we said, well, you know, given the circumstances, we can understand that position. But nobody told inflation not to continue. And last year we saw 1.4% inflation. Nobody told the price of our home that we rent or our apartment that we rent to go up because of the housing market in Fresno. And it's gone up. And so that's an impact from COVID. The fact that we lost the spending value of our money by almost 1.5%. That was an impact from COVID. Another thing that we had was a promise by the city that in our equity study, our class and comp study that we had done 3 years ago, that we would get our salaries up to what other organizations pay. What Sacramento, Stockton, Bakersfield, we studied them all. And what we came up with was we were underpaid about 10% overall. Some classifications being underpaid by 20%. So we had a couple of good years before COVID, before the impact of COVID. And the city spent $375,000 each one of those years to get some equity increases, and some people benefited from that and others didn't. One of the impacts of COVID is we were told, don't even ask about that. So people who were expecting before COVID to have their salaries increases are now being told that's not going to happen. So the impact of COVID-19 is an admin clerk starting at A-step is still making $14.75 an hour. Another impact of that is our parking controllers who are still out there every day doing their jobs as essential workers. They're still making 18% less than parking controllers in other cities. So to say that there hasn't been an economic impact on our employees is a little disingenuous. So seeing here that there's $5 million, in other words, 3.1% of our tax dollars, remember all of these employees who've been impacted, they all pay taxes. Part of this money is their money being given back to our community to alleviate the impact of COVID-19 on it. And, you know, I saw this as something given to a workforce that has stepped up as essential employees, that has gone out, that has picked up the slack. When PD couldn't enforce mask ordinances out there and didn't have the resources to go into businesses and make sure that they weren't price gouging, which was an issue with all of you, code enforcement picked up that slack. And it caused them a lot of stress. And that's another impact that COVID has had on your workforce. The impact of stress. Stress is a killer. Stress affects your mental health. It affects your physical well-being. And that's what our employees have worked under. You think it hasn't been stressful to work over at PD, to be a dispatcher? Even before they were given masks or PPE, they were told, you still have to come to work. You still need to get that job done. Even though there's a pandemic raging, even though that person sitting next to you could be sick, could get you sick, could get your family sick, that caused stress. Okay, records clerks, the list goes on and on. So employees have been impacted throughout. This didn't last 3 months. It didn't last 6 years. It's lasted over a year, and it continues to go on for at least 2 to 3 more months until we all get vaccinated. And what it boils down to is the mayor has a heart. I look at a man who has a heart. He has a heart for this community. He has a heart for everything that happens here. And I look at all of you, and you all have hearts too. You've all just expressed that you have a heart for seniors who have no place to go to play mahjong. You have a heart for people who can't afford to ride the bus to get to their job. You have a heart in so many different ways for so many different people. And all I'm asking you, as the president of the Fresno City Employees Association, is to have a heart for the essential employees, the people I represent, the people whose emails I've gotten throughout. And these are people who've been left powerless. Because you remember, as union members, normally, if you want to change their working conditions, you need to go to the union and say, hey, let's talk about the impact of having these people enforce mask ordinances is going to have on these employees. Let's talk about that. You never had to do that because this is an emergency. And under an emergency, you're given great powers. And you're able to tell people you are an essential employee. You, at this point in time, under this emergency, you don't have the rights that you normally have. You have a right to obey orders or leave your job. Quit. Other than that, the community has a need. They have a need for your services. And you must go out and perform those services or quit your job. And that's how they stepped up. And that's why they're still here. And we can talk a lot about all the other impacts. The people who normally turn their power off between 8 and 5 because they weren't home, who now had to be home all winter, all summer. And we know what power bills can be like in the summer when you have to cool your home just so your computer won't overheat. I could go on, and I'm going to ask to meet with each and every one of you, but I want you to sit here and think about the employees as well. Think about the impact COVID has had on them, both financially and to their levels of stress throughout this pandemic. And then think about the fact that you just voted for hazard pay for commercial food service workers who work in grocery stores. You advocated for them and what they've been going through, much of which has been the same. And you had a heart for them. And I'm asking you to have the same heart for the employees of the city of Fresno. And that's all I'm asking. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Frank. That concludes our comments. Next item will be the workshop on housing production. Jennifer?
Good afternoon, Council President, members of the City Council. Dan Zach will be joining me, so if we could also elevate him for the presentation. So I'm going to bring up our PowerPoint.
He's coming on right now.
Right. So again, good afternoon, Council President, members of the City Council, Jennifer Clark, Director of Planning and Development. I want to thank the Council President for the opportunity to present this workshop today. Over the past few weeks, there have been a number of news stories locally and nationally highlighting the need for housing in Fresno. And today is a great opportunity to dive into the data and discuss ways to fast track, incentivize, and streamline housing production in the city. The basic outline of the presentation today will include a historical look at our population growth over the past 2 decades and housing production during that same time frame. Then we will discuss projections based on that historical data, as well as the national and local trends. We will discuss our current pipeline of projects, which can address those projections. And lastly, we will present options for streamlining ministerial approvals and tracking. The most consistent data sets for housing and population are found in the Census and the American Community Survey, the ACS. There are definitely flaws with this data, including the fact that we only have numbers through July of 2019. The 2020 census has not been certified yet, leading to uncertainty in the projections. The ACS is not a terribly accurate source of data. It represents sampling of households annually, which is then assumed to be accurate over the unsampled population. The data errors in the ACS can be large. However, to have a consistent model across 2 decades, we have used the same data source. And this provides a good look at trends, even if the numbers themselves are not exact. So, City of Fresno population growth. In 20 years, approximately 90,000 more persons reside in the city of Fresno. Since 2010, population has grown 6.79%. The rate of growth annually varies dramatically based on the sampling errors I discussed earlier. However, the average annual population growth has been about 0.2%. During that same period of time, the city has added 30,000 housing units. The graph, the blue represents single family production and orange represents multifamily production. Since 2010, available housing units have grown at 6.62% or approximately 0.16% slower than population growth. If household size remained constant over that period, the city would have produced approximately 4,800 fewer units than population demand. Another trend to follow to determine housing demand are rental vacancy rates. While these vary nationally, a standard rule of thumb for financing purposes is 5 to 8% vacancy. These vary seasonally as well, especially in college towns where a large proportion of students commute or live in apartments near campus. Typically, a rate below 5% is considered a tight housing market, causing rents to increase. Due to the current COVID-related eviction moratorium, vacancy rates are at effective 0. This is due to the fact that renters are unable to move and that some landlords are keeping units off of the market. One of the big changes in the housing market in Fresno shows that the mix of new housing being produced is changing. Over the past 20 years, the mix of housing units built has shifted from a majority single-family construction to a balance of multifamily and single-family units. Interestingly, the average annual production of single-family units has remained relatively constant at approximately 1,200 units per year. You can see in this table that essentially what we're looking at is the 20-year average, then the last 10 years, the last 5, and the last 2. So we've moved from 75% single family and 25% multifamily to 53% single family and 47% multifamily.
Director Clark, if
yes.
you could just pause.
Sure.
So I think this is an important conversation for the general public. It seems to me that the engagement and conversation that's resulting from the Sean Blackstone project, other projects that are high density, are only going to intensify for our council, given that the market has determined that there's a demand for more multi-family housing units and single-family housing units. I know in my district, in West Fresno, they've been demanding mostly, if not all, single-family housing. But it seems to me that the trend in the market's going the other way. So just a cautionary tale for the residents and the council that if the market continues the way it has been for the last 20 years, we're going to see a flip of multifamily versus single-family.
Mr. President?
Go ahead.
Yes.
I want to follow up after Director Clark's finished. I have a question.
Then, thank you.
Councilmember Carbasi?
I'm sorry, Director Clark, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Did you want to respond to the council members'
go ahead.
comments?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. No, that brings up a good point. I just want to clarify a couple of things. This trend in these numbers, does this also include, is this all market rate housing? Or does this include affordable housing subsidized by the government?
This is total housing production. It's not broken down into affordability levels.
Okay. And then my other question is regarding market trends. Does this also take into account, I mean, we went through a phase where it was kind of let's all grow out. And then no, let's only grow in the urban core. Now I think the new mayors, let's do both responsibly. So I think we talk about the market, but also some of our policies may have had some impact in that formula. Would that be correct?
Sure, and we do discuss opportunities to streamline and to use some of our programmatic discretion to improve production at the end of the presentation. Absolutely, you know, the trend of where housing is built certainly impacts the number of units that are built per year, as well as demand, right? So, but you can see that in the last 2 years, we've been building on average 30% more units per year than we did over the 20-year average. So we're significantly increasing production over what has happened as a norm in the past. There are obviously big jumps in certain years, which we showed earlier.
Thank you, Director.
Right. So one of the things that we wanted to display was how do we fit into the regional market. As Fresno grows, the region also continues to grow both in population and in housing units. The Building Industry Association, the BIA, collects data on building permits issued by jurisdiction. Note that building permits are not the same as housing units, as one multifamily permit may include multiple units. Additionally, under the California Building Code, residential permits include units of 1, 2, or 3 per building, whereas commercial permits begin at 4 units per building. So sometimes there's a little bit of differential between the number of units and the number of permits. So what will the next year bring, or future years? While it's hard to project, given the current COVID restrictions, we have analyzed our 5-year trend line based on actual city metrics, the national projection rates, and the number of units which are in the pipeline. Based on historical permit activity, we are seeing increases in both the single family and multifamily markets. Over the past 5 years, the city has permitted 1,700 units per year on average, but that includes a dramatic dip in single family production in 2017 and in multifamily production in 2018. Both trend lines show strong growth, resulting in a projection of 1,200 units of single family, which is the historic 20-year average, and 1,200 units of multifamily production for a total of 24 units in 2021. This would represent a 41% increase over the 5-year average. And this is a trend line simply based on the last 5 years of production. The national industry expectations show that both single family and multifamily year-over-year increases will be strong. The National Builders Association projects a 7.8 increase in single family starts, which would result in close to 1,400 new single family units in 2021. The multifamily projections are slightly weaker at a 6% production increase, which would result in over 1,300 new multifamily units. This could result in 2,700 new housing units in 2021, which is a 59% increase over the 5-year average production levels. Given these large growth projections of 41% to 59%, we needed to look at how many units were in the pipeline. Don't want to have a demand that far exceeds our pipeline. There are over 7,200 units currently in the queue. Approximately 2,300 units are currently under construction. Let me repeat that. There are over 2,300 units currently under construction. Another 500 are in plan check and 4,500 are gaining the entitlement needed to go to construction. This would indicate that we can exceed the projections discussed previously. Embedded in those numbers are almost 2,400 single-family lots, which have just been approved through the final map process or will be approved within the next 100 days. If we anticipate construction of over 3,000 total units in 2021 and a goal of 5,000 units in 2022, we will need to add more units to the queue. As stated earlier, the last 20 years produced approximately 4,800 units less than what was needed. This means that we are already starting with a historic shortage, which is leading to rising rental rates and home prices. The administration is actively working to address the housing shortage by streamlining processes, enacting regulatory improvements, and tracking the progress. First, I'd like to discuss streamlining. The city already has some CEQA streamlining opportunities to speed up entitlement approval processes, but those do not address the CEQA challenges of the growth areas. In a moment, I will turn the presentation over to Dan Zak to discuss opportunities to increase housing production. But there are other opportunities right now that could fast track approval for building permits and final maps. These include the creation of an express development team at the building counter to approve submittals within a few days or over the counter. Also, delegation of final map authority to the city engineer will reduce approval times by 45 to 60 days. And lastly, the approval of the specific plans in the pipeline for the west area and the southeast development areas can increase housing production exponentially. In terms of regulatory improvements, I will turn over the next few slides to Dan Zak, who can explain the benefit of moving residential entitlements to a ministerial approval to fast track construction.
Thank you, Jennifer. Good afternoon, members of the council. Dan Zak, Economic Development Department. So one of the things that can be done in order to make entitlement times go quicker and more easily for certain kinds of projects is what is called a ministerial entitlement process. We talk a lot about by right. And we know that if a use is permitted in a zone district without a conditional use permit being required, it's a by right use. But that only results in a ministerial process for that project if the building is already there and there's no development of the site required to get that use in there. So if you have a shopping center, you're going to put a retail store in an empty space. It's a by right use, so it can go in there without a CUP. If you have to build the shopping center, though, it requires a development permit, which is a discretionary action. And discretionary means that we can add conditions of approval to it and other things that add a little bit of uncertainty and a little bit of time to the process. Also, though, they add flexibility. Ministerial means that a project comes in. If they meet all of the applicable requirements, then they are approved by staff. In fact, they cannot be denied if they meet all of the applicable standards, even if you're building from the ground up. The benefit of that is it can be a lot quicker. We already have that process for housing in downtown. And the last couple of projects that went through that process in downtown, we've only had a couple so far. Hopefully I'll be getting a lot more rounded up here in the near future. But the ones that have gone through so far were approved in about 100 days and calendar days. So it's a really quick process. Gives you a lot of certainty. The requirements are there in the development code. You follow them all to a T, and you're approved. It is also a big benefit that ministerial actions are not a project for CEQA. And so that the uncertainty, time and process that comes with that would not apply. Just like a building permit is a ministerial action that's not subject to CEQA, a ministerial and planning entitlement works the same way. Can't be appealed, so it really can make things move with a lot more certainty and speed. Jennifer, could you go to the next slide?
So Dan, if I can just stop you there.
Oh yeah, sure.
To be very clear, that's a hell no from my part, because it fundamentally shifts the land use authority from the legislative body to the administrative and executive body. And most importantly, it would remove our ability to have developers and projects adjust to what the neighborhood and the residents are asking. Most of these that you mentioned, they work in downtown because people are expecting high density, but they don't work if you're trying to build a 5-story tower you know, in the middle of residential where there's no public transit. So just for my part, I'm not giving away the land use authority because I'm the one that has to get screamed at in the neighborhood meetings on rezone applications and, you know, adjustments that people want.
Yeah, understood, council member. Thank you. And just please be aware, I'm not trying to give a hard sell on this. I'm trying to, you know, help though make, you know, understand the options. And to be clear, it wouldn't allow anything anywhere. It would only allow projects if this was the case that followed the height limit, all the use restrictions, setbacks, parking, everything to a T. So if somebody wanted to do a high rise in the middle of a neighborhood, well, that's not allowed in the zone district. Absolutely could not be eligible for a ministerial entitlement. That would require a rezone and it's an environmental impact report and the whole 9 yards. So a project like that wouldn't be applicable in any circumstances to a ministerial requirement. But your point is duly noted. The challenges with ministerial is that you cannot tag on conditions of approval to your project. And so one of the benefits of a development permit discretionary process is that if, you know, it's a big new development on the edge of town that's going to put a lot of traffic on the road and we need to make sure a traffic signal is provided to accommodate all of the traffic that the project is going to generate. With a development permit or other discretionary action, we can add as a condition of approval, you're going to have to add a traffic signal at that corner. With a ministerial entitlement, you cannot tag on conditions of approval. So what you have to do is make sure that all of the infrastructure that's going to be needed for any particular project is codified. And rather than looking case by case and adding things on as a condition, as they, you know, may make sense for particular kinds of projects, you have to be much more kind of formalized and formulaic about it. And you have to have it in the development code as a condition or as a development standard. And so the downtown section of the development code, since housing is ministerial, it actually has infrastructure requirements codified at the tail end of Article 15 in the development code. So it requires some upfront work if there was a part of town or a type of use like housing where there was a desire to shift to this in addition to downtown. That work would have to be done up front. And then the text amendment to change this would require environmental review, which would probably be pretty substantial. So even though every individual project wouldn't be submitted to it, it would have to be done up front to accommodate and identify any impacts that might arise. And then, you know, you lose a little bit of flexibility, right? Our developers always want speed and certainty and flexibility, but those are in conflict, right? And the more certain you make the process, the less flexible it has to be by nature, right? And so, you know, the policy makers will have to decide if this is a tool that they want in the tool belt, you know, where is that certainty the most important to have and the flexibility not as much. Jennifer, if you can go to the next slide.
Hey, Dan, hang on a sec. Can you go back to the slide? Yeah. So Councilmember Arias and to all the council members, I had seen this presentation. The staff was taking me through it, and I was listening to the numbers about 41% increase in the pipeline, 59% increase in the pipeline. We're already kind of behind. I don't think that accounts for a high-speed rail, for Southwest Airlines, for people wanting to get out of the Bay Area. I think we're going to get really, really a lot of activity here in the city of Fresno. And so I was talking to the staff, and the city attorney was involved, and I said, you know, we're going to get this thing backed up, and we're going to have stuff in the queue just waiting forever. Is there anything we can do to make it go faster? What do you got? And then they just came up with, so this is not an idea that we're saying you have to do, but we are headed toward a place where housing is going to get more expensive because we can't keep up with it. We are going to add some people. We are going to change our tools, and we are going to change our processes. But with the demand that appears to be on the horizon, we've got to figure out how we're going to get stuff through the system faster because we're behind already. You see what's happening to the rents. You see what's happening to housing prices on the sales. So again, if it's not this, but we've got to come up with some ideas on how to manage this slug of demand that we're going to have on housing because it's going to get backed up.
City manager, I love the out of box thinking. Keep it coming. We got 5 other things we can probably go through.
Hey, Dan, pause right there.
Sure.
To Councilmember Arias' point, part of the reason I felt that this had a lot of value, and I think why you're seeing the initial reaction from the council, is because obviously we're the ones that deal with the calls from constituents when something doesn't fit in a neighborhood, and I understand you're just going through what an option could be. And what this could essentially look like, and obviously selling. There are a couple of legislation bills working their way through the California legislature where they want to make certain developments by right to begin with, and kind of take that control away from the local folks. I know we've had this conversation before, particularly in some of the areas that are being developed in Southeast, Northwest. And I just, for the benefit of my colleagues, I think if another option that is not on here, but it could be maybe an area that we pre-approve, working with the council member, because we know what, neighborhoods, what fits what. That might be an option to discuss on, getting that agreement because it would give certainty to a potential developer, and it would allow the city to know exactly where we're building. And I suspect that it might incentivize some folks to want to develop in that area.
Council President?
Yes,
Can you hear me?
Councilwoman Soria. Yes.
Yeah, can I chime in real quick? And
Yes.
thank you, Tommy, for bringing up the issue of people, because I think over the last 6 years, being on the council, there hasn't been a month where I have to help someone that either has pulled a building permit or is trying to pull a building permit that I have to hold their hand. And that shouldn't be my job. And every budget cycle we get told, oh, we need these many people, or, oh, we don't have enough inspectors or enough engineers. So we do have a staffing problem. I know that we did approve a third party to come in for those, waves where we're going to see the increase. But I think that we do have to really look at in-house and how to really fix that issue, because my staff and myself, I don't know how the other council offices work. We are the type that hold the hand of our constituents, because if we don't hold planning accountable, then things go by the wayside at times. And so we really need to work on that. If it's staffing, if it's, the process, streamlining some of the things, then, I'd be supportive to that. Another thing that I want to mention that isn't part of this presentation, because I went through it before, is the Fresno County's MOU, our MOU with Fresno County. And that is delaying, development. And so we learned that development in the outer parts of the city is being extremely subsidized by the inner city. And we're not getting our fair share. And so until that gets fixed, we're going to see development that is still on a standstill. And, we're dealing with that issue right now in front of our faces with a couple developers. But, I'm not going to be, I'm not just going to give up and say, hey, well, we've got to figure out a different way. The county needs to really make sure that they come to the table with a better offer. And then just lastly, in a lot of areas that, 93706 or Southwest and in the West area, we don't have the infrastructure. So that also creates, delays and disincentives for development. And so until we really have a good plan for infrastructure and how we're going to address, what's underneath the streets, we're not going to see, the type of development that I want to see west of the 99, because we're not doing really what is our part. And that should be our part. Our part is the infrastructure.
To your point, Esmeralda and Councilwoman, I have an inside joke with private developers that I have to remind them every day that I'm not Jeff Roberts, because as a council member, I have every downtown developer, housing developer, commercial industrial developer, and each of them requires that I reach out to planning, call Dan Zach, call Jennifer, figure out where things are at. And I have a housing project in the Tower District, downtown Chinatown, all going up now, and it doesn't stop when the building begins. You know, in the Tower District Housing Project, the infrastructure and offsite improvements have doubled since the construction began, just a couple months ago. And to Esmeralda's point, what I've seen is the biggest challenge is the infrastructure, the city-owned infrastructure. When we have a developer wanting to come in and say, I'll build 40 units, we're asking them to replace the water and sewer pipes of the whole block. We're asking them to build out the higher capacity water lines and sewer lines that, you know, are 100 years old. All legitimate things that, you know, city needs to do in order to provide water, you know, fire service and water and sewer service. But the certainty that they're asking from the council is give us a certainty on infrastructure. What are we going to pay and be obligated to pay or impose on us when we, you know, want to develop this parcel? And those numbers shift as if it was, you know, Halloween. They change colors so fast. You know, it's a chameleon. One day it's $1 million, the next day it's $750, the next day is $250. You know, it's kind of a hit and miss. So from my perspective, what I like to see on the table is, and I know the city manager with this background, can we fundamentally just own what's underneath the ground, pay for it, because we're going to get it back with the dozens or hundreds of people that are living above ground with new ratepayers. And that way we remove a big chunk of this problem for development, and then get out of the way when it comes to above ground development. Because when they use our money for the first, you know, 2x4, prevailing wage kicks in, which makes the project more expensive, right? I mean, I like us to kind of stick to our lane, do that very well, do it more, and not put the council members in a position where we have to act like Jeff Roberts on a daily basis, you know, because I actually have neighborhood issues to address besides, you know, development on a daily basis.
Yeah, so just real quick on the downtown area and a few other areas, when we come to you with the budget, DPU is going to be bringing an item for the budget to do the planning for all that infrastructure downtown and our investment strategy. And because what you in the downtown and a few other areas, because you're right, you know, that's stuff that we own, and that's stuff we're responsible for rehabbing, repairing, rebuilding, and making it available for folks that want to tie into the system. So that'll be an item that comes to you as part of the budget process, and that's what we want to do with it. Is exactly what you mentioned. How big does it need to be? Let's put the investment plan together and let's get it built.
Mr. President. President Chavez.
I think he's abstaining.
Oh, okay. Vice President Esparza. May I have the floor?
Sure. Am I in charge now?
You are.
You may.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry,
oh, okay. Well, Nelson already said I'm good, so I'm going to go.
That was sweet, Chavez.
Go ahead, Councilmember Carbasi.
Thank you. This is actually a really helpful presentation. The conversation is even more helpful. And, you know, I think someone said earlier that one of the functions of council is land use. And so we don't necessarily want to give up that reviewability, but we already have a structure for how things are supposed to work. And I think that somewhere along the way, there are hiccups and kinks and problems. And part of this is doing what we have to do to make sure projects can move through appropriately with the proper due diligence, because a lot of people aren't developers and they may want to get a permit to make an upgrade to their business or an upgrade to their home or a tenant improvement or something like that. So we want to make sure whatever has to be done, there's a proper analysis to make those changes and give the director the support she may need to do that. So I really appreciate the administration making this an issue because, yeah, oftentimes we have to kind of intercede and say, what's going on with this project? Why is it not going through? Or what can we do to help? And it's not always for a developer. Oftentimes it's for residents that are just trying to do something responsibly and get a permit for something in their home. But the other issue is we also don't want to drag our feet because, you know, right now the interest rates are going up now. It just went above 3%. So that's going to impact the housing market, whether it's a condo or it's a single family home. But the point is ownership, so people can build equity. Even if it's a tiny home, it gives them a layer of defense in this economy. But lumber costs have gone up tremendously. So if we drag our feet anymore, we're going to miss riding this wave. And we have lots of state mandates we got to deal with. So we kind of have to get a little bit out of the way locally still do the due diligence, still address all the concerns residents have, because mitigation is part of our job. And Councilmember Soria, I think, made that point. That's correct. We have to mitigate concerns residents have, but we also want to make sure we can move these things through appropriately. And then I mentioned the issue earlier about affordability and having all the homes we're building, whether they're market rate or they're subsidized. I say that because when people get out of homelessness, they need to be able to afford where they're going to live. And we have a supply issue. It's getting better. And I'm grateful to the director for that. But is it going to be enough? I think Councilmember Chavez said we could build our way out of this problem. Is it enough to have enough housing where we can drop the increase the supply and drop the cost so people can afford to live in Fresno? So thank you.
Thank you. Mayor, your hand was up.
Yeah, I wanted to comment because I think some of this is going to directly tie into what we recently did. I had a study done, and it is going to be brought to council shortly, but it's Operations Improvement Recommendation Report, and it ties in our planning and development as well as our building and inspections. And so we'll be getting a cover memo to you, somewhat of the takeaways and the to-do list, the things that we're going to do. But in essence, we looked at really three things, and it was Matthew Grundy, who has an expertise in this area, by the way, in his prior work at Deloitte. But we looked at three things: staffing, systems, and then structures and processes. And came away with some very good ideas that's been shared. It involved 140 of either employees or folks who touch that system, including developers, through surveys and interviews. And there was a number of things that have been identified. One of them, we do know that we're short staffing, and we've authorized the ramping up or the filling of those vacancies. And we want to make sure that we're choosing the right talent. The other is that we recognize the importance of outsourcing on our plan checks and a number of other things, because we just don't have the resources right now, and we cannot expect our Jennifer to reach these goals of whether it's 4,000 or 5,000 units a year, unless we have a staffing ability to do that. The other is we know that we have a system under Acela called Faster, and we believe that it was rolled out, no fault of anyone here, but it was rolled out probably before its time, and it was rolled out in a way that didn't allow for employees to fully have an understanding of its use. So we are doing some things to rectify that. And then the other is the culture of making sure that our employees feel supported by myself and by the city manager and by all of you, by the way. And it's a very important, if we're going to promote risk-taking, that we understand that there's going to be some mistakes along the way, and it's important that they not be rated. I'm meeting with all of the employees in our planning and development, both building and safety as well as planning. I've already had one of those meetings, getting feedback and talking to them. So there's a lot of things being done in addition to what Jennifer is doing. But one thing we know for sure, we need land use flexibility while respecting the neighborhoods. And we also need to modify our process and make sure that we're able to not be a roadblock to new development in our city.
Thank you, Mayor. Council, I believe there's only about 4 or 5 slides left. Dan, maybe you can kind of go through those and save some questions for the end.
Yeah, happy to do that.
Yep.
So what I wanted to show on the next slide was just to help all of us get our heads around the possibilities here. We don't have to paint this with a broad brush if it's something we want to look at. We can tune it geographically. So across the top of the chart, I have some possible areas where, ministerial entitlements could be applied. And then along the side, I've got some, uses that it could be applied to: housing only, or other commercial uses, or it could even be broken down, yes, to multifamily, but not to single family. So there are various ways it could be fine-tuned, so that if there are circumstances where we want to go forward with that, but others where we don't, then that's possible too. Once we just figure that out, then that can be calibrated in the text amendment that enacts it. And again, this isn't for the big wild ideas. This is for a bread and butter project that follows the community plan, follows the general plan, follows the development code. If someone has a wild idea, there are other routes for that to have its day in court, if you will, but ministerial wouldn't be it. But if you're doing a standard project that fits everything that's been approved before for the area, then ministerial might be an option. And then if we can go to the next slide, this just shows kind of geographically some of the options. This is a combination of two maps from the general plan showing various infill areas and growth areas, growth area 1 and 2. And so, we could tie it to, the downtown community plan only. We could tie it to transit corridors, Blackstone, Ventura, Kings Canyon, Shaw. We could do the infill priority areas, which is the darker yellow, all infill, which is the lighter yellow, or it could be everywhere, or it could be other areas that aren't on this map. So it's a flexible tool. We can calibrate it for whatever policy direction, is decided upon. And it can help, the right kinds of projects in the right places move forward a lot more quickly. So that's it for my portion of the presentation. Jennifer, I'm not sure if you had a conclusion.
Yes, great. Thank you so much, Dan. So just the final section is about reporting. So how do we currently track our projects and how do we plan to provide more information on our housing production progress? The city currently produces a monthly building permit report and an annual housing element report. Both are public. We are working with the administration to develop a dashboard for showing progress toward our housing population, our housing production goals and meeting population growth demands. Since 2013, the building division has been tracking all issued permits and valuations. This monthly building permit report shows all of the permits issued within the calendar month for new construction, rehabilitation, renovation, and demolition. These are represented in a 2-page report that can be found on the city's building division webpage. It incorporates more than just residential, commercial, and industrial as well, and solar. The new reports are uploaded at the beginning of each month. Also, each spring, the Long Range Planning Division completes the extensive Housing Element Annual Progress Report. On the slide is a summary snapshot from the beginning of the report. The report is comprehensive and includes how the city progressed on its goals to remove barriers to housing construction and increase affordability through policy and programs. This snapshot is from the 2019 report, which was completed in the spring of 2020. The annual report from 2020 will be completed and published for public review within the next 2 months. In addition to the 2 reports currently being produced, the department will be rolling out a production pipeline dashboard to show how many units are in the pipeline and how many units have been produced. And this will be compared with annual population growth. The public will be able to sort by unit type and geographic location. This will help gauge how the city is doing in accomplishing growth. And lastly, I just want to say thank you for your attention. I know it's been a super long day. I recognize this is a lot of information to digest, but I hope it can ignite a conversation about how to fast track, incentivize, and streamline housing production in the city. And I am available for any questions.
Jennifer, is this essentially the first quarterly report that we're receiving? And then what will be the subsequent timeline for council receiving these?
Sure. I would actually look to the city manager as to how frequently we want to be doing this. I'd like for the dashboard to be produced on the city's website quarterly. We can provide updates to you either as a memo or in a much shorter presentation format.
Yeah. So, and this is Tommy, Council President.
Yes.
Not seeing on my face or hearing my voice, we're in a housing crisis. And so we're going to be monitoring this data really, really closely and trying to work with Jennifer using the report that the mayor referenced. We've got to get the production out. We just, get the stuff out of the building and get it out of the ground. So we'll be reporting to you at least quarterly, but we'll be monitoring the data monthly.
Okay, and the important part of this dashboard, Tommy and Jennifer, as we discussed, is obviously the ability to sort it by council district so that council members can really have a gauge of what's going on in their, back of the woods, so to speak, and keep a tally on that. I know there's going to be some initiatives, as you heard earlier from my colleagues on the housing conversation, whether that's tiny homes or prefab homes, single home residential, multifamily. I think there's a commitment to try to solve this housing problem that we have, because we know that it's directly tied to the homelessness, the price of rent, the inventory, and everything else that's associated with that. So just to be clear, the quarterly report will have that ability to sort it by council district, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Arias, you have your hand up?
Yeah, just my last point. I do recognize the city manager's point that we're in a housing crisis, and I'll be the first one to volunteer, to step forward and take on more housing in the district. To Councilmember Chavez's point, there's some corridors that we can pre-approve. Off the top of my head, Motel Drive, the freeway system is there. That's easy in, easy out. People expect to be around, higher density housing. There's other corridors like downtown that have public transit. As long as we can, connect, and as long as we're not doing, 500, apartment complex on McKinley and Cornelia where there's no public transit and the roads are bottlenecks and, those kind of things, I'm all for it. So I'll be happy to work with you guys on identifying those pre-approved areas. And you have my commitment that I want to triple the amount of housing stock in my district alone. I know the mayor has committed to 10,000 new housing units. I'm waiting for him to fix the pipes so we can get them going, and then we can rock and roll.
Thank you. That'd be great.
And not to give staff more work, but I think some of my colleagues have seen the map I have in my office, where staff at Jennifer, I think somebody in your department actually tallied up all the vacant parcels for infill development, and we grouped them into 5 acres or less or 5 acres or more. That's been actually very helpful in trying to make sure we gauge what our capacity is for, whatever we decide to do. And I also have in mind some areas that I want to just kind of pre-approve for the by right, housing conversation. So I'll be working with you guys and shooting those over to you folks. All right. I don't see anybody else punched up. Jennifer, Dan, Tommy, thank you guys. Mayor, thank you for, working with us on the housing deal. There's a lot of conversation left to have on this subject. All right. That concludes our workshop. This is the 3rd workshop. This will never, ever happen again. We will never do 3 workshops in one day. I promise you that. So don't even try it. Let's go on a closed session. City Attorney, can you announce the closed session items that we have?
Yes, we have potential litigation with South Fresno Community Alliance and also existing litigation with Perez. I would not expect any announcement afterwards.
Thank you.
Council President, you're learning.
Yeah.
He's earning his paycheck.